The Nepalese Revolution 1996 to 2006. Articles from A World to Win. Preface to the recording. This audiobook covers all the articles published by A World to Win magazine, the unofficial magazine of the Revolutionary Internationalist Movement, RIM, on the Nepalese Revolution from 1996 to 2006. All the issues of A World to Win have been collected on the webpage bandthought.net/international/rim/index.htm, alongside other materials and documents by RIM. About RIM. After some tentative earlier steps, the participants at the Second International Conference of Marxist-Leninist parties and organizations officially formed the Revolutionary Internationalist Movement in March 1984 as an international association of Maoist revolutionary parties. Over the years, some new member parties joined and some older ones departed. Due to growing internal problems and differences, RIM ceased functioning around 2007. RIM did play an important, if limited, role for a time. Some of the political disputes that occurred within RIM are quite instructive. About A World to Win. There were two preliminary issues of A World to Win on May Day 1981 and in May 1982. The first issue of the regular series of A World to Win during the RIM period was issue number 1 in 1985. The final issue of A World to Win was number 32 in 2006. About the structure of this audiobook. We will read chronologically through the various articles by A World to Win on the Nepalese Revolution from 1993 to 2006. Sometimes only the parts of articles relevant to the Nepalese Revolution will be read. All that A World to Win published regarding the Nepalese Revolution should thus be in this audiobook. Certainly all the major articles are. Some paragraph or sentence could have been missed, but that should be inconsequential. The reader is sorry for any possible mispronunciation of Nepalese terms, as he is not fluent in the Nepalese language and might mispronounce them quite heavily. A World to Win, issue 19 from 1993. To the oppressed struggling masses of Nepal. Statement by the Committee of the Revolutionary Internationalist Movement, April 1992. According to imperialist newspaper reports, during a protest strike and mass demonstration on the 6th April 1992 called by the Nepal Communist Party Unity Center, the Nepali government's riot police opened fire on the crowds in the streets, killing at least 5 people and wounding 50. They then imposed curfew for the following several nights in Kathmandu and its suburbs. But instead of being cowed by such a brutal show of force by the riot police and other government forces in the capital, the heroic Nepali masses took to the streets in their thousands in the following days to protest and to reclaim the dead bodies of their fallen comrades. The Committee of the Revolutionary Internationalist Movement denounces this barbarous act by the reactionary Nepali government and expresses its firm solidarity with and support for the heroic revolutionary masses of Nepal in their just struggle. Only 2 years ago, the masses of Nepal rose up in a countrywide heroic upsurge against the decades-old oppressive monarchy. But the leading political forces in that historic upsurge, the now governing Nepali Congress Party, in collaboration with what was then the 7-party left alliance led by pro-Chinese and pro-Soviet revisionists, betrayed and deceived the mass movement by making a deal with the monarchy to establish a multi-party parliamentary system under a constitutional monarchy. They acclaimed this deceptive deal a great victory for the masses and hailed it as democracy. It was this so-called multi-party democratic regime which did not stop short at shooting and killing the masses, who were merely trying to exercise their minimum democratic right to protest against its enormous misdeeds and to demand their basic rights. This shows that while these reactionaries claim that political power comes from the ballot, in fact, as Mao Zedong taught long ago, quote, "political power grows out of the barrel of a gun," unquote. These developments also show that, as in all oppressed countries, mass movements and mass upsurges, however widespread, militant and even revolutionary they may be, even if they lead to a change of government or regime, cannot bring about the liberation of the masses of Nepal. For true liberation, the masses need to take up arms in hand and to prepare and launch revolutionary people's war, a protracted people's war along the path charted by Mao. Unless the whole existing social system of feudalism/semi-feudalism, bureaucratic comprador capitalism, and imperialist expansionist domination is overthrown by new democratic revolution, no reform of regimes or change of government or implementation of multi-party elections and so on can bring any fundamental change in the lives of the broad masses. This is why in its message to the Nepal Communist Party, Marshall, in May 1990, the Committee of RIM emphasized that the masses' struggle, quote, "must have as its aim the total revolutionary overthrow of semi-feudal and imperialist exploitation and domination and the building of new democratic Nepal with workers'-peasants' rule under the leadership of the proletariat, guided by Marxism-Leninism Mao Zedong thought," unquote. The Committee of RIM strongly feels that the present reawakening of the masses in Nepal calls for the Maoist revolutionary communists to step up the preparations for launching protracted people's war and, in order to do that, initiating guerrilla warfare in the countryside based on Maoist strategy and tactics. Only in this way can the blood, sweat and sacrifices of the masses win victory and the aspirations of the masses be fulfilled. The advancing People's War in Peru under the leadership of the Communist Party of Peru, PCP, is providing a glorious living example of this. RIM, along with the proletariat and the revolutionary masses of the world, will stand firmly with the masses of Nepal in their revolutionary struggles ahead. Cast away illusions about the multi-party so-called democracy. Forward along the Maoist path of people's war to make a new democratic revolution in Nepal. A World to Win, Issue 22 from 1996. Nepal. Hoisting the red flag to the roof of the world. In February 1996, coordinated raids and attacks occurred in 3 main regions as well as in many other places across the length of Nepal. These armed actions, involving thousands of men and women, opened a new and glorious chapter in the history of that country, the launching of the People's War, aimed at sweeping away imperialism, feudalism and bureaucrat capitalism. The initial phase, lasting only 2 weeks, included almost 5,000 actions, from dramatic assaults on police stations in rural districts, confiscation of property from landlords and reactionaries, and punishment of a few hated tyrants, to widespread wall painting and leafletting. In all, some kind of activity in support of the People's War took place in 60 out of 75 districts of the country. The enemy lashed out wildly at the masses, killing over 24 people in the initial weeks alone, arresting hundreds and beating and terrorizing many more, especially in the remote rural areas where the revolutionary forces are concentrated. At the core of this grand initiative is the Communist Party of Nepal Maoist, a participating party of the revolutionary internationalist movement. It is the party which has made it possible for the long downtrodden, poverty-stricken people to stand up straight, arms in hand against their oppressors, and for the rebellion of the masses to be transformed into a conscious revolution aimed at seizing state power. Surprise and no surprise. The initial actions, although modest from a strictly military point of view, stunned the ruling class like a blow to the head. For more than a millennium, the upper classes of Nepal had considered it their God-given right to rule over and exploit the working people. In fact, the king of Nepal promotes himself as the living reincarnation of the Hindu god Vishnu. The feudals and bureaucrat capitalists who rule over Nepal in league with imperialism and neighboring India found it almost impossible to believe that the workers, and especially the poor peasants, who make up the overwhelming majority of the population, were daring to use force against the guardians of the old regime. But although the actual outbreak of hostilities came as a jolt to the rulers, the intensification of the conditions giving rise to revolution had been at work for a long time and had been accelerating at a rapid pace in the last few years especially. Two significant scholarly articles had appeared, one which had as subject matter the widespread support in Nepal for the Communist Party of Peru and Chairman Gonzalo, and the possibilities that a people's war might erupt from the smoldering class conflicts there. Furthermore, the Communist Party of Nepal, Maoist, had made no secrets of its determination to prepare and launch the People's War. Numerous public documents, articles and speeches had been made along that line, and many, many thousands of people were aware of or participating in the party's active preparations. So why then such a shock? This is because in all countries the class outlook of the reactionary classes leads them to underestimate and have contempt for the oppressed. While they do fear the possibilities of explosion from the lower depths of society and do institute numerous repressive measures aimed at preserving the status quo through force and violence, the exploiters nevertheless believe that they alone are really capable of running society. This viewpoint is also deeply ingrained in Hinduism, the religion of Nepal's ruling class. The more that the revolt of the masses takes on a conscious revolutionary form, the more that the target of the struggle is the seizure of power, and the more thoroughly the revolution aims to uproot and replace the old reactionary social relations, the more the ruling classes consider the revolution an impossible, unthinkable nightmare, even while they spare no effort to oppose, sidetrack, slander, and, when all else fails, smother it in blood. Another particularity of the revolutionary movement in Nepal is that for more than a generation communist leaders had been advocating in words armed struggle for a new democratic revolution, while finding one reason after another not to take up the serious preparation and launching of such a struggle. The Communist Party of Nepal, Maoist, also had to discard the heavy weight of non-revolutionary goals, methods of work, and forms of organization which had characterized the whole of the communist movement in Nepal for decades. The daring initiation of the People's War is also a stinging refutation of the revisionist and opportunist lines. Some background. Nepal is located in a wide swath covering much of the Himalayas, which separate the Indian subcontinent from the Tibetan Plateau, part of China. Although the Himalayas are the highest mountains in the world's highest peak, Sagarmatha, known in the West as Mount Everest after a British colonial official, is located in Nepal. They are not impregnable, and numerous passes have been used since antiquity as trading routes. The capital of Nepal, Kathmandu, is located on the principal trade route that historically has linked Tibet, and beyond it China proper, with India. Although a relatively small country, especially compared to its giant neighbors to the north and south, Nepal is a mosaic of different peoples, languages and cultures. Most of the peoples and language groups in Nepal can be traced either to what some anthropologists call the Tibeto-Burman groups from the east and north of the Himalayas, or to the Indo-Aryan peoples from the west and south. The cultures coexisting in Nepal also reflect varying influences. Nepal is the reputed birthplace of Buddha, and that religion, largely but not exclusively in its Lamaite or Tibetan variety, is still practiced by close to 20% of the population. About half the population of Nepal is made up of different Janjati or minority nationality groups. The Nepalese ruling class counts the entire Janjati population as Hindus to justify their treatments of these masses as part of, quote, inferior castes, unquote, and to buttress their claim that Nepal is a, quote, Hindu nation, unquote. In fact, most of the Janjatis reject the label Hindu and follow various animist or naturalist religious practices. The geography of Nepal has favored this mosaic pattern of peoples and cultures. The mountains, as well as numerous rivers composing the three distinct water basins in Nepal, tended throughout history to keep different populations isolated from each other. Peasants have always managed to eke out a living from terraced farming in the hills or grazing in higher mountainous Himalayan regions, and the Mahabharat Lek, the middle mountains between the lower foothills and the Himalayas proper, include some valleys well suited for rice cultivation and other agriculture at between 1 and 2,000 meters above the sea level. These areas, such as the fertile Kathmandu Valley, became home to many Hindu feudals who came north from what is now India to escape the Mughal invaders of the 11th and to 13th century. They subsequently were able to establish a number of feudal fiefdoms and suck the wealth of the successive generations of peasants. Later, as the British presence on the Indian subcontinent began to take shape, the most successful of these feudal principalities, the Gorkha kingdom ruled by Prithvi Narayan Shah, was able to establish a unified state in Nepal and extend its borders well beyond the present borders of Nepal, all the way to Punjab, far to the east, and to Bengal in the east, by using mountain warfare. The defeat of the Gorkha kingdom by British India in 1815 and the subsequent Sugauli Treaty established the present boundaries of the country and codified the clear domination of British India. The various Janjati peoples living in isolated hills and valleys of the country had their own local authorities and maintained their own cultural identities even while paying tribute to the king. All along the southern border with India, which runs for the entire breadth of the country, lies a swath of land from 25 to 50 kilometers wide, known as the Terai, or plain, which is not much above sea level. Today the Terai is a wonderfully productive agricultural region with good soil, generally good water resources, and an abundant laboring population. More than 40% of the country's people live there. However, until the last century the Terai was a lightly populated, forested swamp, so malaria infested as to make it dangerous even for invading armies, let alone farmers who might want to reclaim the land for agriculture. Indeed, the king of Nepal discouraged the settling of the Terai, precisely to keep it as a barrier against British India to the south. But as Nepal came more and more under the sway of Britain in the mid-19th century, without, however, ever being reduced to a colony, the colonial authorities of British India and the Nepalese rulers agreed to open up the Terai to settlers. The rulers profiteered from the logging of the then forested Terai, while the masses poured their sweat and soil into making the region productive, only to be shackled with a strict feudal system. In addition to peoples from the hill regions of Nepal and descendants of the original forest dwellers, a large percentage of these new settlers came from different regions of India. Together they make up the Terai's current population. Today the Terai, like the rest of Nepal, is still a checkerboard of cultures. Many of the inhabitants are still considered Indians, even after generations of labor to reclaim and work the land. Taking advantage of the cleavage between so-called Indians and Nepalese is one of the standard games of both the Indian reactionary regime and the Nepalese rulers to divide the people and to further reactionary interests. More than half of the population of Nepal are officially considered by the Nepal constitution as Janjati. This category is used to distinguish these masses from what is sometimes referred to as the mainstream Nepalese nationality. While many of these Janjatis live in remote areas under more primitive conditions, the term is also applied to the Nevas, for example. They were early Buddhist inhabitants and traders in the Kathmandu Valley who still occupy key posts in commerce and public life in the capital. Although the Nepalese language has been imposed throughout the country for 2 centuries, only 30% of the population of the country speaks it as their mother tongue. It is a Sanskrit-based language, linked linguistically to Hindi, Bengali and many other languages spoken in northern India, Pakistan and Bangladesh. Life is difficult for the peasantry of Nepal, which constitutes the overwhelming majority of the population, close to 90%. Despite some token land reform that has taken place in the period since World War II, feudal ownership of the land is strong in the Terai and the principal mid-mountain valleys such as Kathmandu and Pokhara. Primitive farming on the hillsides is carried out by Janjatis who can barely eke out a living, but who are still subjected to different forms of exploitation, both from the central state and traditional Janjati authorities. All of the yardsticks regularly used to measure impoverishment consistently show Nepal among the world's poorest countries. In a country where annual income is only a few $100s a year, chicken and eggs cost as much as in Europe. This means that a large percentage of the population is undernourished by any standard. Industrial products are rare to non-existent for most of the population. Despite the fact that the Nepalese masses have, through hard labor, constructed housing stock and rudimentary sanitation that compares favorably to the widespread squalor prevalent in many third world countries, health conditions are abominable for most people. According to the World Bank's Social Indicators of Development estimates of 1988 to 1993, the latest available, only 1,290 doctors were registered in the entire country, most of whom were in the capital, leaving a tiny numbers of doctors to serve about 18 million people in the outlying areas. All of this translates into an average life expectancy of 54 years for men and an even lower life expectancy for women, 52.2 years. These averages mask the large disparities between the city dwellers and the impoverished countryside. This lower life expectancy for women is particularly striking, given the trend observed in all countries for women to outlive men. It is testimony to the extreme conditions of oppression and hard labor that Nepalese women face and the high incidence of death during childbirth, 1 in 100, marriage by kidnapping, after which payment to the bride's family is often negotiated. The opposite of the traditional Hindu dowry arrangement is still found among some sections of the population. As even remote areas of Nepal are drawn tighter into the market economy, a flourishing trade has resulted in large numbers of women being forced into the horrors of the brothels of India. Yet in some Janjati areas, women enjoy more equality, a result of a less strict division of labor and the influences, in some cases, of primitive communal social structures. For all these reasons, it is not surprising that large numbers of women are participating in the revolutionary struggle. In the last few decades, a large-scale tourism industry has developed in Nepal. For the imperialists, the specific advantages of Nepal are its beautiful scenery and excellent climate, and especially, of course, its very low wages. Much of the quote-unquote development that has taken place in Nepal has been aimed at turning the country into a vacation paradise for tourists from Europe and Israel and rich Indians. For generations, the difficulties of surviving have forced millions of Nepalese to migrate in search of work. Most have gone to India, where they are employed in menial work and super-exploited. The back-and-forth movement of millions of Nepalese to India is vital economically for both India and Nepal and is an important feature of political and social life. Despite the great hardships, it has helped expose the Nepalese laboring masses to foreign culture and world affairs, and especially to the liberating ideology of Marxism-Leninism Maoism. Throughout India, large numbers of Nepalese workers have taken part in revolutionary struggles, and a great many are organized under the leadership of the Communist Party of Nepal, Maoist, through the different mass organizations the party leads in India. There are also millions of people living in the Indian hill areas bordering Nepal who speak variants of the Nepalese language and identify closely with the masses in Nepal. These are some reasons why the revolutions in Nepal and India will be intertwined. Traditionally, many Nepalese men have enrolled in foreign armed services, particularly the British Army, and since independence the Indian Army as well. These forces, often misnamed Gorkha regiments, after only one of the many peoples in Nepal, played an important role in the British and now Indian war machines. During World War II, as many as 500,000 Nepalese served in the British Army, only to be discharged without a penny at the war's end. Their massive return to Nepal was one of the important factors of the large-scale democratic upsurge that took place in the country in 1950 to 51. One positive aspect of this thoroughly disgusting practice of press-ganging oppressed peoples to serve their masters in war has been that some knowledge of military affairs and handling of modern weapons is widespread, even in the most remote corners of the country. Some history. From relatively nearby Calcutta on the Bay of Bengal, which was the capital of British India until the beginning of the 20th century, the colonial authorities longed after Nepal. In 1814 and 15, the British East India Company waged a war against the Gorkha kingdom and seized a large part of the territory that had earlier been incorporated into the kingdom by Prithvi Narayam Shah. But the British found it both difficult and unwise to try to occupy Nepal militarily, and instead exercised control over the country by less direct means. In 1846, a political institution developed which was to govern Nepal for a century and safeguard British interests in the process. One of the leading feudal families of Kathmandu, with links to the British, the Rana, provided hereditary prime ministers. The successive kings, on the other hand, were reduced to mere figureheads, and each was required to marry a member of the Rana family to further ensure the latter's dominance. During the 100-year rule of the Rana family, Nepal's integration into the world imperialist system was brought about via the connection to Britain and British India. At the same time, extremely backward feudal conditions marked the socio-economic system, and the masses were locked out of any modern political life. It was only after World War II and the revolutionary upsurge that accompanied the defeat of the fascist imperialist powers and the great weakening of British imperialism that the Ranarchy, as the Rana family domination was sometimes called, finally collapsed. The king, with the blessing of the British, waged a palace coup against the hated Rana family in hopes of heading off the popular ferment. British India was partitioned into the formerly independent countries of India and Pakistan in 1947, and Nepal's traditional subservience to British India was transferred to the new Nehru regime in New Delhi. Two political parties were formed at that time, the Nepalese Congress Party and the Nepalese Communist Party, NCP, formed in April 1949. The Congress Party was essentially a party of the pro-Indian big feudals and big bourgeoisie. While the NCP attracted the hopes and aspirations of the working class, sections of the peasantry and a big section of the middle class as well, even at its founding, it did not have a revolutionary program or ideology. In 1951, a compromise was engineered by New Delhi, known as the Tripartite Agreement between the king, the Rana family, and New Delhi, to put an end to the revolutionary upsurge demanding democracy in the country. Under this compromise, the hereditary prime ministership was to be eliminated, the role of India as the overseer of Nepal was confirmed, and a parliament was established. The king obtained sweeping powers, including the power to dissolve parliament and rule by decree. In the wake of the collapse of the old dual monarchy system, mass movements developed among different sections of the people. The NCP initially denounced the tripartite agreement and led some struggle against it. Some armed struggle developed among the peasantry. One important struggle in the early 1950s was led by Vim Dutta Panta, who was pro-communist although not a party member. The Nepalese police and army were unable to defeat him. It was left up to the Indian army to defeat Panta's forces and behead him. Peasant struggles in the Terai were led by the NCP, and some of them went over to arms. Unfortunately, these struggles were betrayed by the NCP leadership, and especially by the General Secretary of the NCP, Manmohan Adhikari, who went on to become the Prime Minister in 1994 at the head of the United Nepal Communist Party Marxist-Leninist, on which more later. Adhikari signed a secret agreement with the Prime Minister in which the NCP pledged to recognize the monarchy in hopes of lifting a ban on the party. In 1960, parliamentary elections were held. The entire machinery of the Communist Party was plunged into the electoral arena. The NCP won only 4 seats in a parliament dominated by the Nepalese Congress Party. Under the Congress Party government, Nepal was brought even more under the domination of India. Numerous treaties were signed giving over valuable natural resources, especially control over Nepal's vast water reserves, to the Indian ruling classes. The Nepalese Prime Minister even went so far as to oppose Nepal's application for membership in the United Nations on the grounds that it was unnecessary because its quote-unquote elder brother, India, was already a member. After only 18 months of the Congress government, with discontent rapidly growing among the masses, the king dissolved parliament and arrested all political leaders and activists. In place of parliament, the Panchayat system was established. Under this system, the government was to be based on village and local elections, following traditional patriarchal authority patterns. At the top, representatives of lower-level councils would serve as advisors to the king. All political parties were outlawed, and there was constant repression against the various communist parties in particular. The Maoist movement. Of crucial importance in the history of Nepal's communist movement has been the great battle against modern revisionism led by Mao Zedong and the Communist Party of China against the Khrushchev clique leading the Communist Party of the Soviet Union. Not only did Mao's line exert deep influence over the masses in neighboring Nepal, but the worldwide revolutionary upsurge which accompanied the great proletarian cultural revolution was knocking on Nepal's borders with India as well. In 1967, the famous Naxalbari upsurge began in a village by that name in the upper part of the Indian state of West Bengal, not too far from Darjeeling. The village of Naxalbari is only a few kilometers from the borders of eastern Nepal. It is not surprising, then, that the influence of this movement would quickly spread into the adjoining areas of Nepal itself. In 1971, in the Japa district of eastern Nepal, a local section of the NCP split off and began a Naxalbari-type armed struggle. Although the movement had great historical significance, it could not develop into a people's war. The leadership of the NCP denounced the movement as ultra-left, despite its importance. Under the blows of the enemy, the movement was defeated and its political leaders degenerated, later rejoining the main revisionist party. In 1974, the Fourth Congress of the Nepal Communist Party was held, which adopted Marxism-Leninism Mao Zedong thought as its ideology. It concluded that Nepal must pass through a new democratic revolution, and that this could only be accomplished through armed struggle. At the same time, the Congress was unclear on what the nature of the armed struggle would be. The NCP resolutely boycotted the 1980 referendum, which the king had proposed in response to a new upswing in the mass movement. In 1981, the party condemned the revisionist coup in China. Normal Lama had become the general secretary of the party in 1978 and tried hard to have the party adopt a line of quote-unquote general insurrection in opposition to the Maoist line of protracted people's war. While awaiting this general insurrection, Lama advocated participation in panchayat elections. The party expelled Lama in 1983 and was renamed the Nepal Communist Party Marshall. The NCP Marshall joined the Revolutionary Internationalist movement from its beginning in 1984. The Fifth Congress of the NCP Marshall in 1985 solemnly adopted the path of protracted people's war as the strategy for revolution in Nepal, and even called for preparations to be made in this direction. This position reflected the burning desire of the great majority of the party to make revolution. But numerous problems of political and ideological line prevented the party from seriously taking up the tasks of preparing and launching people's war. Two of the principal errors were: 1. The leadership of the NCP Marshall began to more and more vociferously oppose Marxism-Leninism Maoism, holding that because the world was still in the stage of imperialism which Lenin described, it was impossible for the revolutionary ideology of Marxism-Leninism to reach a third and higher stage of Maoism. Further, NCP Marshall leaders claimed that Mao had made a number of important errors and, in particular, disagreed with the critique that Mao had developed concerning some of the errors and weaknesses of Joseph Stalin and the experience of building socialism in the Soviet Union under his leadership. The NCP Marshall leadership was unable to fully assimilate the experience of the Cultural Revolution and draw appropriate conclusions. 2. The NCP Marshall developed the thesis that it was impossible for people's war to be successfully conducted in Nepal unless it were to break out in India first. The argument of quote-unquote two invincible mountains held that people's war in Nepal, a landlocked country with the Himalayas on one side and India on the other three sides, would inevitably have to face the might of the Indian state and could never hope to resist such a powerful force. This view saw only the strength of the Indian ruling classes and not their weaknesses, especially that they are hated and opposed by the revolutionary masses of India. Revolutionary war in Nepal will be opposed by the Indian reactionaries, but supported by the Indian people. The geographically unfavorable features, being landlocked, were one-sidedly used to negate the extremely favorable aspects, such as mountainous terrain favorable for waging people's war. A split took place in the NCP Marshall in 1986, with one group known as the Central Organizing Committee (COC) and the other as the Central Committee (CC). Both of these groupings remained active participants in the revolutionary internationalist movement. The campaigns of Rim were actively taken up in Nepal, particularly the support for and popularization of the People's War in Peru, which struck a deep chord among the workers, peasants and revolutionary intellectuals of Nepal. Over a period of time, the line questions in the Nepalese communist movement began to sharpen. In both the COC and especially in the CC group, serious grappling began to take place over the problem of how to wage protracted people's war and the conditions of Nepal. Furthermore, the CC group began to develop a more thorough critique of the errors of the COC leadership, still known as NCP Marshall, and most importantly adopted and took up the struggle for Marxism-Leninism Maoism in opposition to the COC view that Mao had not developed Marxism-Leninism to a new and higher stage. Beginning in 1990, another mass upsurge rocked Nepal. Millions of people rose up to demand an end to the absolute monarchy. In the face of the mounting furor of the people, the king quickly reached an agreement with the Nepalese Congress and the main revisionist groupings who were collaborating with the Congress Party to grant parliamentary elections for the first time in decades. In return, these reactionary and reformist parties were to accept the continued existence of the monarchy, which traded in its partyless panchayat system for a so-called multi-party democracy. Political parties were legalized, and a period of intense political activity began throughout the country, involving all sections of the population. Within the communist movement, the process of realignment and polarization into two main camps also intensified under the conditions of revolutionary upsurge. In December 1991, the Nepal Communist Party Unity Center was formed, made up of the NCP-CC group, a section of the NCP-COC, the Lama group, and a group called the Proletarian Labor Organization. The NCP Unity Center applied for admittance into the Revolutionary Internationalist movement and was accepted, while the NCP Marshall remained a participating party as well. Under Unity Center leadership, a nationwide mass organization, the United People's Front, quickly developed a large following in both urban and rural areas. On the other hand, the principal revisionist organizations in Nepal joined together to form the United Nepal Communist Party, Marxist-Leninist, usually referred to simply as UML. The UML included both the quote-unquote historical leaders of the Nepal communist movement, such as Man Mohan Adhikari, who had betrayed the struggle in the 1950s, and others who had taken place in the Naxalbari-type struggles in the early 1970s and then swung over to right revisionist positions. In 1991, the first parliamentary elections in decades were held. The NCP Marshall called for a boycott, while the NCP Unity Center chose to participate in the elections through the vehicle of the United People's Front, UPF. The Nepalese Congress won 110 of the 205 seats. The UML emerged as the second largest party with a total of 69 seats. The UPF won 9 seats in the assembly and several others in the upper house as well. Both the Unity Center and Marshall participated in the local elections for a whole myriad of positions on local councils, school boards, etc., with the Unity Center winning over 2,000 posts and Marshall over 1,000. The masses, having been called forth into political struggle by the political upheaval in the country, were demanding a change in their lives. Needless to say, the new government did nothing to alleviate the dreadful conditions of poverty or to challenge the reactionary feudal ownership system. Under the Congress Party government, the ties to the Indian reactionary regime and imperialism became tighter still. With the capture of Chairman Gonzalo in September 1992, the participating parties of RIM organized a massive campaign to defend the life of Chairman Gonzalo in accordance with the needs of the hour and the call issued by the Committee of RIM. This campaign reached deep among the workers and peasants, as well as the revolutionary intellectuals active in the capital and other cities. The support for Comrade Gonzalo reflected not only the support for the PCP and proletarian internationalism, but also the desire of the Nepalese masses to rise up in revolutionary warfare. In many of the houses of the poor peasants, the only decorations on the bare wall was a poster of Chairman Gonzalo. The Mao centenary was also celebrated in a big way by the Unity Center, who used it as an occasion to study and propagate Maoism, especially Maoist teachings on protracted People's War. In 1994, new parliamentary elections were held. The Unity Center and the United People's Front it was leading decided to boycott the parliamentary elections. In areas in which the Unity Center was strong, especially the Rolpa areas in western Nepal, the election boycott was particularly successful. In a reversal of position since the last election, the Marshall Party decided to participate in the parliamentary election, winning 2 seats. The biggest winner of the election was the UML, which formed a government. The election of so-called communists to power was widely commented in the international press as one of the only examples of, quote, communists coming to power peacefully, unquote. In fact, the UML was communist in name only, and its taking over of the government only meant agreeing to handle the administration of the old state apparatus, minus the most important component, the army, which remained firmly under the control of the palace, on behalf of the exploiting powers. No serious efforts were made to challenge the existing property relations or the entrenched authority of the exploiting classes. While the UML was fond of talking about Marx, Lenin, Stalin, and even sometimes Mao, it was really just fulfilling the same role as that of the Communist Party of India Marxist in nearby West Bengal. The CPIM has run the state government for decades, and in particular bears responsibility for the murder of hundreds of revolutionary communists, including Comrade Charu Mazumdar, initiator of the Naxalbari uprising and founder of the Communist Party of India Marxist-Leninist. This shows that it is quite possible to protect the interests of the ruling classes while muttering Marxist phrases or putting up pictures of deceased proletarian revolutionary leaders. The UML government lasted until November 1995, when a reversal of alliances in parliament led to its fall and the formation of a new Nepalese Congress government. Maoism is the key. Meanwhile, the clarification of political lines in the ranks of the genuine communists continued. In May 1994, the Unity Center decided to expel the Lama grouping from the party and to rename itself the Communist Party of Nepal Maoist. This was not just a name change, but represented the culmination of a long struggle comrades had been waging to unite the party around a correct Marxist-Leninist Maoist line. This victory in the struggle made it possible for the third plenum of the Central Committee in March 1995 to take the historic decision to start the People's War. The previous position of the Unity Center in 1991 to launch the People's War had remained an abstract position, as the Lamaites in the party opposed preparing for the People's War and instead argued for continued participation in parliament. Once the momentous decision was taken, the party leadership set out to bring to fruition the ideological, political and organizational transformations necessary to be able to launch the People's War. Despite the many struggles over the decades that had been waged against first one then another type of opportunism and revisionism, the struggle to consolidate a correct Marxist-Leninist Maoist understanding needed to be carried through to the end. As the CPNM leadership has put it, quote, "There are specific weaknesses in the understanding of communists in Nepal. Mostly we have been influenced by gradualism. This means mass struggle, and that sometime in the distant future the mass struggle will itself transition to armed struggle. This is wrong and goes against Marxist dialectics. It is gradualism, vulgar evolutionism. The law of dialectics is the unity of opposites. There was a debate in the Congress. The rightists argued that unity was permanent and struggle temporary. They are out of the party, but the understanding of this question is still a problem for the party. Development takes place through leaps and bounds. After the struggle with the rightists, we have better grasped the Maoist idea of unity, struggle, transformation. The law of development is not through addition or subtraction, but through qualitative leap. Basically, we see that philosophy and ideology and organization is crucial to initiating people's war to break out of the vicious circle of reformism, the school of revolution in words and reformism in deeds that marked the old Marshall Party. There needed to be radical rupture in thinking, deeds, style of organization. Otherwise, we cannot initiate people's war. We have studied the experience of other countries, and especially the works of Mao. The question of philosophy and ideology must be clear. In fact, it is part of the problem of initiating. Things don't develop gradually, they need a leap. Mass struggle will not go over to armed struggle by itself. In other organizational spheres, it is not enough to just make progress, there has to be rupture in our work style. Along with this, what we are emphasizing is that the revolutionary process does not develop in a straight line, it goes in zigzags, and there are successes and defeats. We cannot say that with only one leap we will be able to get rid of all the revisionist garbage from the past. So there is a dialectical process of development, twists and turns, advances and retreats, etc. Ultimate success, but temporary failures." Unquote. Throughout this period and since, the CPNM has been an active participant in RIM, not only in its public campaigns but also in its internal life as well. The discussions involved in the adoption of Marxism-Leninism Maoism by RIM in December 1993 and the unfolding of the struggle against the right opportunist line which emerged in the Communist Party of Peru have also interpenetrated with the party's strides forward. The party pointed out in relation to the two-line struggle in Peru that, quote, "the revolutionaries cannot remain a silent spectator when the struggle centers round broader ideological and political questions with universal implications like this one," unquote, and it spoke of, quote, "the direct bearing and significance," unquote, of such questions for the revolution in Nepal. In the last several years, the CPNM leaders have been engaged in a major effort to study the Maoist line on protracted people's war and to apply it to the concrete realities of Nepal. This includes studying the military history of Nepal, the strengths and weaknesses of the enemy's forces, the particularities of Nepal's class formation, history and geography, and so forth. But the key to solving the military line, in the words of the CPNM leadership, quote, "was mainly a question of grasping Maoism and the struggle for Maoism," unquote. Once the party had firmly grasped the Marxist-Leninist Maoist position on protracted people's war, it went about the systematical, political, ideological, and organizational preparations necessary among its members and supporters. Members were struggled with to make the transformations required for the party to be capable of really launching and sustaining a people's war. Others were encouraged to help the party as sympathizers. Particular military preparations took place as well. For example, the widely reported seizure of 40,000 detonating devices and 100 kilograms of fuse took place in the days before the initiation. Although the highly publicized so-called recovery operation was launched with the aid of dogs and helicopters, none of the explosives material was recovered and it was instead quickly distributed throughout the country. In areas of strong party influence in the backward and poverty-stricken western region of Nepal, Rumo and Rolpa in particular, the class struggle had been dramatically sharpening in the final months of 1995 and the beginning of 1996. The regime had launched a vicious campaign called Operation Romeo, which aimed at rooting out the strength of the party in those areas and especially at wiping out military squads being formed under party leadership. As many as 1,000 party members and sympathetic peasants and workers had been arrested and tortured by the reactionary forces before the People's War began. The vicious repression campaign fueled the anger of the masses. Human rights organizations and even some ruling class elements such as sections of the revisionist UML party demanded an end to government terror. Mass meetings were held throughout the country against the repression and in support of the party's basic program. In the capital alone, 50,000 people attended a rally and over 200,000 participated throughout the country. A delegation of the United People's Front led by Babarum Bataray and Pampal Busal delivered a memorandum to the Prime Minister demanding an immediate end to the repression campaign and indicating the revolutionary demands of the people. Under these conditions of an extremely rapid intensification of this class struggle, the party leadership took the bold decision to initiate the People's War on February 13th. Once the decision was taken and the Rubicon was crossed, a whole new life began for the party and its members. 1,000 party activists went underground during the initiation. The initiation of the People's War. A total of 5,000 actions, large and small, were carried out in the western, central, eastern and Kathmandu Valley regions of Nepal, in what amounts to 65% of the country. On the first day, 7 major actions were launched. In both Rukum and in the Sindhili district of eastern Nepal, police camps were seized after the defenders surrendered. In another camp in Rolpa, a gunfight lasted several hours before the guerrillas successfully withdrew. In another place in western Nepal, a big feudal, almost a local king, was attacked, his property seized, and his land titles destroyed. In the central region, an agricultural bank, which was part of a bureaucrat capitalist project to suck the blood of the peasantry in the name of rural development, came under attack. In the Gorkha district, squads successfully sabotaged a comprador-owned distillery, despite the unexpected presence of 15 policemen busy downing liquor. In the same district, the office of a notorious US imperialist quote-unquote aid organization, Save the Children, was ransacked. A symbolic attack was made against the Coca-Cola plant near Kathmandu. One important feature of the initiation phase was attacks on agricultural credit banks and the confiscation and burning of mortgages and loan documents. In a number of cases, hundreds of peasants, led by regular guerrilla squads, captured and burned loan documents belonging to very large and widely hated feudals. It is estimated that the total value of these loan documents was more than $200,000, a very considerable sum for the Nepalese peasantry. Together with the assaults, a nationwide propaganda campaign was also unleashed. In hundreds of villages, processions took place, which altogether involved thousands of men and women in almost equal numbers. Participants in these processions, some of which were carried out at night by torchlight, were armed with local weapons and led by guerrilla squads. In 40 to 50 district towns as well as in the capital, squads under the leadership of the party carried out the now very dangerous tasks of posturing and wall writing in support of the initiation of the war. Hundreds of thousands of flyers were distributed along with 50,000 posters. The goals of the initial campaign were 1. To establish the politics of armed struggle. 2. To establish in practice that the main form of struggle is armed actions and the main form of organization at the present stage of the struggle is the different types of organized squads. 3. To prepare the basis for developing guerrilla zones. As news of the initiation swept across the country, a wave of enthusiasm spread among the masses of the poor and other revolutionary sections of the people. The dream of standing up, guns in hand, against the hated oppressors was finally becoming a reality. The reactionary government responded by unleashing mass terror campaigns in areas of party influence. Even in the capital, they went on a mad rage, stomping around seeking party leaders and members, furious when they discovered that most were gone and had not left a forwarding address. Unable to get their hands on many party cadres, police arrested revolutionary masses right and left. Even a music cassette with revolutionary songs was banned, causing the black market price to triple, according to press accounts. On the side of the government and the palace, panic set in. All of the major parliamentary political parties, and in particular the revisionist UML, were convoked by the Prime Minister to express their condemnation of the uprising. NCP Marshall also condemned the uprising as quote-unquote premature and left extremist. The revolutionary process itself was dividing the political forces between those who stood for the overthrow of the old regime and those who objectively were defending it. At the same time, the camp of the ruling class was set into disarray by the rising of the masses. After the initial phase of several weeks of coordinated attacks was over, the party leadership summed up the initiation as a complete success and began preparing for the next waves of struggle. At first, the enemy crowed over the temporary decline in armed actions by the people's forces. Actually, the party and the forces led by it were preparing to go over to a new and higher stage of struggle, the initiation of guerrilla warfare. In March 1996, the political bureau of the Central Committee, led by the Secretary-General of the party, Comrade Prachanda, met to sum up the process of initiation and to lay further plans. The document of that meeting put it as follows, quote, "At the moment, the attention of the politically conscious masses, intellectual community, and all others is centered on what would be the next plan of the party and whether or not we would be able to preserve and develop what has been newly given birth to. In this context, we should pay serious attention to the following points. 1. The enemy wants to draw us into a war of quick decision, but on our part we want to avoid it and prolong the war. The enemy wants to incite us and draw us into confrontation according to his own convenience, but we want to arrest the enemy, tire him out, and attack him at his weak points at the time and place of our convenience according to our plan. 2. Our policies and programs should guarantee our constant interactions with the masses, because the party has no separate interests other than the interests of the masses. 3. We must wage relentless ideological and political struggle against the tendency of dragging the party in the direction of either adventurism or capitulationism. In the present situation of the enemy on the offensive, the capitulationist tendency is more dangerous for the party. 4. The process of protected people's war is the process of construction of the revolutionary party, revolutionary struggle, revolutionary power and the revolutionary army, from the simple to the complex. Now it is necessary to concentrate on the development of guerrilla warfare in a planned way and based on the principle of protracted people's war and on our own specificities." Unquote. Armed with the above line, the party undertook active preparations for taking the struggle to a higher stage. In the areas of party influence, the 2,000 militarized police sent by the government continued their reign of terror. Cases of rape of women, burning of houses, and beatings of the young and elderly were widespread. In the so-called struggling areas, all of the young men are considered guerrillas, and a great many have had to flee their villages to neighboring hills and forests. Women have taken the main responsibility of organizing agricultural production and mass resistance in the villages. In addition, scores of women have joined the regular guerrilla squads. By the end of July, over 45 people had been killed by the reactionaries throughout the country and many hundreds jailed. The enemy has offered rewards of thousands of dollars for information on the whereabouts of leaders of the People's War. However, a new factor appeared as well. By July, 3 well-planned ambushes against police patrols in the rural districts in western Nepal had taken place. It is clear that the squads led by the CPNM, the rudiments of a people's army, have been able to withstand the repression campaign and even counterattack. In most cases, the revolutionary squads were extremely underarmed. They have only a few modern weapons and instead use rudimentary country hunting weapons, homemade guns, and arms such as knives and even stones. But by utilizing tactics of pitting 10 against 1, taking full advantage of the element of surprise with high morale and superior intelligence, which comes from close integration with the masses, even ill-armed squads can defeat enemy patrols and capture enemy arms, as happened in several ambushes in summer 1996. The CPNM is following Mao's teachings of relying on one's own efforts and procuring armaments principally by taking them from the enemy. Revisionist attacks on CPNM. Meanwhile, the revisionists of the UML are, with the help of some others, busy throwing mud on the great achievements of the genuine communists of Nepal and rushing to the support of the old regime, in a way that reminds one of the infamous Patria Roja, which opposed the People's War in Peru from the beginning, even while claiming to be Maoist. The General Secretary of the UML declared at an international gathering in Brussels that, quote, "Violence and armed revolt are never a desire of working people and the Communist Party. We have seen that militant mass movements can also bring about change in the world without much bloodshed. The present world has moved far away from the time of the Indonesian and Chilean incidents. Short-sightedness, dogmatism, subjectivism, sectarianism, extremism, petty bourgeois romanticism, impatience, and personal egos dominate extremist minds, and they act as fanatics. Such actions actually harm the revolution, weaken and isolate the revolutionaries, and provide the upper hand to reactionary regimes." Unquote. One result of the shameless attack on the revolution by the UML and others has been large-scale desertions from the revisionist and opportunist organizations, as more and more rank-and-file members and supporters rally to the cause of the People's War. The UML revisionists have not restricted their attacks to mere words. They have lent support to government efforts to create so-called self-defense groups like the infamous Rondas in Peru to oppose the uprising. Thus we see that today the so-called theoretical disputes of the communist movement in Nepal, which are themselves part of a broader international struggle between Marxism and revisionism, which some try to dismiss as mere quote-unquote history, are again taking on flesh and blood, to oppose or support the revolution. Just as the successful initiation of the People's War was only possible as a result of a long and bitter struggle against opportunism, it is clear that revisionism in Nepal and internationally will continue to do everything in its power to stop the revolution in Nepal. The class enemy has already leapt quickly at the people, hoping that by using dual tactics of terror and deception they will sidetrack the revolution. Even as the Nepalese ruling class dispatches its militarized police to spread murder and terror throughout the rural districts, they have also tried to confuse the masses with talk of a quote-unquote political solution to the insurgency. The Prime Minister issued public feelers for negotiations. The party has held, quote, that it would be a crime against the proletariat to start an armed struggle without the firm conviction of carrying it out to the end. We shall never allow this struggle to become a mere instrument for introducing partial reforms, or terminate in a simple compromise by exercising pressure on the reactionary classes, unquote. The CPNM's vigorous participation in the repudiation of the right opportunist line in Peru has helped further strengthen the party's ability to respond to these counter-revolutionary dual tactics and the party's grasp of the laws of war. The future. One important actor in the months and years ahead will be the reactionary state of India. It is largely, though not exclusively, through India that Nepal is linked to the world imperialist system. India has long regarded Nepal as its protectorate and is almost certain to intervene militarily if it feels this is necessary. There are also precedents for Indian aggression against small neighbors, including the invasion of Himalayan states of Bhutan and Sikkim, which are not far from Nepal. Sikkim was unceremoniously incorporated into the state of India by the force of the Indian army. At the same time, the Indian rulers must seriously weigh every move they make, given the widespread hatred for them in Nepal among all classes in strata. This is particularly the case now that the Nepalese Congress Party, who are seen as stooges of India, are at the helm of government. Furthermore, the Indian ruling class have their hands full trying to deal with the explosive contradictions in India itself, and they know that overt aggression in Nepal will also be fiercely opposed by broad sections of revolutionary and progressive people in India and throughout South Asia. For the moment, India has been quiet and even offered some carrots to Nepal in the form of relaxed border controls and so forth. But no one is so naive as to think that India will watch passively as revolution unfolds in its Himalayan protectorate. Nepal's Western imperialist backers quickly announced the approval of various development schemes, for example, the building of new roads whose military implications are obvious. Israel, which plays a special role in aiding and training the Nepalese repressive apparatus and intelligence services, is sure to step up its help to the counter-revolution. The initiation of People's War in Nepal comes at an important juncture in the world when the imperialists and reactionaries have declared their final victory over communism. The possibilities of initiating and waging revolutionary warfare are being scoffed at in many quarters, and old verdicts in the long struggle of Marxism versus revisionism are being called into question, including by the right opportunist line in Peru. The outbreak of genuine People's War, led by a Marxist-Leninist party participating in the revolutionary internationalist movement, will strengthen the proletarian line internationally and deal a blow to the puffed-up revisionists who had been pointing to Nepal as a possibility of quote-unquote peaceful transition and wanting the wonders of parliament. It is of course impossible to predict the future course of the People's War in Nepal. There can be no doubt that the struggle will be fierce and complex, and there will be unexpected twists and turns. But already the hope for revolution is being transformed into a material force. The masses are aroused as never before, and whole sections of the people, especially but not only the downtrodden Janjati and other poor peasants, are seeking out the party and its mass organizations. When the pent-up hatred of the downtrodden against their oppression is unleashed by a concrete program for overcoming this oppression, when the scientific ideology of Marxism-Leninism Maoism illuminates the path for the armed struggle of the people, a titanic force is liberated which can sweep aside all that is decrepit and reactionary. The sight of hundreds of thousands of peasants and workers in Nepal standing up and taking on their enemies cannot help but inspire the oppressed masses throughout the world. It highlights the decisive role and vitality of the revolutionary ideology of Marxism-Leninism Maoism and gives further impulse to the forming and strengthening of Marxist-Leninist Maoist parties and organizations united in a revolutionary internationalist movement. The initiation of the People's War in Nepal is a daring and glorious step forward for the world revolution. A World to Win, Issue 22, from 1996. Appeal of the CPNM, that is the Communist Party of Nepal Maoist, to the people. March along the path of People's War. This historic leaflet was distributed in hundreds of thousands of copies all over the country at the time of the great initiation of the People's War on 13th February 1996. Here it is reprinted from The Worker, organ of the Communist Party of Nepal Maoist, June 1996, A World to Win. March along the path of People's War to smash the reactionary state and establish a new democratic state. Dear masses of the people, today Nepalese society is in a state of grave crisis, whether economically, politically, culturally or otherwise. Where has the present state that has been harping about development and construction for the last 50 years landed Nepal economically? It has landed Nepal in the position of second poorest country in the world after Ethiopia. This state that does not manufacture even a needle in the name of a self-reliant and national economy has handed over the whole economy of the country to a dozen families of the foreign comprador and bureaucrat capitalists. Whereas this handful of plunderers have become billionaires, the real masters of this country, and the national property, the toiling masses of Nepal are forced to eke out a meager existence of deprivation and poverty. The sons and daughters of Nepalese peasants and workers reeling under unemployment and poverty are compelled to lead a miserable life of dishonor and neglect in India and different parts of the world to earn their daily bread. After piling a massive foreign debt burden even on the future generations of the Nepalese people, the feudal and comprador and bureaucrat capitalist rulers are making merry on it. In the name of privatization and liberalization, under the guidance and for the benefit of the foreign capitalists, the process of mortgaging the whole country to the comprador and bureaucrat capitalists is now in full swing. The burden of this economic degradation has to be basically borne by the peasantry, which constitute 90% of the population. That every new government formed under this state structure pushes and will push the country economically into further state of bankruptcy has been historically verified. To maintain hegemony of one religion, Hinduism, language, Nepalese and nationality, caste, this state has for centuries exercised discrimination, exploitation and oppression against other religions, languages and nationalities, and has conspired to fragment the force of national unity that is vital for the proper development and security of the country. On the contrary, it has been prostrating itself before the foreign imperialists and expansionists and repeatedly mortgaging Nepal's national honor and sovereignty to them. The present state has been shamelessly permitting the foreign plunderers to grab the natural water resources of Nepal and to trample upon our motherland. If this process is allowed to continue in the future, the patriotic, conscious and self-esteemed Nepalese have no doubt that the very existence of Nepal will be in jeopardy. The present state has declared war against the development of the national culture of the Nepalese people by flooding the country with corrupt, licentious and distorted imperialist culture. The feudal and imperialist forces are doing their utmost to replace the democratic cultural values and ideals with Freudian, nihilist and anarchic values. This is a sequel to the conspiracy of the reactionary classes to corrupt the people culturally and preserve their own heaven of plunder. This corrupt cultural value is no less responsible for the burgeoning of drug trafficking, smuggling, thievery, black marketeering, looting, murder and rape in the society today. Within this moribund state structure, a coalition government of Panchas (royalists) and Nepali Congress, defamed in Nepalese history for their anti-national and genocidal deeds, is ruling right now. This government has forced not only the peasants and workers of Nepal, but also the people of different categories and professions to live in a state of scarcity, injustice and terror. Whereas this state has been treating women as second-class citizens for a long time, now it has intensified rape, trafficking and the process of commoditization through advertisements against them. The whole educational system is tuned to produce slaves for this state, and there is rampant anarchy in it. Thus, be they workers, peasants, women, teachers, students, small traders, lower-ranking civil servants, doctors, professors, or people of different classes including the national bourgeoisie, all are victims of this state of feudals and comprador and bureaucrat capitalists. Except for radical change in all spheres, any possibility of reform has now become a mere chimera. Reactionary ruling classes, forever swearing by democracy, have been repeatedly using their guns against the political activists or the ordinary masses who hold political beliefs counter to the interests of the rulers. This state, which regards itself as the custodian of quote-unquote democracy, has been surviving on the blood of innumerable sons and daughters of Mother Nepal, ranging from infants to the aged, whenever the people have professed and spoken in favor of nationalism, democracy and livelihood. Hundreds of thousands of Nepalese people fighting for justice have been subjected to inhuman physical torture, confinement in jails and mental torture. Not only during the partyless Panchayat (absolute monarchy) period, but even in the present monarchical parliamentary period, the fascist genocidal and repressive acts have been on the increase rather than decreasing. This is a bitter truth experienced by the Nepalese people in their real life. This process has now developed into an armed repression campaign against innocent people favoring truth and justice. The recent armed operation and state terror let loose in western Nepal and in different parts of the country has testified beyond doubt that the ruling classes have openly embarked upon an unjust war against the people. The heinous game of the reactionary state of enrolling the sons and daughters of the poor peasants and workers into the police and the army as mercenaries and forcing them to use arms against their own parents, brothers and sisters is now crystal clear. With the passage of time, those in the police and the army will also come to know the realities. There is no alternative for the people other than to raise the banner of just war against this unjust war. How did we reach this stage of the critical condition of nationalism, democracy and livelihood, and a situation of open warfare of the state against the people? What is clear on the basis of historical and scientific materialism is that the seeds of this state of affairs were sown in Nepalese history a long time back. With the advent of the era of imperialism and proletarian revolution, as in almost all the oppressed nations, in Nepal too, a semi-feudal and semi-colonial socio-economic structure based on the alliance of feudalism and imperialism was created. This gave rise to a process of feudalism prostrating before imperialism and imperialism plundering the masses while protecting feudalism. In Nepal, this process was initiated in concrete form after the conclusion of the Sugauli Treaty of 1815-16 with British India. The inevitable consequence of this process was that it obstructed the development of national capitalism and instead opened the path to the development of bureaucrat capital in the interests of both landlords and imperialism. This long historical period has in fact been the period of the process of the birth, rise and demise of the same bureaucrat capital. In Nepalese society, the 104-year period of Rana autocracy between 1846 to 1950 existed under the same formation as the later partyless Panchayat autocracy between 1960 to 1990 and the current so-called monarchical multi-party system since 1990 also continued and continues under the same dispensation. As a result of the struggle of the Nepalese people against this socio-economic structure, principally, and due to the changes in the international political situation, secondarily, the names of the system and the government have been changing, sometimes liberal and at other times conservative, to make a redistribution of the spoils of power. But the basic structure of the state has remained unchanged. The political developments of 1951, 1960, 1979 and 1990 can only be understood in this way. Looking at history just since 1951, it is amply evident that an ever greater crisis for the country and the people has been sprouting from within the womb of the petty reforms carried out within the reactionary state. The Nepalese people have been constantly struggling against this state of affairs. In the process of such struggles, the Nepalese people have been a victim of not only the repeated repression and intrigues of the reactionaries, but also of the betrayal and treachery of the reformists. Today, the biggest traitors to the people have been those so-called communists, the revisionists, who have gone after crumbs of reactionary state power by licking the boots of feudalism and imperialism. The Nepalese people and Nepalese history will never forgive those traitors who have sat on the chairs of the reactionaries by betraying the people's faith in radical change and the Communist Party and by stepping on the blood of thousands of martyrs. Again, if one talks of limiting oneself to the reformist struggle within the reactionary state, that will be merely another process of treachery. This has now been a historically verified truth. The other aspect which should not be forgotten at this point is that the negative recurrence of the reactionary repression and intrigue and reformist betrayal and treachery has given rise to the positive conditions of enhancing the political consciousness of the general masses of the people and of their attaining the sole revolutionary ideology of Marxism-Leninism and Maoism for their further liberation amidst the people's class struggle and a long and intense ideological struggle against such reformism. Today, the Marxist-Leninist Maoist party, guided by this all-powerful revolutionary ideology, has developed like a beautiful and blossoming flower through the long struggle of the laboring masses of Nepal, irrigated by the blood of thousands of martyrs. Whereas all kinds of reactionaries and revisionists are madly after it to nip it in the bud, the revolutionary masses are taking care of its preservation and development. Dear masses of the people, what is clear from the above historical and current facts is that the present crisis-ridden condition of the country is the result of the development of contradictions between the exploitation and oppression of the people by the state power of the feudals and comprador and bureaucrat capitalist classes on the one hand, and the relentless struggle carried out by the people against it on the other. To defend their moribund and crisis-ridden reactionary state, feudalism and imperialism have openly imposed an unjust war on the Nepalese people. If the Nepalese people cannot raise the banner of a just people's war against this unjust war and become victorious in it, the Nepalese people and the Nepalese nation will be doomed to a prolonged darkness. Conscious of one's duty towards this historical necessity, the Communist Party of Nepal, Maoist, the proletarian party of the sons and daughters of the masses of the people, has resolved to initiate the process of forcibly smashing this reactionary state and establishing a new democratic state. This resolve of ours is based on the feeling of service and devotion toward the people, and on the commitment to the lofty ideology of Marxism-Leninism Maoism to free humanity forever from the yoke of class exploitation, and on the study of the history of Nepalese society in that light. We are fully conscious that this war to break the shackles of thousands of years of slavery and to establish a new democratic state will be quite uphill, full of twists and turns and of a protracted nature. But this and this alone is the path of people's liberation and a great and bright future. This path will unfold by making use of all forms of struggle in keeping with the historical stage of development of Nepal, and principally, as we have been saying all along, according to the strategy of encircling the city from the countryside, with agrarian revolution as the axis, and from the midst of and in conjunction with the rural class struggle. This process of people's war in the context of the present balance of forces will move forward through the process of people's guerrilla war within the stage of strategic defense. We are confident that the masses of the people of all classes and categories will extend active support and help to this revolutionary process, and that it will be victorious. Besides this, we are conscious and confident that this struggle will win support and help from the communist revolutionaries and struggling masses the world over, and this will, in turn, assist all those revolutionaries. Because this struggle of ours will be part and parcel of the world proletarian revolution, undertaken with a view to ending exploitation and oppression of man by man, and to ending war itself forever. In this context, we would like to make special mention of the ongoing People's Revolution in Peru based on Marxism-Leninism Maoism, and the revolutionary internationalist movement RIM, and revolutionary movements the world over based on the same. Finally, we appeal to the workers, peasants, women, students, teachers, intellectuals, and the masses of the people of all categories and trades to march along in the process of people's war for establishing a people's new democratic state, and to extend to it all forms of support and help. It is right to rebel. Long live the people's war. Down with the reactionary state. Long live the new democratic revolution. Glory to Marxism-Leninism Maoism. With revolutionary greetings, Central Committee, Communist Party of Nepal, Maoist. A World to Win, Issue 22, 1996. Message to the Central Committee of the Communist Party of Nepal, Maoist, from the Committee of the Revolutionary Internationalist Movement. Dear comrades, on behalf of all the participating parties and organizations of the Revolutionary Internationalist Movement, RIM, we extend our deep, heartfelt communist salute on the occasion of giving birth to a glorious chapter in the history of revolution in Nepal, the initiation of people's war aimed at overthrowing imperialism, feudalism, and bureaucrat capitalism. We highly cherish this newborn and are immensely proud of it. We pledge our full support to help keep it growing and developing. The launching of revolutionary warfare for emancipation is what the proletariat and people of the world need and want. Now the workers and peasants of Nepal, under the leadership of their vanguard, the Communist Party of Nepal, Maoist, are not only moving forward the history of Nepal but also world history. This is a great and lofty responsibility they are shouldering. They are not only fighting for their own liberation but for the emancipation of the proletariat and the peoples of the world. They have decided to boldly march in the front ranks of the world proletarian revolution and be a beacon light showing the way forward on the crimson and liberating path of Marxism-Leninism Maoism to all the oppressed of the world. This is a great advance for him and a tremendous assistance to our detachment in Peru, the Communist Party of Peru, which is involved in intense and arduous battle to keep our red flag flying in Peru and in the face of ferocious attacks by the enemy and ugly assaults from a right opportunist line. Let the reactionary blood-sucking ruling classes in Nepal and their allies and their imperialist masters moan and tremble at the sight of the armed workers and peasants of Nepal who are taking the initial steps to forge a Red Army. As we know, without the People's Army, the people have nothing. Up to now, the reactionaries have had the monopoly over the use of force. Now the people of Nepal, under the leadership of their party, and according to the teachings of Marxism-Leninism Maoism, have categorically decided to break this monopoly and take history into their own hands. Comrades, please convey our intense revolutionary feelings to the party members and all of the Red Fighters. Together with all the participating parties and organizations of our movement, we celebrate the memory of the fallen heroes of our class in this glorious battle of initiation. Every drop of blood that the reactionaries have shed from our class brothers and sisters in Nepal will be another nail in the coffin of imperialism and reaction. Although the road you have embarked upon will be long and tortuous, final victory will belong to the revolutionary masses of Nepal. March 1996. A World to Win, Issue 23 from 1998. Nepal. The People's War is sinking roots. From the time the first cries of the People's War were heard on 13th February 1996, the face of Nepal has been changing. The downtrodden of the Himalayas are rising up, arms in hand, marching along the tortuous path of revolution to overthrow imperialism, feudalism and bureaucrat capitalism, determined to turn Nepal into a red base for the world revolution. With the initiation of the war, the sharp class struggle that has been rocking Nepal for some time has taken a qualitative leap in both intensity and scope. In semi-feudal, semi-colonial countries, the poor peasants are the main force of the new democratic revolution. And in Nepal, one of the poorest countries in the world, the rural poor live in particularly appalling conditions. Unleashed by the People's War, this most oppressed section has stepped to the forefront of the struggle. Along with the proletariat and, led by a genuine MLM party, the Communist Party of Nepal Maoist, CPNM, the masses of Nepal are learning the laws of war through waging war. The pace and quality of events during the last 2 years have brought valuable lessons not only to the oppressed of Nepal and their vanguard, but for the oppressed all over the world. Developing the People's War. The 2 weeks of concentrated and simultaneous activity that marked the initiation of the People's War and the ensuing actions in the next couple of months effectively established the politics of armed struggle and prepared the basis for guerrilla war. After the successful accomplishment of this first phase, in which new forms of organization also started to take shape, the party launched the second phase of the war. The CPNM adheres to the Maoist understanding that in a people's war the main form of organization of the masses is the revolutionary army and the main form of struggle is armed struggle. The basic objective of the second plan was, quote, to develop the guerrilla warfare in a planned manner as to prepare grounds to convert specific areas into guerrilla zones in the near future. For this, the emphasis would be on creating radicalized or militarized mass bases in specific areas and upgrading and expanding the fighting capability of the armed detachments. Accordingly, broad categorization and identification of principal zones, secondary zones, and propaganda zones was made, unquote, from 1 year of People's War in Nepal, the worker organ of the CPNM. Number 3, February 1997. The second plan that started to unfold in October 96 incorporated different forms of actions and activities. An important part of the second plan has been guerrilla raids against enemy armed forces. The proletariat and the people can only seize power by destroying the enemy's rule, which is enforced through its army. In countries dominated by imperialism, the people's army can destroy the enemy's rule, at first in parts of the countryside, win base areas, and establish political power as the key to unleashing the masses and developing strength in preparation for seizing nationwide power, in keeping with the strategy of surrounding the cities from the countryside. This is an uneven and protracted war, where the forces of the enemy have all the means of the state at their disposal and are armed to the teeth. But the army of revolution is armed with great courage and sacrifice, stemming from a materialist understanding of the course of history, and it relies on the boundless initiative of the masses to overcome any obstacle. Most of the CPNM-led military actions so far have been carried out with homemade guns and bombs, kukuris, traditional Nepali curved knives, work tools, and sometimes even bare hands. But the revolutionaries also apply a policy of acquiring modern weaponry. In late 96 and early 97, there were several attacks against police outposts, including in Lung in Bhutan, Tribeni in Dolpa, both in the Western Hills, and in Betan. Among these, the party has singled out the Betan raid as the most successful and the best example so far in this newly budding war of a daring military exploit and supreme sacrifice. Betan is a backward region in Ramechhap in the eastern hills of Nepal. In the dark night of the 3rd January 1997, a squad consisting of 29 guerrillas led by Comrade Tirtha Gautam held their lives in their hands and dared to attack a police outpost equipped with modern weaponry. Our comrades were armed only with homemade bombs and guns, but were filled with revolutionary enthusiasm and convinced that in a revolutionary war it is people, not weapons, that are decisive. After a pitched battle that lasted for several hours, they succeeded in overpowering the enemy. 2 policemen were killed and 2 others seriously injured, and the guerrillas seized 4 rifles and hundreds of rounds of ammunition. Comrade Gautam and 2 other fighters, including a woman, lost their lives as their blood flowed to water the soil of revolution. Another form of action is what the party calls acts of sabotage. These include attacks, for example in Kabre and Baglun, against such targets as the agricultural development banks, which are a pillar of comprador and feudal domination in the countryside. During these attacks, loan papers are often burned. Promises of NGOs and NGOs, international non-governmental organizations, that play a role in perpetuating poverty in the countryside, as well as premises of comprador capitalists, have also been raided, and on some occasions weapons and grain have been seized. Such actions as burning the loan papers, apart from actually destroying the records of unjust and back-breaking loans, point towards the new class relations the party is fighting for. One form of military action has been the selective annihilation of local tyrants and other elements hated by the masses, among whom are informers as well as police officers responsible for the arrests and killings of comrades. For generations, the heavy burden of the caste system, feudal oppression, and tradition have weighed heavily on the backs of the people. Now the time has come for the masses to have their say and throw their wrath upon those who personify and enforce these oppressive relations. The revolutionaries also regularly organize armed propaganda in the form of torch processions and corner meetings. These are meetings held in neighborhoods that disperse when the authorities come and then gather again in a different spot. In the course of all these actions, the fighters always explain the politics to the masses, expose the enemy, and call on people to join and help the revolution. The CPNM has several publications that appear regularly, but the distribution of leaflets, graffiti, posters and shouting slogans are other methods the party uses to train the masses in revolutionary politics. In coordination with military actions, the second plan also integrated political, economic, social and cultural activities. These were organized to further educate the masses on the aims of the People's War. They also served to mobilize a wider range of people, including from those sections of the population who, even though not the most oppressed, can be won over in a united front against imperialism and feudalism. One key arena of these united front activities has been the cities. In this context, the Kathmandu Valley Band in brackets General Strike and Nepal Band 21st August and 12th December 1996 respectively were carried out under the banner of the National Mass Movement Coordination Committee NMMCC, a pro-people organization. The Nepal Band was called in protest against the Mahakali Treaty, border encroachment, corruption, murder and suppression, according to a press release by the NMMCC. With nearly 2.27% of the world's water resources, Nepal is one of the richest countries in water resources in the world and has a capacity to produce electricity equivalent to that of Mexico, the USA and Canada combined, yet 40% of the rural population still lack regular supplies of potable water. To the extent this capacity is tapped, it has been through unequal treaties for the benefit of India, which plays the role of the big regional power. In the particular case of the Mahakali Integrated Development Project, Nepal has taken up a project which will cost it a foreign debt of 250 billion rupees, the equivalent of 5 years of the annual budget, but according to the agreement the electricity generated will be sold to India at giveaway prices for years to come. The theft of Nepal's resources by India is one feature of a long-standing unequal relationship, which all the Nepalese ruling parties have given their stamp of approval. This has created a strong sense of nationalism and anti-Indian, anti-imperialist feeling among the masses as well as sections of the national bourgeoisie. During the Band, transport, educational institutions, factories and markets of major cities were closed. Hundreds of vehicles were burned by the petrol bombs and thousands of people demonstrated in the streets of Kathmandu Valley. Major cities including Kathmandu, Bhaktapur, Patan, Hetauda, Pokhara, Biratnagar and Nepalganj saw torchlight processions attended by thousands. 300,000 leaflets were distributed all over the country during the Band. The celebration of the first anniversary of the People's War was part of the second plan. In a burst of activity on this day, the party and the people reaffirmed their determination to continue on the path they have chosen. See Celebrations of the First Anniversary of the People's War, page 58. The state response. In response to the People's War, the state has unleashed frenzied terror on the masses. In areas where support for revolution is widespread, the police attack and arrest all the young men. As a result, young men have been forced to go into hiding in the nearby mountains, and the women have taken over their part of production. A team of human rights activists who visited the village of Kot Gaon in Rolpa during a tour of western Nepal reported, quote, "When the team arrived at the village it looked quiet and almost desolate. It was found that there were 20 police personnel at a police post located at Marichaur, 10 of them riot police. The reason why the village looked so desolate was that most of the family members of the village had been to the rice field to work, and many of the young boys and men had been compelled to go into hiding due to police terror." Unquote, from Human Rights Bulletin, Volume 8, Number 18, May 1996, published by Forum for Protection of Human Rights, Nepal. Other reports indicate that when attacking villages in the search for activists, the police shoot unarmed people, and when the person they are looking for is not found, they arrest, torture, rape, and sometimes kill their family members. The above-mentioned human rights team also reported that the drunken police forces looted the local inhabitants' chickens and goats. Amnesty International's March 97 report also condemns, quote, "the torture and deliberate killing of prisoners or other defenseless individuals," unquote, by the state. According to this report, As of November 1996, 1,358 people had been arrested, and although many were released, about 600 remained in detention awaiting trial. Among them are many members of the Maga tribal community and members of lower Hindu castes. As early as March 1997, more than 70 people had been killed in the hands of the enemy. One atrocious example of state terrorism is the killings in Mirul, a small village in Rolpa inhabited by poor peasants of the Kam Maga oppressed nationality and a stronghold of the CPNM. On the 17th November 1996, the armed police forces and goons from neighboring areas descended on Mirul, ransacked the peasants' houses, and almost took the whole adult population into custody. After interrogation and threats, they released most, but 5 people were taken to a nearby jungle and shot dead. Among these were a 70-year-old and a 65-year-old. The body of a young revolutionary woman was set on fire while she was still alive. In the coming weeks the oppression and killing continued. But emboldened by the ongoing People's War, the people of Mirul did not submit quietly. They took it upon themselves to eliminate the enemy agents in the village and virtually seized the local power in their own hands, and in doing so they set a bright example for other villages. Election boycott. Nepal was ruled for a long time through a partyless panchayat system of monarchy, but shifted to a constitutional monarchy in the wake of a massive uprising in 1990. The constitutional monarchy, which was established to spread the seeds of reformism and parliamentary illusions among different strata, far from bringing about any real changes, continued to serve the semi-colonial, semi-feudal social formation in Nepal. In early 1997, the government began preparing for local elections to be held on 7th of May. These are held at the village level through village development committees, VDCs, and district development committees, DDCs, as well as municipalities to form the local government. The elections provide legitimacy to the feudal and comprador forces and are used by the reactionaries to maintain their rule. With this understanding, the CPNM called on the people to boycott the elections and thus to reject the old regime, while at the same time to fight to build the basis for a new state through the People's War. The party's call for boycott was accompanied by a campaign of agitation and propaganda, using posters, leaflets and door-to-door visits to expose the election farce and to call on people to take up the revolutionary struggle instead. Rallies were also organized in major cities, even though pro-Maoist rallies were banned. The processions that were held in support of the boycott policy were attacked by the police and many were arrested. In response to the party's call, hundreds of thousands of people decided not to vote, and in about 40 VDCs nobody even filed for nominations. Soon after, in other VDCs where partial lists had been presented, the nominees pulled out. By the time of the vote, 75 VDCs, out of about 4,000, did not even have candidates for the election. This was mainly in Rolpa, Jajakot, Rukum, Salyan, Gorkha, Baglun, and Lamjun, as well as Humla, Jumla, Jura, and Dolpa, areas where party influence is relatively strong. The elections for these areas were postponed to an undecided date. The overwhelming positive response to the CPNM's call for a boycott came as a shock to the ruling classes, who were accusing each other of incompetence in dealing with the war. For weeks, Nepali newspapers carried front-page articles voicing the need for the regime to bring in new rules and regulations to defeat the People's War. Forces from within the state were criticizing the government for, quote, soft-pedaling over such grave issues, unquote, and this at the time that police forces were on a rampage in the countryside, arresting, raping, and killing villagers on suspicion of Maoism. There were requests for members of the ruling parties to be armed at the grassroots level and to join in with the armed forces in fighting the Maoists. A Kathmandu Post editorial in May said, quote, if the government does not act now, People in the affected areas will lose faith not only in the government's ability but also in the democratic process itself. Sick. Then there is also the very strong possibility that the ideological fires of class struggle the Maoists are fanning will spread to other parts." Unquote. During the elections, the state introduced a security plan involving 20,000 policemen who were mainly concentrated in areas most affected by the People's War. The police staged regular raids to intimidate the masses and curb the boycott campaign of the party. 3 types of reserve forces were brought in to strengthen the police, and in addition there were plans for a quick reaction army team to be deployed in every constituency. So far, the reactionary state has relied mainly on the police, who are not the best trained and equipped forces at the enemy's disposal to suppress the revolution, but as the flames of the war spread, the state is concocting new schemes to drown the revolution in blood. Soon after the elections, the government started reviewing a new so-called anti-terrorist bill, the Terrorism and Disruptive Crime Prevention and Punishment Bill, which will grant sweeping powers to the police and the administration. This has given rise to outrage among people of all walks of life in Nepal, and the party has launched a political offensive against the bill. Under the leadership of the NMMCC, 9 political parties and fronts launched a series of Nepal Bands, the first on 29th of August 1997, and several more were to follow. Tens of thousands of people, from human rights activists and lawyers to writers and artists, have been mobilized, and a broad united front has been established. It should be mentioned that the United Nepal Communist Party Marxist-Leninist, the UML, a revisionist grouping who in summer 97 was playing a major role in the government, has been pushing for this anti-terrorist bill through one of its leaders, the Deputy Prime Minister Gautam. He was quoted in the Kathmandu Post in August 97 as saying, quote, "They, the CPNM, are terrorists and need to be dealt with sternly by enacting a strong anti-terrorism law." Unquote. In response to some inside his party who have raised questions about the need for this bill, he said, quote, "Those who argue that tough laws are not needed can be accused of promoting terrorism." Unquote. The revisionist monarchies of UML sound more and more like Peru's Fujimori. At the same time, the government has been reinforcing its military presence by setting up military camps at Rolpa, Rukum, Jajjakot, and Dang. 2 army battalions have been sent to western Nepal and are preparing a suppression campaign. When in Peru, in 1984, the army entered to replace the police in fighting the PCP, our comrades and the masses faced unspeakable cruelty and genocide, and according to the PCP comrades themselves, it was a time of unprecedented difficulties for the People's War. The introduction of the better armed and trained army to the battlefield in Nepal would pose new dangers and challenges to the revolution. The People's War advances. In May, the party announced that the second plan was coming to a conclusion, and the party was preparing the initial stage of the third phase. The party's assessment was that during the first stages of the People's War, first and second plans, the fighting ability of the party had grown, and the party was developing a professional guerrilla force. The third plan started from 17th of August under the slogan, "Develop guerrilla war to the next higher stage." One of the aims of this third stage is to expand the areas of influence, especially to the Terai region. This is the rice-growing southern plains where Nepal borders India. It is the most populated part of the country, with many inhabitants of Indian origin. The mobilization against the proposed anti-terrorist act is also part of the third plan. The activities of the guerrillas are mainly concentrated on the historic strongholds of the party, mostly the Midwestern Hills and some parts of the Eastern Hills. Having consolidated some of its base, and in response to the enthusiasm expressed by the masses in other areas to join the People's War, the party is set to expand to new areas. One example is given in a report printed in the pro-people Janadesh Weekly, July 97, from Dang in Rapti Zone, an area of extreme polarization where Maoist activity is spreading gradually. This was an area of peasant uprisings in the 60s where the movement was defeated because of a wrong line. This area is inhabited by people of the Tharu nationality who are exploited by one big landlord, who is also a leading person in the Nepal Congress Party. Guerrillas took over the local market where they made speeches telling people about the People's War and Maoism, calling on them to support the revolution, and asked for donations from villagers. Many people, including small shopkeepers, donated willingly. During this action, the guerrillas also set the landlord's house on fire. Landlords typically live in the capital, so he wasn't there. Stung by this, the reactionaries retaliated by harassing the masses for their support for the guerrillas. Twists and turns. Nepalese society is marked by the contradiction between a handful of ruling feudal and comprador bureaucratic capitalist classes and the overwhelming majority of the oppressed masses. This contradiction is getting more acute and polarization is intensifying. The crisis gripping the Nepalese regime has been sharpened by the upsurge of the masses since 1990. There have been 5 different governments in the last 7 years since the restoration of the multi-party parliamentary system. The coalition that was forming the government until October 97 included the Rastriya Prachanda Party, RPR, a reincarnation of the reactionary royalist forces who still control the army, the police and the bureaucracy. Another member of the coalition was the Satbhavana Party, SP, a regional party of pro-Indian landlords and bourgeoisie of the Terai region. And finally the United Nepal Communist Party Marxist-Leninist. The UML, with its Marxist-Leninist trademark and its organizational network, the largest among the ruling classes, has become a handy tool to confuse the masses. This coalition collapsed in October to be replaced by another one headed by RPP leader Surya Bahadur Thapa and supported, among others, by the Nepali Congress Party. The new government's plans to join in the World Trade Organization will further polarize the economy as Nepal tunes its economy to WTO obligations to qualify for membership. Among these conditions is that member nations need to cut tariffs and dismantle non-tariff barriers to trade, measures that would open up the country even more to imperialist capital. This will have a devastating effect on small-scale and home-based production units, such as in the garment field. All these will help isolate the puppet regime and strengthen the basis for continuing the People's War. One reason the People's War is said to be a clarifying factor is that many self-proclaimed revolutionary forces are forced to show their true colors in opposing the rising masses. Most notable among these has been the UML who, despite their claim to be Marxist-Leninists, are one of the main forces in a government that is brutally suppressing the masses and their revolution. There are also other forces such as the Nepal Communist Party, Marshall, who instead of rectifying their mistakes and welcoming the People's War, have decided instead to turn their backs on revolution. The People's War has brought the fundamental weakness of the old state in Nepal to the light of day and has awakened hope among the masses of the oppressed, even beyond the borders of the country. This will not go unnoticed by the imperialists and the other reactionaries in the region, particularly India, which historically has been the dominating force in Nepal. The experience of the People's War in Peru is proof that the imperialists and reactionaries will not spare a single effort to crush the revolution. But the same contradictions that gave rise to the revolution in Nepal are brewing also in India, and any attempt by India to intervene will cause fierce opposition not only in Nepal, but in India itself. It is impossible to predict the course of events in Nepal, and as the CPNM says, quoting Lenin, "The revolution always creates in its course of development an unusual and complex situation. The road to victory will no doubt be full of twists and turns, but the downtrodden of Nepal are coming forward as active creators of a new social order, and a whole new generation of youth is being trained in the theory and practice of Marxism-Leninism Maoism." A World to Win, issue 23 from 1998. Document. Strategy and Tactics of Armed Struggle in Nepal. Strategy and Tactics of Armed Struggle in Nepal was adopted by the Third Plenum of the Central Committee of the Communist Party of Nepal Maoist, CPNM, in March 1995. This is a historic document representing a break with wrong lines dominating the Nepalese communist movement for decades. The understanding forged in this document laid the basis for the initiation of the People's War in Nepal in February 1996. This document is reprinted from The Worker, organ of the CPNM, number 3, A World to Win. Historical background. When analyzing Nepal's history from a historical materialist perspective, it can be easily inferred that the Nepalese people have been struggling against the complexities of natural forces and various man-made problems for their own survival and development. Modern Nepal was evolved through the struggle between and the intermingling of, on the one hand, simple innocent people struggling to live peacefully on steep slopes with their natural economic system and tribal culture, and on the other hand, against the Hindus who had periodically introduced into this country from the south, especially about 1000 years ago, with their superior technology of production and art of war, after they were defeated by the Muslim. In this historical process, the rise of princes and chieftains and the continuing struggle between them has forced the people to be trained in violent struggle, which has been proved by history. The Nepalese people, who had acquired military and fighting prowess in the course of their historical development, were able to fight bravely against the British in the south and the Chinese in the north, who were well equipped with modern knowledge, techniques and weapons during the later period. In the battles fought for their own sovereignty, the children, old men, women and youths have demonstrated unprecedented sacrifices, bravery and cleverness on the basis of arms and equipment made in their own country. This frightened and terrorized even large imperialist armies and their commanders and established the Nepalese Gorkhali people as one of the greatest fighters in the world. Even today, any independent Nepalese would feel proud when they remember the fighting prowess, bravery and sacrifice of the Nepalese people in the past history. It is a matter of no lesser pride that even Karl Marx, the proponent of communist ideology and the leader of the world proletariat, had also appreciated the sacrifice, bravery and skill shown by the Nepalese people in those wars. However, from the point of view of the leadership, even yesterday and today foreign imperialism and its running dog, the domestic reactionary ruling class, have conspiratorially turned the brave Nepalese into mercenary soldiers. For us it is necessary to pass this historical legacy to the people through the struggle and encourage them to take their fate in their own hands. Here, even after the development of the centralized Nepalese state, the Nepalese people have been fighting and opposing in their own way the atrocities let loose by the ruling classes, especially the Ranas and the Shahas. Notable among these are many clashes within the different ruling classes and the rebellion of Lakan Thapa against the Ranas. Against the background of the growing people's consciousness and rebellion worldwide around the period of the Second World War, the Nepalese people began to fight violently against the oppression perpetrated by the ruling classes. In this process, the Communist Party was born in Nepal, and Nepal entered into the stage of new democratic revolution against feudalism and imperialism. The people from different parts of the country rose to fight with arms against the Indian expansionist ruling classes, their stooge the Nepali Congress, and the feudal king, who had conspired to crush the people's movement through the Delhi Accord. In this connection, the armed rebellion that took place in the Bhairava area is notable. Even after that, the people continued to be involved in small or big struggles, breaking the reactionary law and administration. Armed conflicts against the local feudal tyrants in different places started taking place. Among this kind of armed rebellion against feudalism and expansionism, the armed rebellion that took place under the leadership of Bhim Datta Pant in the western part of Nepal is historically important. In the year 1952-53 alone, the way Bhim Datta Pant formed hundreds of armed squads, the way he was able to annihilate corrupt government officials, the way he was able to capture grain from the government granaries and other essentials and distribute them among the poor and famine-stricken peasants, the way he was able to attack the feudal tyrants one after another, was not unimportant. The very fact that it was beyond the capacity of the Nepalese government to quell this rebellion itself proves clearly how popular and powerful it was. Thousands of Indian troops were called inside to quell this rebellion, and the leader was killed in a most gruesome and inhuman manner. It was from that period onwards that the present ruling class had shown its anti-national, capitulationist and fascist nature. During this period, peasants in league with the Communist Party started fighting against feudal exploitation in different districts of the country. Among them, the peasant rebellion developed in Bara, Pasa and especially in Rautahat, which was of special importance. Thousands of peasants defied the law and administration to destroy the bond papers of the local feudal tyrants, to break their granaries, to start a cultural movement to snub the pride of the feudals, thus spearheading the violent struggles. The peasants nearly captured the local political power, leading to panic flights by local feudal landlords. However, it is a matter of sad concern that then the leadership of the Communist Party, instead of analyzing the peasant class war and armed rebellions that were taking place in different parts of Nepal, and without exploring the potentiality of waging a guerrilla war, condemned them as extremist and went to surrender before the king. It tried to limit itself to legal, peaceful struggle and to work within the parliamentary system. This was a historical betrayal in the direction of revisionism that would have a long-term impact in the Nepalese communist movement. Even after that, the People's Rebellion went ahead. Peasant rebellions of different kinds continued. In this period, the peasants' long struggle against the feudals in Kaniyavas of Dading and that of Dang are worth mentioning. Illegal struggles of a small and big nature continued against the signing of the Gandak Treaty by the so-called elected Nepali Congress government in the year 1959 and against the bootlickers of the Indian expansionists. Violent struggles in different places against the royal coup of 1960 and against the partyless Panchayat system were also seen. In this period, the leftist youth and student movement continued despite the imprisonment, repression and terror unleashed on them. The armed struggle of 1972–73 in Japa, in line with the protracted People's War waged in rebellion against the right revisionism prevalent in the communist movement, is the most noteworthy struggle. That rebellion certainly represents the revolutionary trend and spirit. Those who have been martyred in the process of consciously establishing a new democratic republic are immortal martyrs. Although there were deep shortcomings in the leadership in terms of petty bourgeois mechanistic and quote-unquote leftist adventurous tendencies, it was however an important far-reaching rebellion against the autocratic feudal rule of the king and against the right reformist tendencies that had become deeply entrenched in the Nepalese communist movement. In the armed struggle to pursue a new democratic revolution, the martyrs of the Japa rebellion will remain in the forefront. Around this time, the intense struggles against the feudals and exploiters in the eastern Terai, consisting of Sarlahi, Mahottari, Siraha, Danusha and Sintuli, have established a new record in the history of the peasant movement. In this process, too, hundreds of thousands of farmers under the leadership of the party were involved in the class struggle, resulting in a kind of power vacuum in the villages. It can be clearly seen that there was a possibility of initiating the process of guerrilla warfare from the foundation of the peasant struggle of that period. However, because of the reformist line and the petty bourgeois pretensions of the party, the peasants became helpless under the onslaught of the reactionary military operation. During that time, many brave sons of the Nepalese revolutionary movement got martyred. Amidst this, in Chitwan, the peasant struggle, including the Chugedi struggle, took place. Even in that rebellion, many peasant youths got martyred. The historic student movement of 1979 took the form of the people's movement throughout the country. In this process, the development of the countrywide violent peasant struggle took place. This brought in the waves of the big peasant struggle in the eastern Terai districts mentioned above, and others including the Chitwan, Dang and Bardia. Different sections of the people, including peasants, got involved in the countrywide struggle against the Panchayat and the monarchy by defying the reactionary law and administration. The king was forced to concede an alternative choice against the so-called choiceless Panchayat because of the strength of the violent struggle for people's power, although behind it there was an inherent conspiracy plotted by the king and the monarchical forces. Even after that, the trend of people's struggle forged ahead by becoming stronger day after day for the sake of nationalism, democracy, and the livelihood of the people. The historical people's movement of 1990 became the central expression of all these movements. Here, along with the countless violent conflicts all over Nepal, including in the capital city, the movement began to forge ahead to end the monarchical system. In this historic struggle, hundreds of brave sons and daughters of Nepal had to lose their lives. However, the domestic and foreign reactionaries, including the right reformists, in order to get limited reforms, went ahead to compromise with the king against the high level and spirit of the movement and succeeded in their conspiracy to derail the movement. It is clear that the end of the partyless Panchayat and the establishment of the multi-party system under the leadership of the king is also the result of the people's violent struggle. Even after the establishment of the multi-party system, many people are still in the process of the struggle for nationality, democracy, and the livelihood of the people. In this period, we have also clearly seen in the course of the general legal movements under the leadership that people are willing to extend them full help and support with great enthusiasm when there are direct attacks against the reactionary state and there are violent clashes. Within a short period of the establishment of the multi-party system, hundreds of Nepalese have lost their lives for the sake of liberation and their rights, in which an important leader of our party from Danusha and other cadres throughout the country have also fallen. The conscious peasant class struggle developed in the western hilly districts, particularly in Rolpa and Rukum, representing a high level of the anti-feudal and anti-imperialist revolutionary struggle. Despite severe reactionary repression and terror, the movement not only remains sustained, but also is going ahead as a resistance movement with a qualitative leap. That struggle has given birth to some new factors in the Nepalese communist movement, which have inspired us to be more serious about the business of armed struggle. From the historical review, it can be concluded that 1. The reactionary propaganda that the Nepalese people are peace-loving and that they don't like violence is absolutely false. It is an incontrovertible fact that the Nepalese people have been waging violent struggle for their rights since historical times. 2. Until today, whatever general reforms have been achieved by the Nepalese people, behind them was the force of the violent and illegal struggle of the people. 3. The Nepalese people are very conscious and sensitive about the question of nationalism and that they feel proud to lay down their lives while fighting rather than submit to the pressures of the foreigners. 4. From the year 1951 onwards until today, mainly the Nepalese peasants and other sections of the people have been joining in countless numbers of violent and armed conflicts against the reactionary state, and the anti-establishment feeling among the Nepalese people is very strong. 5. The Nepalese people are the great warriors of the world who are known for their ability to bear the severe material and bodily hardships while fighting. 6. The domestic and foreign reactionaries, including the revisionist element, have been time and again ditching and conspiring against the fighting tendency of the Nepalese people. Today, the greatest responsibility has fallen upon the revolutionaries to initiate mass struggle methodically and consciously against feudalism and imperialism, and to complete the new democratic revolution by representing that great historical legacy. The Nepalese communist movement and the question of armed struggle. In the development of class struggle in Nepalese society, the establishment of the Communist Party in the year 1949 represents an important historic achievement for the proletarian class of Nepal. Even though the party was not able to grasp the essence and importance of armed struggle, it was able to take a clear political stand to fight for new democratic revolution against feudalism and imperialism. Thus, with all its qualities of childhood, immaturity, it waged propaganda and agitation from the communist point of view on the question of nationality, democracy and people's livelihood, and it attempted to arouse the masses mainly in the rural areas against feudalism. Because of this process, within a short period people from different parts of the country became attracted towards communist politics, and the peasants' struggle started spreading in different places. Amongst them, the peasants' movement in the Terai has special importance. Because of the development of the peasants' struggle, the question of the correct political line in concrete terms arose in the party. But the then party leadership not only completely failed to lead the struggle in a revolutionary direction, but also in the year 1955 it decided to limit itself to peaceful propaganda activities for socialism under the feudal monarchy. From this point onwards, the Nepalese communist movement got openly dominated by the right revisionist line. After this, for a long time, the party was completely submerged into peaceful, parliamentary and reformist activities. Even when in the year 1960 the king imposed autocratic rule in the country by banning all the political parties, the leadership of the party, which had been submerged into reformism, limited itself to various types of parliamentary slogans resembling those of other reactionary parties, instead of advancing revolutionary political slogans and forms of struggle. At this very juncture, the great debate between China and Russia and the development of the great proletarian cultural revolution under the leadership of Comrade Mao initiated a debate in its own way about the necessity of armed struggle and the importance of fighting against revisionism. One section of the party nakedly followed Russian revisionism, and it began to get exposed thoroughly amongst the people. The larger part of the old generation of party leadership supported Comrade Mao and China and the path of new democratic revolution against the Russian revisionism. Pushpa Lal, in his document in the Gorakhpur conference, even wrote, quote, "It is impossible to establish this kind of system without waging protracted armed revolution," unquote. Mool Bateau, page 66. However, even then, the leadership of the old generation of that period were not able to evolve even from a tactical point of view the concrete political line of the revolution, and failed completely to determine the revolutionary forms of struggle to achieve them. In this regard, the leadership of the Fourth Congress demonstrated extreme hastiness about the basic path of the revolution by bringing in even more elusive and clearly reformist political slogans, and by talking of, quote, "armed peasant rebellion," unquote. In essence, in terms of political line, this section talked of some revolution, however in practice it assumed the reformist character and moved along in a pseudo-reformist direction. In this regard, after the Naxalbari armed peasant struggle began under the leadership of Comrade Charu Mazumdar in India after rebelling against the reformist CPIM, its clear influence was seen among the revolutionary youth of Japa in the eastern part of Nepal. Similarly, even here some enthusiastic and revolutionary youths of the eastern region went ahead with armed actions declaring armed struggle under the protracted People's War strategy by rebelling against the revisionism that had taken deep root in the party. Despite serious shortcomings due to petty bourgeois mechanistic thought and quote-unquote left adventurism, the armed action was a historic rebellion which created flutters amongst the revisionists in the Nepalese communist movement and the feudal state structure of the king. At least the question of armed struggle became a topic of great debate in the communist movement. The Japa struggle played an important role in the intensifying inner struggle between the revolutionaries and the newly emerging opportunists within the pseudo-reformist groups following a reformist line. The debate on whether to accept the line of armed struggle or not started taking place in their own ways within the Fourth Congress, Pushpa Lal, Man Mohan, Rohit and the rest of the groups. Most of the reformist leaders of these groups provided illusions for a large section of the revolutionary left forces by accepting the necessity of armed struggle in abstract terms and for the future, but they kept on mounting antagonistic attacks against the present spark of revolution kindled by the armed forces. On this question, the Fourth Congress group headed by Mohan Bikram was in the forefront of those attacking it viciously. The revisionist essence of Mohan Bikram, known for mounting a destructive attack on the leftist revolutionaries of the Japa struggle and giving preference to make Manmohan Adhikari, the pro-king renegade, as the chairman of the central nucleus, is unchanged and well reflected even today in his analysis of the UML as a friendly force, even when it has degenerated into reaction, and his antagonism in practice towards our party. Because of intense repression by the reactionary forces, vicious attacks by the known pseudo-reformists, and mainly due to the leadership's petty bourgeois, mechanistic and quote-unquote left adventurous thoughts, the Japa rebellion could not develop into a people's war. As a result of the infiltration of incompatible forces from different groups, together with the slow degeneration of the leadership of the Japa rebellion into right revisionism, today they have even gone to the extent of sitting in the reactionary ministry of the king. However, the process of building a revolutionary trend by rectifying past mistakes is still on. Some leaders of that period are even today raising the banner of rebellion against reformism and reaction, despite long jail sentences, torture, and enticement. Because of the contemporary national and international situation and the influence of the Japa struggle, the debate and inner struggle within the Fourth Congress increased in regards to the question of political slogans and the line of armed struggle. Despite theoretical and political unclarity relating to armed struggle, the immortal martyr Comrade Assad also played a role in this debate. Ultimately, after a long and complex struggle, the genuine revolutionary forces within the party managed to save it from the representatives of pseudo-reformism, Mohan Bikram and Nirmal Lama, by advancing revolutionary slogans for political power and the inevitability of protracted people's war for achieving it. Today it has become successful in forging the revolutionary alternative in the country by assimilating all the past revolutionary activities, including the Japa struggle, of the Nepalese communist movement. The Unity Congress of the party has developed a clear outlook on this issue. In this hour of history, we must admit in unequivocal terms that we have not yet to materialize in practice what we have correctly formulated in theory regarding the general political slogans and the path to be followed. The reason behind this is, besides the complexities of the situation and the inner struggle, the party is yet to be cured of the petty bourgeois disease of revolution in words but opportunism in practice. It is necessary to make a concrete plan of going ahead with the task of armed struggle by doing this kind of self-criticism. The nature, target and motivating force of armed struggle in Nepal. According to the theoretical directives of Marxism-Leninism, Maoism, and the general specificities of the Nepalese society, our party has formulated a political strategy of completing new democratic revolution with the people's democratic dictatorship under the leadership of the proletariat based on the unity of the workers and peasants against feudalism and imperialism. The long-term aim of the party is to move towards socialist revolution after the successful completion of the new democratic revolution as an integral part of the world proletarian socialist revolution, and to achieve communism by waging cultural revolutions based upon the theory of continuing the revolution under the dictatorship of the proletariat. It is clear that the nature and orientation of the Nepalese armed struggle will be directed by and committed to the aim of this political strategy. Accordingly, the nature and orientation of the Nepalese armed struggle has been clearly specified by the National Unity Congress of the party as, quote, the line of protracted people's war based upon the strategy of surrounding the city from the countryside, unquote. The target of armed struggle. The aim of the armed struggle is to solve the basic contradictions between feudalism and the Nepalese people, imperialism, mainly Indian expansionism, and the Nepalese people, comprador and bureaucrat capitalism and the Nepalese people, and in the immediate term the contradiction between domestic reaction, which is made up of a combination of feudal and comprador and bureaucratic capitalist classes backed by Indian expansionism, and the Nepalese people. This way it is clear the target of the armed struggle will be confiscating the lands of feudals and landlords and distributing them among the landless and poor peasants on the basis of the land to the tiller theory, and to attack them for this purpose, and in order to cut the roots of imperialist exploitation through projects such as industries, banks, etc., in the hands of comprador and bureaucratic capitalists and projects run by government and non-government organizations, and to attack them for the same purpose. This way it is clear that the target of armed struggle will be against feudals, landlords, comprador and bureaucratic capitalists. Motivating force. A. The proletariat. It is the fundamental motivating force of new democratic revolution. Although the numeric strength of proletarian workers in the modern industries and factories of Nepal is small, it is however increasing. Even though the number is small, this class, which is completely alienated from the modern production processes and productive forces, is the most revolutionary class of the society. For the success of the new democratic revolution, this class has the historical responsibility of identifying and giving leadership to other allied classes. B. The farm workers, bonded laborers, landless peasants, porters and poor peasants, and in our case in the cities the cart pullers, rickshaw pullers, drivers of tempos, taxis and the transport and hotel workers etc. are the most reliable, consisting of a big section of the population and the main motivating force of the Nepalese New Democratic Revolution. Here by poor peasants is generally meant those peasants who cannot make their livelihood from their farm alone. C. Middle peasants. Those who live with difficulty even after working hard on their land throughout the year and who also take some land on a contract or on a sharecropping basis. In the hilly regions of Nepal, these peasants outnumber other classes. For the New Democratic Revolution, this class is an important motivating force. D. Rich peasants. Those who can have a good livelihood from their land. They are able to employ 1 or 2 laborers in their work despite their own participation in their farm work and are able to accumulate part of their income through exploitation. This class is a vacillating ally for the New Democratic Revolution. E. Petty bourgeois class. In this class are included the teachers of schools and colleges, students, doctors, engineers, lawyers, junior office workers, petty traders of towns, retail traders, craftsmen, etc. Because of the nature and conditions of its production process, this class remains vacillating. Despite this, the class can play an important auxiliary role for the New Democratic Revolution. Today, the imperialists and the reactionary forces are focusing their attention to keep the intellectuals of this class away from the revolution. F. National bourgeoisie. In Nepal, although it, i.e. the national bourgeoisie, doesn't have an independent role, it is slowly taking form. These kinds of capitalists who are involved in small handicrafts and modern industries and trade are at one end dreaming of amassing the wealth by exploiting the workers, and at the other hand they are being run over by monopolist, comprador and bureaucratic capitalists. Hence they naturally show a contradictory character towards the revolution. Used to changing its character according to the situation, this class will remain a vacillating ally of the revolution. It is obvious that the Nepalese armed struggle should formulate its strategy and factors by taking into consideration the above general condition and character of the enemy and the motivating forces of the New Democratic Revolution. The problem of strategy and tactics of armed struggle in Nepal. In the present era of imperialism and proletarian revolution, the enemy class is practicing various forms of conspiratorial strategies to stop revolution in countries like ours. Amongst them, we must focus our attention on the following because we can't arrive at a correct strategy without understanding the strategy of the enemy. 1. Because of its monopolistic hold over the communication over the whole world at this time, the enemy is launching a disinformation campaign with the deliberate propaganda of quote-unquote terrorism, quote-unquote fall of socialism, and the quote-unquote superiority and success of capitalism, and attempting to lower the morale of the people through the strategy of psychological warfare. 2. It is unleashing a vicious cultural war through the flooding of vulgar culture and literature in order to distort the minds and souls of the people. 3. All the imperialist forces and reactionary ruling classes of each country are campaigning strategically by spreading the network of well-trained and technically equipped spies and attempting to infiltrate into the revolutionary party in order to collect information, to create illusions inside the party, to do destructive activities, and to arrest or kill the revolutionary leaders or activists of the party. 4. They are inventing new forms of reforms and democracy in order to confuse the people politically. 5. Under the strategy of preventing revolution in a country like ours, the network of non-government organizations, NGOs, have been spread in order to engage some educated middle-class people to prevent them from falling below the middle class and to entrap the people in a petty reformist mirage. 6. They are encouraging unemployed youths to get scattered all over the world and to wander into India in the name of employment. The youths are being used as mercenary soldiers in foreign armies. 7. The imperialists are polluting the minds of the people through the propagation of religion and other means after entering into rural areas with attractive slogans. 8. If despite all these and other innumerable traps the revolutionary movement rises up, then they start a campaign of heinous genocide through the powerful permanent army. In short, in the present era, the strategy of the enemy of the people is that of total war. In such a situation, the strategy of a revolutionary party that wants to go ahead with armed struggle to make revolution should also be clearly based on total war. It is necessary for us to adopt the strategy and tactics of tit for tat against the imperialist and reactionary forces by uniting with the people in all spheres of national and international life. The ideological weapon of MLM, which has proved successful in destroying the enemy, is an invincible weapon of the proletarian class. In this light, it is necessary to determine the strategy and tactics of the Nepalese armed struggle by focusing on the overall state of the enemies together with the basic specificities of Nepal and Nepalese society. 1. Nepal is a landlocked country which is surrounded on three sides by expansionist India and in the north by reformist China. Although it is small in terms of area, however, except for 17% of the Terai plainlands, the rest of the country is geographically replete with remote hills and Himalayan mountains with different climates, ethnic groups, cultures and languages. 2. In Nepal for a long period, a centralized reactionary state equipped with modern and powerful permanent army and bureaucracy has been in existence. This is especially centralized in the cities. The enemies of the Nepalese people are not only within the country but also present outside of it in the form of imperialists, especially the Indian expansionists. The economic and political development of Nepal has been uneven. Nepal is predominantly rural, and the exploited peasants, who represent 90% of the total people, are spread throughout the villages. The process of urbanization is on the rise, however we must say it is still small. 4. The Nepalese peasants and other sections of the masses have passed through a process of different forms of struggle, both local and countrywide, for a long time. There is a widespread attraction towards communism among the people. However, here the influence of reformism and right revisionism is also strong. In Nepal, there has been virtually no direct experience of armed struggle under the leadership of the Communist Party. 5. The reactionary ruling class of the semi-feudal and semi-colonial Nepal, where the medieval monarchy system exists, is undergoing intense crisis, and this crisis has started manifesting politically as well as in a serious manner. 6. A big section of the Nepalese people are spread in different countries for employment, mainly in India for the army and other kinds of work. It is through the above specificities that the orientation and politics and tactics of the Nepalese armed struggle can be discerned. From the first specificity, it can be seen that for waging war in Nepal it has neither a large area or any possibility of using any sea, nor is there a widespread forest, nor is there any possibility of direct help or support from any other neighboring country. However, the geographical situation is most favorable for waging guerrilla war with a direct link with the people. And because of the struggle against the national oppression of the majority of the nationalities, this will also provide a good mass base for the guerrilla war. The second specificity shows that there is no situation of a direct military clash between the enemy forces for political power, which the armed forces of the people could take advantage of to seize a definite area. This clearly proves that the Nepalese armed struggle cannot take the form of direct or positional warfare against the enemy at the beginning. It is necessary to expand the people's armed strength by attacking the enemy's weak spots piecemeal and by weakening it through attacks in guerrilla style in favorable areas for the people. When the first and second specificities are viewed together, it is found possible to establish and survive independently in certain specific areas just in China's Qingkangshan and to be able to expand from these onwards. The third specificity shows the possibility of starting guerrilla wars in different parts of the country and developing them by taking peasant revolution as the backbone, by centralizing in the rural areas, and by relying on and uniting with the peasants. The fourth specificity clearly shows that the people's support will go on increasing if the right revisionists are thoroughly exposed and the tactics of armed struggle are pursued vigilantly. The fifth specificity indicates that the pace of development of the armed struggle to establish the people's alternative revolutionary power would be faster and inspires undertaking bold actions to achieve it. And the sixth specificity demonstrates the necessity of mobilizing the Nepalese people working in foreign countries, mainly those Nepalese working in India, by conducting political work among them and using the area for the supplying of various necessities for the successes of the armed struggle in Nepal. The synthesis of all the specificities shows clearly that it is impossible for the armed struggle in Nepal to make a quick leap into an insurrection and defeat the enemy. However, it is fully possible to finally crush the enemy through systematic development of the Nepalese armed struggle. It can be derived clearly from this that the Nepalese armed struggle must necessarily adopt the protracted people's war strategy of surrounding the city from the countryside. It is also clear that that path can be trod only after paying attention to our own specificities of the country. The fundamental principles of this path are to grasp firmly the fact that the people's war is the war of the masses, that it can be developed only by relying on the masses and principally on the peasants, and that the masses are the creators of history, to acknowledge the need and importance of the stages of strategic defense, stalemate and offense of the people's war, and to make plans accordingly by accepting the strategic role of guerrilla war, as it is the principal form of war in the initial stage of the strategic defense, to grasp the importance of developing guerrilla warfare into positional warfare, and of establishing base areas to capture central power, and above all, in the ideological directives of MLM, to establish the leadership of the party over the army and not to permit at any cost to arise a situation where the gun would control the party. It is by practicing the main strategic principles of protracted people's war and by refraining from making mistakes that one can unfold the laws of the Nepalese people's war. It is important to note the truth that the laws of war can only be learned by participating in war. The overall strategic and tactical aim of war is to preserve one's force and to destroy the enemy's force. That is why it is important to be clear right in the beginning about the policies needed to develop the Nepalese people's war by understanding the overall national and international situation and the specificities mentioned above. In our situation, give priority to the rural work, but do not leave urban work. Give priority to illegal struggle, but do not leave legal struggle too. Give priority to specific strategic areas, but do not leave work related to the mass movement too. Give priority to class struggle in the villages, but do not leave countrywide struggle too. Give priority to guerrilla actions, but do not leave political exposure and propaganda too. Give priority to propaganda work within the country, but do not leave worldwide propaganda too. Give priority to building the army organization, but do not leave building front organizations too. Give priority to rely on one's own organization and force, but do not miss forging unity in action. To take support and help from the international arena. It is only by applying these policies carefully that the armed struggle can be initiated, preserved and developed. Neither by being one-sided nor by giving equal emphasis to all work can in the present context the people's war be initiated, preserved and developed. From this point of view, the people's war will go ahead as a total war. The successful development of the Nepalese people's war will be determined by decentralizing actions based on central policy, by launching actions at different isolated spots of the enemy, and by applying a large force against small forces in order to get quick victory. By adopting hit-and-run tactics, by going ahead with guerrilla actions under a centralizing plan from different parts of the country, but also by giving special attention to specific strategic areas, and as Mao has said, by organizing and mobilizing as many people as possible, and as fast as possible, and as good as possible, by placing the question of capturing political power at the center. Some important questions regarding the initiation of the armed struggle. How to transform a party like ours, which has been for a long period used to the reformist and parliamentary activities despite a clear political line, favorable material conditions, an appropriate and increasing mass base, into a party for armed struggle. Is it possible to transform gradually through study, training, reformist struggle, and a small-scale resistance struggle? Or, for that, any leap or rupture with the past, a decisive step, or any big push is necessary? Will our party be able to enter into armed struggle smoothly, without causing any damage to the fundamental class organizational structure? After the start of the guerrilla war, what will be its consequence and the process of its development? Regarding this, what do Marxist dialectics, the experience of the international communist movement, and our own experience show? Without being clear about these questions, we cannot start guerrilla war. Marxism is a philosophy of struggle. The law of development, according to Marxist dialectics, is that each process of development in nature, society, and human thought takes place through the struggle of opposites, and its obvious result will take the form of a leap. Any thought that sees any kind of development process as an ordinary addition, subtraction scheme, and as gradual evolution should be exposed as bourgeois evolutionism by the Marxists. It is clear that transformation from one process to another process does not take place gradually, but through leaps, through qualitative change, through revolution. In this regard, Lenin says development is the struggle of opposites. There are basically two outlooks regarding development: the development in the form of increase and decrease, and the development of a unity of opposites. Mao has given the name of vulgar evolutionism to the thought that looks at development as increase and decrease or as repetition, and said instead that the inevitable result of the unity and struggle of opposites is a qualitative change, or a leap. This he formulated as unity, struggle, transformation. In regards to the theory of knowledge, Mao developed the theory of two leaps, i.e. from perceptual knowledge to rational knowledge, and from rational knowledge to revolutionary practice. Among these, Mao has termed the phenomenon of leap from rational knowledge to revolutionary practice as, quote, extremely important, unquote. On this Mao says, quote, only this leap, the first leap of acquiring knowledge, or the thoughts, theories, policies, plans and means crystallized as a reflection of the objective external world, verifies the right from the wrong. Not only this, the only intention of the proletariat to know the world is to change it, unquote. Thus Mao has emphasized on the need and importance of the leap in the process of transformation of thought into practice. Leap, qualitative change, and revolution is not gradual evolution but a state of rupture, or a state of transformation of the opposites into each other, as Mao, while talking of revolution as not being polite, restrained, etc., had mentioned about qualitative change, its process, etc. From this it is clear that the essence of Marxist dialectics on this issue is to transform thought into practice. The conscious side has to make a plan of not gradual evolution, but that of a leap. After having formed an opinion about the character of the Nepalese Revolution, ways of achieving it on the basis of understanding the material conditions of development and the class struggle in the Nepalese society and the international situation, it would not be revolutionary Marxism, and will be mere vulgar evolutionism or petty bourgeois reformism if we continue to repeat in practice the ways of gradual evolution or of reform. It is impossible to transform from one process to another in a gradual manner. For that it is necessary to have a qualitative leap. Hence it is only through the process of push, leap and qualitative change that our party, which has not taken to armed struggle even after developing thoughts about it, will be transformed into a party capable of leading armed struggle. This matches with the past and the present experiences of the international communist movement. Besides this, we must also be clear that this leap will bring a big change in the structure of a party like ours, which has a predominance of representatives of the petty bourgeois class and which has been used to a reformist work style. That is also not going to be smooth and easy. There will be a big change in the overall class structure of the party because of the process of the coming and going of its members. This process will unfold amidst big losses and achievements. In this process, many mistakes, weaknesses and inadequacies of the party will have to be paid for by blood. After the guerrilla war has started, it will go ahead with the process of rise and fall, victory and defeat according to the law of war. But it is important to pay attention to the fact that once one has raised the banner of rebellion, one should be determined to not lower it until the end, and if done without such a determination, it will mean sinning against the people and it will be against the theory of MLM. After having a communist party with an ideological weapon, political line and means of achieving it, the remaining problem is actually the problem of starting people's war. Lacking clarity on this question, it is not possible to get liberated from reformism. It has been verified by history that the people will judge positively all the historical deeds done for the sake of the people, and when done with a profound belief in the principle of, quote, the masses are the maker of history, unquote. A World to Win, number 24 from 1998. Nepal News Update. While the world's media is quick to leap on and showcase even the slightest item they consider favors their imperialist masters, such as a paltry and hypocritical charity quote-unquote handout to those their system is starving in Africa, they are equally adept at burying news that they wish to hide from the eyes of the world's oppressed. Hence it is not surprising that it is hard to find news that for over 2 years now the people of Nepal have embarked on the path of people's war to overthrow their very system. A World to Win is thus proud to present a statement from Comrade Prachanda, the General Secretary of the Vanguard of the People's War, the Communist Party of Nepal, in brackets Maoist, analyzing the situation and tasks of the People's War today. While the world's media seeks to bury news from this great development, in Nepal itself the strength of the People's War has smashed the media blackout. Headlines regularly report clashes in the countryside and scream for quote-unquote anti-terrorist laws and for the army to be brought in, while at the same time holding out the carrot of quote-unquote peace talks to try and divert the revolutionary war. Since Comrade Prachanda's statement was released in spring 1998, a countrywide band or strike was called by the United People's Front, a revolutionary united front organization led by the CPN Maoist. While the People's War is based mainly in the countryside and implements the strategy of mobilizing the peasants as the main force in surrounding the cities from the rural areas, the strike showed the strength of the People's War in the urban areas as well. As the Kathmandu Post conceded, quote, the strike paralyzed most of the public life in the capital and other parts of the kingdom, unquote. Kathmandu was likened to, quote, a ghost town, and in many other towns and cities throughout the country shops were closed and traffic came to a halt. The strike was called, as the worker organ of the CPN Maoist clarifies, quote, to protest against the state terror, genocide and repression unleashed by the fascist state throughout the country and to press for the 40-point charter of demands put forward by the UPF, unquote. The Home Ministry had declared that a huge number of police forces will be deployed in the streets to prevent, quote, unpleasant incidents, unquote, and about 2,000 people were arrested around the country, but obviously to no avail. Since August 1997, the CPN Maoist has been mobilizing to implement the third strategic plan to, quote, develop guerrilla warfare to new heights, unquote, which has entailed raising the military ability of the revolutionary forces both qualitatively and quantitatively. As the editorial in The Worker number 4 explains, in essence this means, quote, the creation of a base for local organs of political power and raising the political, organizational and technical level of the People's Guerrilla Army so as to be able to contend with the rival army in the prospective guerrilla zones, unquote. This effort has forged ahead. The People's War has spread, covering the central hilly region from the west to the east of Nepal. In hundreds of villages the masses have been drawn into new forms of participation in the People's War, including logistics support and making weapons. The Janadesh Weekly newspaper reported recently on one of the most successful actions yet in the People's War, in which a team of about 30 guerrillas carried out a surprise attack on a police post, killed its commander and captured rifles and ammunition. There have been reports that the morale of lower-level policemen is down and that many are resigning. There have been cases where, learning of a large group of guerrillas in the area, The reactionary forces wait until they are sure the guerrillas have left, then come around loudly demanding to know where the guerrillas are and shouting about how they are ready to fight. One of the key successes of the third strategic plan has been that in several hundred villages across Nepal, the local officials have been forced to flee, creating a power vacuum that the revolutionaries have seized on. New organs of local power are being built, called 3-in-1 combinations, since they are formed of representatives of the party, the army and the local masses. At the same time, in a more ominous development, the government has launched a military operation called Kilo Sera II, in which several tens of thousands of special troops were deployed in May in 20 of the country's 75 districts. This is the biggest military operation in the history of Nepal. In the 2 months since then, at least 200 people have been killed as the military has unleashed ferocious repression in the countryside. In a typical operation, several thousand troops attempt to surround a given area, cutting off the roads to block efforts to flee, and then methodically enter to carry out house-to-house searches in the hunt for guerrillas. Although there have only been initial reports from the remote regions of Nepal, it is clear that the revolutionaries had anticipated that the reactionaries would launch an encirclement and suppression campaign. The young guerrilla forces have drawn on their deep roots among the masses to evade the encirclements of the enemy, whose troops are not local and hence often find themselves flailing in the dark. With hearts and minds prepared and united, the comrades of the CPN Maoist have managed to lead the masses to stave off this attack and to launch some counter-attacks on the enemy. The military terror was condemned in a press release by Comrade Prachanda on the 10th of June, which strongly denounced the savage and impudent killing of the masses. In response to the wave of support from women for the People's War, military officers who used to regard women as inconsequential or often as the quote-unquote booty of war have now begun mass arrests and attacks on women too. 14 women have been killed in the last 2 months, leading to protest from women's groups and others. There has been mass resistance in the urban areas to the military repression, as well as a wave of protest by human rights groups. These have included denunciations of the attacks by one of the architects of the Nepali constitution and a rally in Delhi, India, home to many Nepalese immigrants. The rally was organized by the All Indian Nepalese Unity Society. 8,000 people gathered in Delhi to hear statements of protests at the killings in Nepal, given by a wide variety of prominent human rights figures and political leaders, including a former minister in the Nepal government, the leader of the All India People's Resistance Forum, the former Chief Justice of Punjab, and many others from both Nepal and India. A World to Win has also received a joint statement by 14 human rights organizations in Nepal on the results of a fact-finding mission to the districts affected by Kilo Sera II, which gives a clear picture of how the military repression is even violating Nepal's own constitution in these areas. Available upon request. In a small country, one of the poorest in the world, the people are rising up, defying increasingly fierce repression, to take their destiny into their own hands. The People's War in Nepal deserves the support of all those who long for an end to imperialist oppression, and is a clarion call to intensify the efforts for revolution everywhere. A World to Win. A World to Win, number 24 from 1998. Document by General Secretary Prachanda, Communist Party of Nepal, Maoist. 2 momentous years of revolutionary transformation. This document by Comrade Prachanda is taken from The Worker, organ of the Communist Party of Nepal, Maoist, number 4, May 1998, A World to Win. 1. Introduction. The process of the revolutionary transformation of the present semi-feudal and semi-colonial Nepalese society through the People's War has completed 2 years. Within this period, the party has successfully implemented 2 strategic plans of initiation and continuation of the People's War, and is at present carrying out the 3rd strategic plan. Today, the People's War has established itself as the only revolutionary alternative in Nepal by breaking through innumerable cycles of repression by the reactionaries and the opposition of the revisionists. In the process of the destruction of the old state power and the construction of a new one, the People's War has today reached the stage of exercising local democratic state power, creating a challenging influence and debate in every aspect of national life. From the military point of view, the People's War has reached the stage of the development of guerrilla zones. By practically opening the doors of a new state structure in the form of a revolutionary united front of the masses of different classes, nationalities and regions oppressed for centuries, the People's War is showing in the course of development the path of its own preservation, development and victory. In place of the corrupt, immoral, fraudulent and extremely individualistic, anarchist culture of the old state, the People's War has developed a new collective and lofty culture based on sacrifice, ideological commitment and self-sacrifice. In totality, amidst the process of intense repression and resistance within the past 2 years, the People's War has performed a memorable role in revolutionary transformation. Up to now, 90 of the best sons and daughters of the Nepalese people have sacrificed their lives for accomplishing this historic success. Thousands of revolutionary fighters are braving jail, persecution and horrendous torture perpetrated by the reactionary regime. Hundreds of thousands of people are nurturing this historic process through innumerable instances of sacrifice, devotion and self-sacrifice. The path of development and victory of revolution has never been straight, easy and normal anywhere. The dialectical law of development is such that everywhere and always the revolution forges ahead by giving birth to intense opposition and counter-revolution, and through ascent and descent, ups and downs, and losses and gains. The experience of the last 2 years of People's War in Nepal is also no exception to that rule. Today, on the occasion of the completion of the 2 glorious years and of entering into the 3rd challenging year of the People's War, it would be relevant to briefly review the past experiences. 2 years of People's War and the condition of the reactionary state. In the initial phase of the historic People's War, the Nepalese reactionary ruling class, like the reactionary classes of the world, tried to play down the great role of the people. Because of their own class outlook, the reactionaries everywhere and always tend to quote-unquote belittle and quote-unquote bully the forces of the people. On the basis of this outlook, the Nepalese reactionary ruling classes quote-unquote declared that they would wipe out the people's forces within 1.5 to 2 months and resort to state terrorism with mass arrests, torture, pillage and genocide. The masses, the party and the revolutionary fighters continued to resist this by setting historic examples of devotion and sacrifice. What was the result? The result was consistent with what happens in genuine revolutionary movements all over the world. The result was as per the prognosis of the invincible ideology of Marxism-Leninism Maoism. The reactionary rulers had thought that they could easily extinguish the fire of People's War by resorting to genocide, repression and terror. But, as has been proved by the law of science and the experience of history, the killing of the masses did not extinguish the fire of revolution, but added fuel to the fire. The negative act of the state terrorism was transformed into the positive result of development of the people's revolution. Instead, the state terrorism tore off the mask of the so-called democracy, constitution and human rights donned by the reactionary state and helped the masses to recognize the fascist nature of the state. The fascist repressive drive of the whole year did not only reveal the crisis within the ruling state, but deepened the crisis even more. After 1 year of repression, they realized that there was an even bigger wave of people's sympathy and cooperation for the People's War. That thousands are replacing the hundreds, and hundreds of thousands are replacing the thousands. They realized that the People's War cannot be easily wished away, that it was a fundamentally new type of war. Along with aggravating the crisis within the rotten state of the reactionary class, this great process of People's War intensified the contradictions within its different political factions. Among the various parliamentary cliques which serve as stooges for different imperialist and expansionist plunderers, the process of maneuvering for power was intensified. Under the background of the above crisis and immediately after the celebration of the first glorious anniversary and commencement of the second year of People's War, a new coalition within the reactionary state was installed, demonstrating naked perversion, immorality, hypocrisy and flunkyism. The new government, with the participation of the renegade United Nepal Communist Party (Marxist-Leninist), further on called UML, clique, under the leadership of the Panchayati butchers, was a mockery of even the limited achievements of the 1990 historic people's movement. It adopted a new strategy of repression combined with diplomatic intrigue against the People's War. Under this strategy, in the beginning it was pronounced that the People's War was a quote, political problem, unquote, and that it could be solved through quote, dialogue, unquote. However, in practice, preparations were made for even more intense suppression by constituting different commissions, particularly an intelligence commission. The people grasped the overall conspiracy of the new government when it decided to introduce an anti-terrorist bill and to mobilize the military against the people even when there was no change in the objective conditions. By reflecting upon the teachings of Marxism-Leninism Maoism, the universal principle of the development of revolutionary war and the specificities of the development of People's War in Nepal, the party had already visualized the possibility of the enemy mobilizing its army against the People's War. To resist this, the party had prepared its entire rank and file, the combatants and the masses to a certain extent, with a series of political and military strategies and tactics. Postulating the mobilization of the army against the People's War as a sign of the victory of People's War from the military point of view, the party had already prepared itself for the great prospects and grave challenges. The great Nepalese masses launched a countrywide protest campaign against the reactionary government's decision to introduce the so-called anti-terrorist bill and to mobilize the army against the People's War, thus rendering it dormant for the time being. Within the short period of 1.5 months, the fascist nature of the new government got exposed. More importantly, for the first time the broader masses of the people got the opportunity of identifying and understanding the reactionary nature of the revisionist, renegade UML clique. Against the wrath of the people, the government was forced to retreat. To a certain extent, the Nepalese people rightly experienced it as a form of victory for their initiative. Alarmed by this kind of development, the feudalists and the imperialists started looking for another equation for maintaining their state. In this context started the much-hated process of the buying and selling, confining and kidnapping of parliamentarians mainly under the intervention and for the interests of the Indian expansionists. The hypocrisy of parliamentary democracy got even more exposed. It became once more clear to everyone that the parliament and the parliamentarians are nothing but the sheepfold and sheep of imperialism and feudalism. Ultimately, a coalition government was formed, consisting of the past fascist punchers and the Congress, infamous as traitors, mass murderers and stooges of the Indian expansionists. This new government, most hated and shunned by the people, in its first public declaration made known its policy of containing the People's War. They declared that they would, quote, wipe out, unquote, the People's War within a period of 3 months. The new government is proceeding ahead with the strategic policy of using government-sponsored goons under the name of People's Defense Committee, killing revolutionary cadres with surprise attacks, making false and vicious propaganda against the leadership of the People's War, mobilizing huge commando police and military forces through an unannounced countrywide campaign of repression, arrest and torture, and making armed interventions against peaceful programs of different mass organizations. In this way, 9 revolutionary combatants, including comrades Dan Raj Pun, Sukh Bahadur Rokha, Prem Bahadur Rokha, Bim Prasad Oharti of Rolpa district, a woman comrade Kamala Butt of Gorkha district, and comrade Padam Bahadur Rokaya of Jajakot district have been murdered by this government of Indian stooges, up till January 1998. However, the more important aspect is the new and unprecedented wave of people's support in favor of the People's War that has been increasing together with such declarations and activities of the government. The peasants, women, students and intellectuals in their thousands are forging ahead at greater speed in the process of militant struggle. The military actions of people's guerrillas have not only expanded widely, but also attained newer heights. This has been confirmed by the recent success of higher forms of guerrilla action accomplished in Rukum and Darding, among other parts of the country. Amidst this people's hatred, wrath and resistance, another drama of the formation of a new coalition within the reactionary state has begun, in the form of a meaningless debate of whether to hold a midterm election or a special session of parliament. Power struggles between the royal palace, the USA and India are taking place. For their own exclusive domination and plunder, the Indian expansionists and the American imperialists are today openly penetrating into the reactionary groups, including the Royal Palace, Nepali Congress, UML and the Rastriya Prachanda Party, RPP. It is now as clear as daylight that various contradictions and conflicts within the different reactionary cliques of the country are in essence the reflection of power struggles between different imperialist and expansionist camps. From the above scenario of the People's War and the reactionary state, it becomes clear that the reactionary state is sliding towards its doom and the great process of the People's War is heading towards its victory. The present reactionary state is the root cause of the downfall of the country and the people, and the People's War represents the banner of the safeguard and liberation of the country and the people. Today the feudalists, the expansionists, and the imperialists are conspiring through their Nepalese stooges, the Nepali Congress, UML and the Royal Palace, RPP, etc., to let loose more intense repression against the Nepalese people and the People's War. It is not possible to attain easy victory in People's War. For this, wider participation and the more united efforts of the masses is warranted. There are great possibilities and at the same time serious challenges too ahead of the People's War. Up to now, the reactionary class has been adopting the strategy of disinformation campaigns politically and that of encirclement and suppression militarily against the People's War. To counter this, the People's War is adopting the strategy of, quote, demystifying rumor, unquote, politically and, quote, breaking encirclement and mounting resistance, unquote, militarily. We should not assume the failure of different reactionary political groups as the failure of the overall reactionary state. If need be, the reactionary state can do away with the present political groups as the failure of exercising extreme despotism against the people. It is only by preparing themselves to face the worst state that the revolutionaries can fulfill their historic role. The main point is to dare to win over the fear of death through adherence to the revolutionary principles of Marxism-Leninism, Maoism, and commitment for the sake of the people. However arduous the path may be, the destruction of the reactionary state and the victory of the people is for sure. 3. Role of People's War in the development of the three instruments of revolution. A. The party. Comrade Mao has synthesized that the three magic instruments of the new democratic revolution are the party, the Revolutionary United Front, and the People's Army. Even though the theory may remain the same, the specific development of these instruments depends upon the specificities of historical development of different countries. Here there is no question of accommodating mechanistic thinking. It is well known that amongst the three instruments, the party is the main instrument which will give leadership to the other two. The People's War, which has been forging ahead for the past 2 years, has played a historic role in developing and transforming the party itself. In a semi-feudal and semi-colonial country like ours, and in the era of imperialism and proletarian revolution, the process of the protracted nature of the People's War is also a process of the revolutionary transformation of the party. We are realizing with our own experience that in comparison to tens of years of idealistic talking and sermoning, the 2 years' experience of the People's War has played an amazing role in the revolutionary transformation of the party. The People's War has played an important role in the transformation and development of the party, such as by strengthening the ideological unity of the party through emotional unity, by raising the ideological and political awareness of and level of the party to a newer height through unfolding specific characteristics of the Nepalese Revolution, by leading the whole party towards the development of a proletarian revolutionary culture of renouncement, devotion and sacrifice essential for giving leadership to the people's revolution, by raising consciousness about the dialectical relationship and the correct handling of class struggle and inner struggle, by qualitatively consolidating and expanding the relationship between the mass, class, party and the leaders, by increasing the role, responsibility and recognition of the party in the national and international field, etc. It was the process of resisting against the reactionary state's fascist repression and facing the venomous attacks of the old and the new revisionists that sped up the revolutionary transformation process of the party. The fact that the development of the party as a revolutionary representative of the proletarian class takes place through an intense process of class struggle and ideological struggle has been proven correct in Nepal too. Based on the synthesis of the experiences, achievements and limits of People's War, the party is today stressing making lessons of the Great Proletarian Cultural Revolution, GPCR, its point of departure so as to prevent the party from changing its color and to be more revolutionary and matured in the face of repressive, conspiratorial and splittist activities of the reactionaries and the opportunists. For a continuous transformation of the party as the leader of the revolution, for defending it physically and ideologically, and for expanding and strengthening its relationship with the masses, there is no other scientific method in the present-day world than the teachings of the GPCR. The party is the unity of opposites. As long as the party exists, the phenomena of unity and struggle between the opposites will also remain. The more developed and the more complex the class struggle becomes, the more the party also necessarily becomes developed and complex. In that context, a maximum and continuous practice of democracy both within and outside the party becomes necessary so as to preserve the revolutionary quality of the party and to defeat different manifestations of revisionism and opportunism. To ensure the maximum participation of the general cadres and the laboring masses in the internal affairs of the party is the only guarantee to save it against revisionism. Hence, the party is able to visualize clearly through the experiences of the 2 years of People's War that unless one adopts a system of generating innumerable revolutionary successors from the rank and file cadres and the masses, it will be impossible to defeat feudalism, imperialism and revisionism. The important achievement of today is the realization of the necessity of developing consciousness and initiatives among the cadres and the masses to, quote, bombard the headquarters, unquote, of opportunism so as to fulfill the role of giving leadership to the great revolution of the people against the exploitation and oppression of feudalism and imperialism and the betrayal and treachery of revisionism. B. The Revolutionary United Front. Theoretically, it is obvious that the success of a democratic revolution is impossible without the broader revolutionary united front between different anti-feudal and anti-imperialist classes, sections and levels of people under the leadership of the proletariat. Similarly, it is clear that the basis of such a form of united front will be and should be the unity between workers and peasants. However, the process of initiation and development of the revolutionary united front will be different depending upon the situation of different countries. In Nepal, the greatest manifestation of opportunism has been on the question of the united front. Although theoretically our party has been forwarding a revolutionary line on this question for a long time, it was not able to put it into practice, and it was also not possible without initiating the People's War. Today, the experiences of the People's War have given a clear picture of the tactical and strategic aspects of the Revolutionary United Front. Looking at the historical specificities of Nepal and the experiences of the 2 years of People's War, the broad united front of oppressed classes and masses, oppressed nationalities and the people of the oppressed regions will be the concrete manifestation of our Revolutionary United Front. This conclusion has an immense historical importance. This will smash the present quote-unquote unity imposed by the Hindu feudal state power based on class, national and regional inequality and oppression and open the door for building a new unity based on democratic values. Today the People's War has had maximum impact on the oppressed classes and masses of workers, peasants, women, etc., on different oppressed nationalities and untouchable Dalit classes, and on the people of the oppressed regions of the far west and the Terai. The party regards it as a historical necessity of Nepal to give maximum importance to the question of the struggle against national and regional oppression as an integral part of the class struggle and democratic revolution. Until the political, economic, linguistic, religious and cultural rights of different nationalities are usurped in the course of formation of the centralized feudal state of Nepal are reinstated democratically, and they are guaranteed full participation in the new democratic state, and until a great force of national unity based on democracy is created, it will be impossible to smash feudalism and imperialism. In order to achieve that great national unity, there is no proletarian outlook other than to recognize the right of self-determination, including the right to secede politically, for the oppressed nationalities. Hence our party has firmly accepted the right of self-determination of different oppressed nationalities in order to ensure their participation as a necessary part of the Revolutionary United Front. Accordingly, the party has been undertaking initiatives to put into practice national autonomy as the concrete program for the present. In the present stage of the development of the People's War, whether there is an exercise of the local democratic state, the party has been trying to practically apply the concept of the United Front in it, and at the central level to build the United Front as an instrument of struggle against class, national and regional oppression. In order to ensure the victory of the Nepalese Revolution, the relevance of the party's concept of the United Front should be propagated amongst the workers, peasants, different nationalities, oppressed castes, and the people of oppressed regions, and it should be given an organizational form as fast as possible and as best as possible. At the ideological level, it is necessary to launch a more vigorous struggle against rightist revisionists who hanker after opportunistic alliances in the name of the United Front. See People's Army. The People's War, which is forging ahead with Marxist-Leninist Maoist slogans such as, quote, "The people without an army have nothing of their own," unquote, quote, "The main instrument of the state is the army," unquote, quote, "In the new democratic revolution the main form of organization is the army, and the main form of struggle is the war," unquote, etc., is playing an important role in the formation of the People's Army. Today, unarmed masses are systematically transforming themselves into armed masses, relying on the revolutionary theory that war teaches war. Using the strategy and tactics of total war in the face of the extreme unbalanced condition of the military forces of the enemy and the People's War has been moving forward the process of building the army with the Nepalese specificities. By unfolding many concrete laws of dialectical relations between open and secret work, rural and urban activities, legal and illegal struggle, political and military activities, and mass actions and mobilization, the People's War has been developing military consciousness and the power of the people. 4. Role of People's War in the development of revolutionary mass organization and the mass movement. The historic initiation of People's War and its successive development has opened a new door to the development of revolutionary mass organizations and the revolutionary mass movement. First of all, it has created new waves of revolutionary mass organization and revolutionary mass movement by making a mockery of the revisionist cowards who refused to see the possibilities of developing the mass movements and mass organizations beyond the limits of reformism and parliamentarianism, and who were indulging in the self-gratification of their monopoly over that area of the initiation of the People's War. Today the workers, peasants, women, students, teachers, intellectual, Dalits, oppressed nationalities and cultural activists are fueling the fire of organization and struggle as allies of the People's War with a new zest and zeal. The waves of the revolutionary mass movements and revolutionary mass organizations have been created throughout the country chiefly in the principal areas of struggle by challenging the severe state terrorism perpetrated by the reactionary state and the cowardly twaddle of the revisionist renegades. Has the modern history of Nepal ever seen such an amazing initiative of the thousands of laboring women of the rural areas of the country who have raised the red flag of revolt, defying all kinds of difficulties? Can the revisionist cowards ever imagine a great surge of women's participation in the form of guerrilla fighters and commanders who defy death consciously and willingly? Amidst terror unleashed by government-sponsored goons, the police and the army, today thousands of laboring women from each and every remote district are participating in women's meetings and conferences, shaking heaven and earth and fighting for their due rights. These have proved a new relationship between the People's War and the mass movement. The fact that women are the most inspired group in the last 2 years of People's War itself is indicating definite victory for the Nepalese Revolution. Today a new horizon of the peasants' meetings, conferences and struggles has opened up throughout the country. The way the poor peasants are taking great initiative in capturing thousands of quintals of grains, crops and lands, and in destroying forged bond papers of different feudal landlords of the country. Behind all these the People's War has definitely played a great role. Hundreds of thousands of peasants from the main areas of struggle are attempting to exercise new democratic power by systematically resisting the enemy's mass killing, looting and terrorism. Have such scenes ever before been observed by the Nepalese communist movement? It is definite that by taking the path of revolutionary land reform consciously and in a planned manner in different parts of the country, the flames of the revolutionary peasant struggles will in future reduce to ashes the whole feudal relations of production. Similarly, the revolutionary youths and students are marching forward, spreading organization and struggles throughout the country, defying killing, repression, arrest and torture by the enemy. The People's War has given new energy for sacrifice and initiative to the students by qualitatively developing amongst them a sense of responsibility towards their country and the people. Along with the development of the People's War, new consciousness for fighting for their own rights and liberation is spreading amongst many oppressed nationalities of the country such as Magas, Gurungs, Tamangs, Nevas, Fans, Rais, Limbus and Madises. People's War has speeded up the process of the formation of the various national liberation fronts and expansion of nationality organizations. Similarly, today along with the development of People's War, a wave of organization and struggle has been created among Dalit castes at a greater speed and on a wider scale. The Dalits are today rebelling against the inhuman tyranny perpetrated upon them by the feudal state of high caste Hindus. Similarly, the People's War has made teachers, professors and intellectuals more conscious and active with regards to their responsibilities towards the country and the people. It is a significant change that thousands of intellectuals are coming forward to give moral support to the great historic process of People's War and are organizing against the social evils and the degeneration and tyranny of the reactionary state. In the field of the cultural front, the People's War is helping the revolutionary cultural activists in their initiative and alignment against the present capitalist, revisionist and neo-revisionist hypocrisy. In the field of literature, art and culture, the People's War is directly helping in the formation of a countrywide new cultural army. The role played by the cultural front in making hundreds of thousands of people participate in the People's War has been unprecedented. It is not only within the country but also outside the country, particularly in India, that the People's War has created a new spirit and confidence among the expatriate Nepalese to get themselves organized and participating in the People's War in Nepal. The party's influence and work among hundreds of thousands of expatriate Nepalese has increased. Similarly, today the People's War is playing an important role in attracting agricultural technicians, doctors, engineers, lawyers, human rights activists, etc. to the new democratic revolution. From these facts it becomes clear that the People's War does not weaken mass movement and mass organization, but instead strengthens them and opens the door for their qualitative expansion and development. From the experience of the past 2 years, it has become clear that it is the revisionists who have been hampering the revolutionary development of mass organization and the mass movement by parroting mass movementism, but worshipping reformism and parliamentarianism. 5. Role of People's War in exposing the revisionists. Nowhere in the world proletarian movement has the success of the revolution been achieved without waging intense ideological struggle against revisionism. One of the essential conditions for the development and victory of the Nepalese Revolution is also to liberate the people of Nepal from the fatal poison of revisionism. Comrade Lenin has poignantly expressed that it is foolish to try and fight against modern revisionism only with theoretical debate. Together with ideological debate, it is mainly through the development of class struggle that revisionism can be defeated. It is not so simple and trivial to fight against Nepalese revisionism, which has deeply penetrated within the Nepalese communist movement in the past 5 decades and poisoned the minds of hundreds of genuine people. As has been said by Lenin, it is mainly the development of class struggle, here in the form of People's War, along with ideological debate, that has started burning Nepalese revisionism, in brackets, in Engels' words, quote, colossal heap of garbage, unquote, that today the new and the old revisionists have become more terrorized by the ghost of the People's War than even the old reactionaries and are madly assailing it proves that the revisionists' heap of garbage is on fire. Immediately after the initiation of the People's War, the new and old revisionist pundits violated the common morality of class solidarity and showed their true character by putting their faith in the feudalist and imperialist propaganda and by doubting and dishonoring the great sacrifice and initiative of the masses. They exposed their true self by lending their voice to the reactionary state and by trumpeting the charge of terrorism and extremism against the People's War. It is not only the leadership of the UML that has degenerated into reaction, but also the new revisionist ringleaders who claim themselves to be upholders of quote new democracy unquote and quote Mao thought unquote that have been serving the reactionary state against the People's War and thus revealing their true characters. In this context it is worth recollecting Mohan Bikram, who is getting degenerated and marginalized due to his own immoral, hypocritical and revisionist character, who outwitted all others by announcing that the People's War would be wiped out within 10 months. However, when the old and the new revisionists saw that the People's War was spreading more and more against their wishes, they started parroting that there was a reactionary hand in promoting the People's War, just as the Congress and the Royal Palace have been accusing each other of the same. They lamented that the reactionaries were not able to repress the People's War, which in fact has been resisting reactionary massacres and state terror. When the People's War entered the 2nd year, it was transformed into the life process of hundreds of thousands of people, and it started challenging the ruling reactionary state all the more, and it also triggered the process of genuine cadres from the revisionist camp joining and supporting the People's War overtly or covertly. Seeing this, the old revisionists openly went to give leadership to the reactionary state in order to suppress the People's War. The new revisionist ringleaders, in order to fight for their survival, went nakedly to play into the reactionaries' hands. They instigated the reactionaries against the People's War by making mountains out of molehills of insignificant events at a local level. The People's War has now entered the 3rd year, after completing 2 years. It has established itself as the only revolutionary alternative in the country. For the reactionary state today, the People's War has become the greatest obstacle. It sounds ironic that along with the imperialists, expansionists, Nepali Congress, Rastriya Prachanda Party and United Marxist-Leninist Group, even the leaders of Marshall and the Unity Center should be branding the People's War as terrorism. But this is a fact. Nowhere and never have the elements that have degenerated into reformism and parliamentarianism ideologically and politically ever helped the revolutionary movement. Even after the success of people's revolutions in the future, such kinds of people will continue to oppose it. It is well known that the Bolsheviks in Russia and the Maoists in China were attacked even after the revolution by revisionists who described themselves as communists. Today the People's War is scaling ever greater heights, while exposing all the rubbish of the new and the old revisionists. So long as the revolutionaries are guided by Marxism-Leninism Maoism, and so long as they remain loyal to the Nepalese people and march forward to liberate the country and the people, the venomous attacks of the revisionists will not be able to stop the development of People's War. Rather, with the passage of time, the revisionists will get thoroughly exposed. The revolution will triumph. The development of 2 years of People's War has sufficiently proved this. 6. People's War and the expansion and consolidation of international relations. Before the historic initiation of People's War, the party had pledged that, quote, "The Nepalese Revolution is an integral part of the world proletarian revolution and will serve the world revolution," unquote. Today, with 2 years of experience, this pledge has been proved absolutely correct. It is already known to all that our party is a participating member of the Revolutionary Internationalist Movement, RIM, which is striving for the building of a, quote, "new international," unquote. Within this period, our relationship with the RIM Committee and all other participating fraternal parties of RIM has become qualitatively alive and strengthened. The initiation of the People's War and its successive development has, at one end, given new inspiration to the participating parties of RIM, and at the other end, the Nepalese People's War has received moral support from all the parties. In the course of development today, the international responsibility of our party and the revolutionary Nepalese people has increased qualitatively. Today, our relations are not only spreading among the participating members of RIM, but also among those revolutionary Marxist parties and organizations who are outside RIM. Similarly, relations with revolutionary organizations waging national liberation struggles against imperialism and expansionism are also expanding along with the development of the People's War in Nepal. The way the Nepalese People's War, which is of a protracted nature, has expanded its international relations, and its influence has itself become a specific manifestation of the Nepalese Revolution. It is a matter of pride that the Nepalese People's War is getting warm support, love and inspiration from millions of revolutionary masses all over the world within such a short period. Also, just as the Nepalese People's War is speeding up its relations with international revolutionaries, at the same speed the imperialists, expansionists and various reactionaries are hatching conspiracies and intrigues against it. In this regard, the comments of particularly the ruling classes of India and the American imperialists, the world gendarmes, are worth noting. Many conspiratorial and repressive moves by these powers against the Nepalese People's War and the party leading it have come to the surface. These elements are mainly instigating their stooges, the ruling class and various reactionary groups of Nepal to suppress the People's War. This way, the Nepalese People's War has proven to be a big slap to the world imperialist system, which is undergoing new economic and political crisis. It is now becoming clear that the Nepalese People's War will have a historic role in developing the new wave of world revolution in the near future. The continuous development of Nepalese People's War has not only started exposing Nepalese revisionism, but also world revisionism. The People's War has been a major blow to the old and the new revisionists who have been swimming in the dirty pools of reformism and parliamentarianism, and have betrayed the People's Revolutionary Movement all over the world. In this regard, the attacks of the Communist Party of India, Marxist, the Communist Party of India, and other revisionist renegades against the Maoist People's War in Nepal are particularly noteworthy. Today, in many other countries of the world, final preparations for launching a Maoist People's War are taking place. It is a matter of pleasure for all the Nepalese revolutionaries to know that the experiences of the initiation and continuation of the People's War in Nepal are directly helping in these preparations. Today, requests have been received from revolutionary workers in different parts of the world to come to Nepal and to participate in the war front in order to safeguard and develop the Nepalese People's War and to learn practical lessons from it. These are the highest manifestations of the international impact of the 2 years of the development of the People's War. This way, at one end, the Nepalese People's War has become a new challenge to international imperialism and revisionism, and on the other hand, a new source of inspiration for the communist revolutionaries and the masses of the people. This situation has definitely placed more international responsibilities on the shoulder of the Communist Party of Nepal, Maoist, the revolutionary fighters and the general masses of Nepal. The leading districts, the great martyrs and all the revolutionary fighters of the People's War in Nepal have now been transformed into the common assets of communist revolutionaries all over the world. It is this sense of seriousness and responsibility that has inspired the Nepalese revolutionaries to develop the People's War to greater heights and to set living examples of devotion and sacrifice. 7. Conclusion. The great process of the People's War is marching forward by giving birth to powerful forces of revolutionary transformation in all areas of Nepalese society. The enemies and the opportunists within and outside the country are conniving with each other to repress and thwart this great process of revolutionary transformation. The revolutionary communists and the masses of the people within and outside the country are getting all the more organized on a bigger scale to safeguard and develop this great process. Thus, at one end, the 2 years of People's War have opened the doors of historic possibilities, while at the other end, a situation of bigger challenges from the enemies and opportunists has also been created. The revolution is not following the subjective wishes of anyone, but the dialectical path of its own development. The 2 years of People's War have inspired the party to fulfill its historic responsibility of liberating the people with greater firmness, devotion and responsibility while remaining committed to the invincible principles of Marxism-Leninism, Maoism. Let us unite in the service of and for the liberation of the great Nepalese people. However difficult and challenging the path may be, the people's victory is certain. A World to Win, number 24 from 1998. On the expulsion of the Nepal Communist Party Marshall from Rim. Note, from this article just excerpts will be read. The large theoretical discussion of Maoism one can read for oneself. Only the parts relevant to the Nepalese Revolution will be read. Continuing on. The following article by the Committee of the Revolutionary Internationalist Movement, CORIM, proposed the expulsion of one of RIM's participant organizations, the Nepal Communist Party Marshall, NCP Marshall. The proposal was adopted by RIM in the winter of 1998, A World to Win. Quote, on December 26, 1993, on the occasion of the Mao Zedong centenary, the Revolutionary Internationalist Movement took the historic step of adopting Marxism-Leninism Maoism as its ideology. This decision was taken after a long, vigorous debate within RIM, which had gone on for over a number of years. In the course of this discussion, the Nepal Communist Party Marshall has repeatedly and vociferously argued against this position of our movement. Unquote. CORIM letter to NCP Marshall, 1996. Quote, at the time of the adoption of the document Long Live Marxism-Leninism Maoism, LLMLM, the problem of the continuing participation of the NCP Marshall in RIM was discussed. Having been assured that your party would review its position and discuss the position adopted by the movement, it was decided to allow ample time for this review of position and further discussion to take place. Unquote, IBIT. More than 3 years had gone by since the adoption of MLM, years of vital importance for the communist movement in Nepal. A struggle that came to a head in December 1993 started to bear fruit in the form of the initiation of the People's War by the Communist Party of Nepal Maoist, CPN Maoist. The NCP Marshall, however, have persisted in their refusal to regard Maoism as the third and highest stage of development of our science and opposed the People's War. The differences of our movement with the NCP Marshall are not, however, reducible to their opposition to the People's War. Rather, their opposition is a symptom and the inevitable result of the opportunist trajectory they have been on for some time. In the context of today, where the People's War is helping clarify the political landscape in Nepal, it is important that this period of struggle between our movement and the NCP Marshall comes to a conclusion. Skipping the parts on the era, 2 views on Mao's contributions, New Democratic Revolution and the seizure of political power, the struggle against modern revisionism and the Great Proletarian Cultural Revolution, to go to the chapter Particularities of Nepal. Particularities of Nepal. As we said before, the NCP Marshall ties the possibility of armed struggle to, quote, concrete conditions, unquote. A brief examination of the objective situation in Nepal in the light of Mao's teachings will help clarify the debate. Nepal is a semi-feudal country long dominated by imperialism. As is said in The Worker, number 1, the organ of the CPN Maoist, quote, the present Nepalese state was created about 200 years ago and is presided over by a small clique of moribund feudal and comprador and bureaucratic capitalist classes. These exploiting classes have made life hell on earth for the masses of peasants and workers and have driven the country to the verge of collapse. Nepal is now the second poorest country in the world after Ethiopia. There is economic inequality, the richest 10% gobbling up 46.5% of the national income, while 71% of the population is forced to live below the absolute poverty line. 90% of the population lives in rural areas in primitive conditions, and 81% of the workforce is engaged in backward agriculture, unquote. A backward economy and localized agriculture implies the existence of a peasantry crushed under the yoke of semi-feudal relations and burning with the desire for land. This is one of the conditions for the emergence and survival of red political power in the oppressed countries. This element is of course only visible to revolutionaries who believe that the masses are the makers of history. In the equations of revisionists and opportunists, the masses never count except as a bargaining chip in their dealings with reaction. Furthermore, the ruling classes, being the blood-sucking tyrants they are, cannot count on the strategic and long-term support of most of the population of Nepal, and on top of that, they are mired in contradictions among themselves. An example of this was the inability to decide what to do in the face of the initiation of the People's War. The objective situation in Nepal is not fundamentally different from that in other oppressed countries, and it is on this basis that the Rim Declaration, which the NCP Marshall demagogically claims to uphold, says, quote, in the oppressed countries of Asia, Africa and Latin America, a continuous revolutionary situation generally exists, unquote. The NCP Marshall saw only the difficulties facing the revolutionaries there, and not the favorable aspects. Thus their leadership considered that it was impossible for a people's war to be successfully conducted in Nepal unless one were to break out in India first. They saw Nepal's landlocked situation with the Himalayas, China in the north, and India surrounding the rest of the country as another impediment to the possibility of carrying out a people's war to victory. This approach was indicative of whether the NCP Marshall was trying to apply revolutionary theory in order to hasten preparations for revolution, or instead inventing and distorting the, quote, objective situation, unquote, in order to justify not applying MLM. Mao taught that everything divides into two, and in any situation, however bad, a good aspect exists too. But when one has given up on making revolution, even positive aspects will come to seem negative. The infrastructure of Nepal is very underdeveloped, and most of the country's population is only accessible by foot. The Himalayas, where the masses of Nepal know the ground like the palm of their hand and foreign in brackets Indian soldiers can hardly breathe in the thin air, can be very favorable ground of waging a people's war. The liberation tigers of Tamil Elam, LTTE, have been fighting a guerrilla war for many years in Sri Lanka in geographical conditions far less favorable than those of Nepal. It is true that the fact that the LTTE is a nationalist force creates some advantages for them, because of their ability to unite larger forces to start with, but their bourgeois politics has turned that into its opposite, as they are not able to fully unleash the masses. Just how much being landlocked influences the continuity of people's war in Nepal remains to be seen, but it is obvious that what has sustained the LTTE is not the ability of their fighters to swim. India is a big country with a strong army. An Indian invasion would cost a lot of lives to the revolution, but the strength of the Indian army is relative. and by looking a little harder we can see that it has major and strategic weaknesses, for India as a country wrecked by contradictions. As Comrade Bata Rai, a Nepalese revolutionary leader, has remarked, quote, "The majority of the population in India suffers from hunger, illiteracy and deprivation, and the ethnic and national issues have remained unresolved or rather aggravated over the years," unquote, and, quote, "The factors that compel poor peasants and tribals in Bihar and Andhra Pradesh to revolt under the banner of Naxalism, or compel various nationalities like Punjab, Kashmir, Assami, Naga and others to fight for their national rights," unquote, "are those that unite them with the masses of Nepal against the Indian state. India cannot even clean its own house. If India attacks Nepal to help crush the revolution, the revolutionaries can rely on many elements to turn this into its opposite. Sentiments against Indian domination are so strong in Nepal that such an invasion would inevitably unite even a lot of middle forces against it and against any reactionaries who support it. This dynamic can be used to forge a strong united front and wage a true war of liberation. A correct policy towards the Indian nationality peoples in the Terai region will also unite them against India if they are awakened to their class interests and are mobilized to fight against the common oppressors of the laboring masses of Nepal. The masses of India also have sharp contradictions with the Indian state and will not go along with such an invasion. Indeed, the reality that people in Nepal have risen up to take their destiny into their hands will come to inspire the masses in India, thus weakening the Indian state. Since the arrival of the British in Asia, India has always determined the fate of Nepal. This time let it be the masses of Nepal who help ignite the fires of liberation throughout South Asia. Moreover, imperialist intervention does not come only through neighboring countries or in the form of direct military intervention. The experience of the Communist Party of Peru, PCP, where its chairman and a large part of its leading members were arrested through a CIA-backed intelligence operation, is testimony to that. We are living in an increasingly internationalized world. A revolution in any part of the globe affects the rule not only of that particular state, but also of world imperialism, and is viewed accordingly. It is with the knowledge of these dangers that the comrades of the CPN Maoist set forth on the glorious path of People's War. In addition to the general criteria for the start of the People's War, the present particularly sharp contradictions among the ruling classes and the fact that Nepal has been in a state of tremendous turmoil since 1990 created an especially favorable situation for the launching of the revolutionary war. M.B. Singh's allegations that the Maoists consider the concrete conditions irrelevant and are thus anarchists, etc., call to mind the Peruvian United Left attacks against the PCP at the initial stages of the People's War there. They called the PCP comrades, quote, "roaming bands," unquote, with no connection to the masses and accused them of not taking the objective situation into account. Indeed, here Marshall's false support for the People's War in Peru must be exposed. The PCP have long upheld Marxist-Leninist Maoism and are thus in Marshall's eyes inevitably guilty of quote, unquote, anarchism, etc. But because of the popularity of the Peruvian People's War, the NCP Marshall prefer not to make a direct attack. The objective reality of Nepal shows that the initiation of the People's War had long been overdue, and the only reason it had not started, as in most countries, was the opportunism dominating its left movement. From the time of Wim Dutta Panta in the early 1950s to the Naxalbari-inspired struggles in the 1970s, and down until recent years, the main impediment to launching a People's War had been the dominant lines that paid lip service to the need for People's War, but in actuality reconciled themselves to peaceful forms of struggle in practice. For a more detailed account of this history, see A World to Win, 1996, issue 22. As the leadership of the CPN Maoists summed up, quote, "There are specific weaknesses in the understanding of communists in Nepal. Mostly we have been influenced by gradualism. This means mass struggle, and that sometime in the distant future the mass struggle will itself transform to armed struggle. This is wrong and goes against Marxist dialectics. Basically, we see that philosophy and ideology and organization are crucial to initiating people's war to break out of the vicious circle of reformism, the school of revolution in words and reformism in deeds that marked the old NCP Marshall. There needed to be a radical rupture in thinking, deeds and style of organization. Otherwise, we cannot initiate people's war. Unquote from A World to Win, 1996, issue 22. In an article entitled, quote, On Ultra-Left Deviation in Nepalese Communist Movement, unquote, NCP Marshall supporters say, quote, the Marxist-Leninists have the experience of the present NCP UML, which went to the other extreme from the ultra-left line adopted by the Marxist-Leninist movement of the 1960s and 1970s. The ultra-left line put forward by the present NCP, sick Maoist, is only a means to pave its way for scoring success in rightist politics, unquote. From Red Star, October 1996. Isn't there consistency in the way the NCP Marshall reduces the people's war to a mere question of tactics, engages the party and the masses in reformist politics, defends the reactionary UML-led government, and warns that the initiators of the people's war will become rightist? We don't have to wait for some imaginary future. We can see who is setting their sights on, quote, scoring success in rightist politics, unquote, right now. The comrades of the CPN Maoist have fought against revisionism and courageously picked up the gun and pledged to bring imperialism and reaction down in Nepal. By doing this, they have brought hope not only to the masses of Nepal but to the oppressed all over the world, including our comrades in Peru who have rejoiced in the initiation of the people's war in Nepal. As was said in El Diario, the revolutionary underground newspaper in Lima in June 1996, quote, we salute proletarian internationalism and the launching of the people's war in Nepal by the CPN Maoist, brandishing the invincible ideology of MLM. 13th of February 1996 ripped through the black night of oppression and set forth amidst tumultuous people's war. The organized violence of the oppressed in Nepal exposes the revisionism of UML, who practice parliamentary cretinism and demand respect for the legal and constitutional road, unquote. The NCP Marshall tries to separate line from action by defending the people's war in Peru but directly attacking PCP's ideology. This is idealism. In fact, Marshall's own experience is testimony to how ideology bears on practice. Their opposition to people's war and their gradualist politics has everything to do with their abandoning of Marxism-Leninism Maoism as the third and highest stage of our science. The NCP Marshall also demagogically muddles the difference between the necessary situation for starting a people's war and the conditions of victory. As said before, the objective situation is generally ripe for the initiation of people's war in the oppressed countries. This does not, however, mean that a people's war is automatically going to be victorious, or that victory will come within any given time. The advance of revolution is not a straightforward process and will go through twists and turns. It is always possible that the reactionaries can drown a revolution in blood, but the oppressed will always rise up against reaction. MLM is the only guarantee that these uprisings will lead to the demise of imperialism. When talking about the initiation of the people's war in Peru, the PCP said that it was like throwing oneself into the void, and Lenin said that if you waited for a guarantee of victory, you'd never start an insurrection. Instead of being elated by the initiation of the people's war, the NCP Marshall has shown nothing but contempt for the masses who have risen up in arms. The NCP Marshall has prophesied the defeat of this people's war, as if wishing for its defeat. The people's war will indeed go through twists and turns, but Marshall's prophecy of its failure is its own straight-line plunge into the quagmire of revisionism. Support the people's war in Nepal. As was said at the beginning of this article, after the struggles leading to the adoption of Marxism-Leninism Maoism, it was decided that there would be a period of struggle with the NCP Marshall. A letter was submitted to the NCP Marshall Congress developing Korim's views on some of the questions involved. In the meantime, however, not a single document, not even a page, has been sent by the NCP Marshall attempting to engage in constructive, principled struggle over these crucial differences. Instead, their representatives have made public statements and interviews attacking our movement as, quote, ultra-left extremism, unquote. Quote, although for many Marxist-Leninists of the world the difference between Mao Zedong thought and quote-unquote Maoism seems that of terminology, only in the context of RIM, quote-unquote Maoism represents an opportunist trend to drag the revolutionary internationalist movement as a whole to the path of opportunism and Trotskyism. The committee is doing its best pulling down Leninism from the position of leading ideology of the era of imperialism and proletarian revolution and distorting Mao, unquote, resolution of the NCP Marshall Central Committee of 1996. As we say in our letter of August 1996, and we attempt to show here, quote, the dispute between RIM and the NCP Marshall is by no means limited to a question of terminology. The debate concentrates a whole series of political and ideological questions, unquote. These questions include important teachings of Mao Zedong on the question of the path of protracted people's war in the oppressed countries, Mao's summation of the experience of building socialism in the Soviet Union and China, the lessons of the Great Proletarian Cultural Revolution, and more. Despite their hypocritical assertion that they are, as opposed to RIM, the true upholders of Leninism, the recent struggle also shows that by discarding Mao, the NCP Marshall are also discarding Lenin, including very importantly on the question of political power and the state. Marshall's opposition to Marxism-Leninism has resulted in the untenable situation where one of the participating parties of RIM has publicly, fixedly and repeatedly rejected the very foundation of our movement itself. In its August 1996 letter, Korim demanded that, quote, if your party continues to maintain its opposition to the ideological foundation of RIM, the correct and principled response on your part would be your voluntary resignation from our movement, unquote. In response, the above-mentioned NCP Marshall Central Committee resolution calls this a threat to expel it from RIM and continues, quote, however, CC unanimously decided to continue its position on Mao Zedong thought or quote-unquote Maoism, not to render resignation from RIM, and continues to defend Marxist-Leninist ideology against quote-unquote leftist, opportunist, sectarian, splittist, despotic, illegitimate and arbitrary left opportunist unprincipled policies and style of work of Korim, unquote. They continue, quote, the consequence of the Maoist People's War has proved the policies of both Maoists and RIM wrong, unquote, from on RIM's support. The opposite is indeed the case. The initiation of the People's War was a great development in the class struggle in Nepal and a great material force helping polarize and clarify the political field in Nepal and further exposing the seriously wrong nature of the NCP Marshall line and opportunism more generally. On the other hand, it has also proved the strength and vitality of Maoism. To reiterate, RIM's decision on the NCP Marshall is not simply based on its opposition to the People's War, rather, the opposition of the NCP Marshall to the People's War is a symptom and the inevitable result of the opportunist trajectory it has been on for many years. Furthermore, in relation to their divergence from RIM, the NCP Marshall leadership says, quote, what is needed to be clear about is the fact that RIM is not an authoritative organization to issue certificates of revolution. Instead, it is merely an international forum of Marxist-Leninist parties and organizations for exchanging ideas and experiences, unquote. And any party has the, quote, right to enjoy a view different and free from that of RIM, unquote. Quote, moreover, at a time when RIM is itself deviating from ML principles and or thoughts of Mao, there is no doubt that Korim cannot play any guiding or leading role in the communist movements. Nevertheless, we cannot rule out its utility for exchanging the ideas and the experiences of the parties and organizations in various countries of the world, but RIM encroaches the border or circle. Its utility is more likely negative, unquote. Here the NCP Marshall is reducing the role of our movement to that of an international forum or a debating society. RIM's tasks, however, are defined quite differently in the RIM Declaration the NCP Marshall so hypocritically pretends to uphold. Quote, "At the present juncture of world history, the international proletariat has to take up the challenge of forming its own organization, an international of a new type." Unquote. Quote, "The function of such a new international will be to continue and deepen the summation of experiences, develop the general line on which it is founded, and serve as an overall guiding political center." Unquote. It is in the spirit of moving towards such an organization to lead our international fight for communism that the RIM Founding Conference called for setting up, quote, "an interim committee, an embryonic political center," unquote, to further the ideological, political and organizational unity of the communists, a task that is being successfully and proudly carried out, as is reflected in the document Long Live Marxism-Leninism Maoism and the leap it represents. Any attempt to reduce our movement to a debating society will rob the proletariat of our fighting unity and our international center and inevitably hinder the worldwide march to communism. Another task conferred on the committee by RIM is as follows, quote, "Helping the formation of new MLM parties and the strengthening of existing ones is the common task of the international communist movement," unquote. After seriously evaluating the situation in Nepal, the RIM committee has come to the conclusion that the continued participation of the NCP Marshall in our movement no longer helps the advance of the vanguard in Nepal, rather allowing RIM's prestige to be used by a party that has chosen to depart from the ideological foundations of our movement and the cause of communism would be creating confusion among the masses. It harms the revolutionary cause and lowers the combativity of our movement as a whole. Therefore, in accordance with the organizational principles of our movement and the duties and authority conferred on it, the committee has come to the grave decision to propose to the participating parties and organizations the expulsion of the NCP Marshall from the ranks of our movement. The initiation of the People's War has changed the political landscape in Nepal. The masses of Nepal have embarked on a glorious path that will inevitably be tortuous, but it is the only path that will lead to true liberation. It is vital that all the revolutionary and progressive forces support this cause and defend it against the ever-mounting attacks of reaction. The ideological stand of the NCP Marshall makes it impossible for them to be in RIM, but to support the just war of the Nepalese masses against imperialism and feudalism, one need not be a Maoist. We call on the rank and file of the NCP Marshall to disassociate themselves from MB Singh's attacks against the revolution and join the proud ranks of the People's War in Nepal in the advancing battle for a world free of exploitation and oppression. A World to Win, issue 25 from 1999. 3 years of People's War in Nepal. Over the past year there has been a marked intensification of the People's War in Nepal. The People's Revolutionary Forces, led by the Communist Party of Nepal Maoist, have grown both quantitatively and qualitatively and have proven themselves capable of dealing blows to the enemy. On the 27th of October 1999, the CPN Maoist announced the beginning of the fourth military plan. The party appealed to all the leftist, progressive, patriotic and democratic forces as well as to different nationalities and masses from the oppressed regions, both to help implement the fourth plan of building base areas and to participate in the revolutionary state power locally. Higher levels of military actions were launched on the very day this plan was introduced, and thousands of posters and flyers were distributed throughout the country. Some enemy strongpoints have been captured and the political power of the masses has increased in large areas of the country, especially the western region where the People's War is strongest. The Jana Awan Weekly reported that a CPN Maoist-led guerrilla platoon successfully accomplished a raid on a police post. The report says Maoist guerrillas captured 7 rifles, 1 Chinese pistol and more than 300 rounds of ammunition from a police post at Chiriaga in the western region. The post was raided at 1 a.m. in the morning on 3rd March. During almost 2 hours of fighting, 7 policemen, including a sub-inspector, were wiped out and another was injured seriously without a single loss on the Maoist side. In other instances, demoralized enemy forces have surrendered to the people's fighters. The CPN Maoists' policy of releasing captured enemy forces unharmed has been widely praised throughout the country and stands in sharp contrast to the indiscriminate killing of the reactionary state, which has slashed back at the people by intensifying its policy of naked terror. Government statistics say that 815 have been killed in the fighting as of May 1st, the great majority in the previous 6 months when the government terror campaign Kilo Sera 2 was unleashed. While the government claims that most of those killed have been quote-unquote Maoists, a great number of the casualties are a result of government terror directed at the civilian population. In addition to the militarized police, which until now have been the main vehicle for combating the revolutionary forces, there have been increased instances of regular army personnel being assigned to take part in police operations. Helicopters are used to transport enemy troops against the guerrillas. The struggle reached a particularly intense level in May 1999, as the ruling class mobilized all of its efforts to hold an election for parliament. The CPN Maoist called for a boycott of parliament and stepped up its campaign to build base areas in the countryside. As we go to press, only initial reports, mainly from enemy sources, are available. Even the imperialist press commented that the election rallies in the capital, quote, were sparsely attended, unquote. In the countryside the boycott was even more widespread, and it is reported that election observers from various Nepalese parliamentary parties were afraid to go to the remote areas and, quote, filed their reports from the capital, unquote. Even the government only dares claim a 30% election turnout in, quote, the Maoist-affected areas, unquote, and no doubt that figure is highly inflated by widespread fraud and ballot stuffing, as was reported to have occurred elsewhere. Newspaper reports also indicate some very significant military engagements during the election. In what sounds like a spectacular action, a unit of some 40 Maoist fighters fought with police in Takukot Village Development Committee in the Gorkha district in central Nepal on May 22nd. The battle lasted 3 hours and according to press reports 5 police were killed and 1 people's fighter was martyred. As they left, the guerrilla destroyed the police post with a bomb and took away several rifles. In addition to the squads and platoons made up of full-time men and women guerrilla fighters, many of the military actions have involved large numbers of irregular fighters and masses. The widespread and ever-deepening incorporation of the masses into the People's War has been illustrated in countless examples, big and small. Some press accounts talk of hundreds of people taking part in assaults on enemy institutions. Many other forms of mass activity have taken place as well, such as bands, in brackets general strikes, conferences, seminars, and torchlight processions. A large number of publications have sprung up that support the People's War. It is worth noting that the imperialist press found it necessary during the elections to depart from their policy of totally blacking out developments in the People's War. They acknowledged that dealing with the Maoist-led insurgency had become the principal political question for Nepal's parliamentary parties. While the People's War is based mainly among the poor, especially in the countryside, the united front of all the progressive classes is being built up. A major conference of representatives of the oppressed nationalities was held in Kathmandu itself, which braved the enemy and supported the People's Revolutionary Forces. A mass organization carrying out struggle among the Nevas, a major nationality that inhabits the Kathmandu Valley, carried out a highly successful band in Kathmandu on March 5th. The purpose of the strike was to protest government repression, which under the guise of fighting the People's War has blanketed whole sections of the minority nationalities. Actions have been taken against the Indian domination of Nepal's economy. For example, the call to stop Indian lorry operators, who have long dominated Nepal's transport industry, has been widely hailed by the emerging national bourgeoisie in that sector. Similarly, it has been announced that no Indian films are being shown in Nepalese cinema houses in response to a call for a boycott of Indian films. Nepal Solidarity Forum. Although the Indian ruling class is one of the main enemies of the people of Nepal, the People's War is already generating enthusiasm and support among the masses in neighboring India. India and Nepal are very intertwined. The Indian ruling class exercises a great deal of control over Nepal, and the main party representing this influence, the Nepalese Congress Party, was declared the victor in the parliament elections. Millions of Nepalese live throughout India. In this light, it is of utmost importance that supporters of the principal Maoist forces of India have joined together with other revolutionaries and progressive people to form the Nepal Solidarity Forum. The first act of the Solidarity Forum was to organize a major demonstration in India's capital of New Delhi on February 6th, the third anniversary of the initiation of the war. After a number of cultural presentations, a march started off down the streets, led by an 8-meter red banner. According to reports, the quote, "wide streets of Delhi were paralyzed," unquote, as 10 to 15,000 participants from different corners of India swept through, heading towards the Nepalese embassy. The air resounded with slogans denouncing the fascist guerrilla government in Nepal, Indian expansionism and imperialism, demanding an end to the killing of innocent people in Nepal, and supporting the People's War. Although police blocked the march for 1 hour, the spirited marchers persevered until they succeeded in holding a rally at the Nepalese embassy. The action represented a great success for the just formed Forum organization. At the rally at the embassy, speakers representing the main trends in the Indian revolutionary movement stressed the interrelation between the struggles in Nepal and India. They called on the people of India to oppose Indian expansionism and pointed out that the peoples of Nepal and India faced a common enemy. One key task of the Solidarity Forum is to inform world opinion of developments in the People's War, and it is publishing a regular bulletin with that aim. One outstanding feature of the CPN Maoist has been its internationalist line. From the beginning, the party has stressed the links with the proletariat and the oppressed peoples of all countries. The statement from Comrade Prachanda, Secretary General of the CPN Maoist, on the occasion of the third anniversary of the People's War, said, quote, "We congratulate the Committee of the Revolutionary Internationalist Movement, the fraternal parties, organizations within RIM, the revolutionary parties and organizations and revolutionary masses in India and the world over who have displayed the great ideals of proletarian internationalism wholeheartedly by helping the People's War morally and materially, and we firmly reiterate our commitment to advance on the path of fulfilling our obligations as a contingent of the World Proletarian Army." Unquote. The same statement from Comrade Prachanda concludes, quote, "Today Nepalese society is passing through the sharp birth pains of a period of transition. The old system is striving to turn the country into a complete slave of imperialism and expansionism by shattering all the economic, social and political sectors, whereas the Nepalese people, by means of People's War and different forms of mass struggle, are adhering to the great and painstaking task of establishing the foundation of an independent and self-reliant economy, exercising the people's democratic power from the grassroots, developing people's culture and social relations, and eliminating all sorts of class, national and regional exploitation. In this historical period of the destruction of the old and construction of the new, there is no other obligation higher than that of advancing in the united struggle to build a new Nepal with a self-sacrificing shattering of all sorts of illusion and by achieving victory against cowardly and capitulationist ideas. To that effect, our party appeals to all the leftists, progressives, patriotic and democratic forces, as well as the masses of the country, on the historical occasion of the third anniversary, to help the great process of People's War by all means, to build an alternative revolutionary government from the grassroots, and to develop a united revolutionary struggle centrally, through boycotting the so-called parliamentary election of the genocidal and national betrayers." Unquote. A World to Win, issue 25 from 1999. To the Central Committee, Communist Party of Nepal Maoist, Statement by the Committee of the Revolutionary Internationalist Movement. 1st of February 1999. Dear comrades, on the occasion of the 3rd anniversary of the initiation of the People's War in Nepal, we send you our most heartfelt revolutionary salute. 3 years ago, the Communist Party of Nepal, Maoist, under the leadership of General Secretary Comrade Prachanda, took the bold and courageous step of calling forth the masses of people to rise up, guns in hand, against the mountains of imperialism, feudalism and bureaucrat capitalism. Since that initial glorious beginning, the revolution has been sinking deeper and deeper roots among the masses of Nepal, especially the poor peasantry. Under the leadership of your party, the validity of the path of protracted people's war is once again being demonstrated. The correct Marxist-Leninist Maoist line has grown stronger in the course of combat with all forms of revisionism and opportunism. Since June 1998, your party and the revolutionary masses of Nepal have confronted a vicious assault by the armed might of the reactionaries. Hundreds have been martyred. Yet in the face of enemy terror, the revolution continues to advance, incorporating wider and wider sections of the women and men of Nepal and dealing powerful blows to the enemy. We are confident that the masses of Nepal, under the leadership of your party, will step by step surmount every difficulty. As Mao said, quote, "The road is tortuous, the future is bright." Unquote. Comrades, the struggle you are waging has importance far beyond the borders of Nepal. The participation of the Communist Party of Nepal, Maoist, in the Revolutionary Internationalist Movement, the concern and assistance given by your party to the advance of the communist movement in the South Asia region and throughout the world, even at difficult moments in your struggle, inspire us. The Committee of RIM and the CPNM will continue to march forward as in the past, united by our all-powerful ideology, Marxism-Leninism, Maoism, and determined to accelerate the development of the world proletarian revolution. A World to Win, Issue 26 from 2000. Resolutions on the 4th Regional Conference of RIM South Asian Parties and Organizations. Note by the reader. From this article only the parts will be read which are relevant towards the South Asian region and the People's War in Nepal. The sections that mainly focus on Peru will be skipped. Resolution on state suppression in the South Asian countries. In South Asia, an important part of the world's population is suffering under the yoke of imperialism, feudalism and bureaucrat capitalism. In order to enforce this exploitation and oppression, the reactionary ruling classes of the countries of South Asia are conducting savage and barbarous repression against the revolutionary fighters and broad masses of this region. The stooges of imperialism in Nepal, the feudal bureaucrat comprador ruling classes in collaboration with US imperialism, Indian expansionism, and aided by the hated Israel and Peru, have unleashed a reign of terror and genocidal repression to stop the glorious people's war of the masses of people of that country. Arrests, tortures, rapes and killings have become the routine work of reactionaries in that country. Recently, the reactionaries have escalated this repression to include the practice of secret killings and quote-unquote disappearances of revolutionary fighters and other opponents. But none of these barbaric actions can save the reactionaries from their ultimate doom. The People's War in Nepal will inevitably emerge victorious and liberate the toiling masses of that country. The all-India ruling classes are conducting severe repression and ruthless exploitation against the masses of that country. They have been stepping up terror in the ruling classes' futile pursuit to stop the ongoing heroic armed revolutionary struggle of Andhra, Bihar and Dandakaranya, led by Maoist forces. In particular, hundreds of communist revolutionaries and struggling masses have been murdered in cold blood using the pretext of fake, quote-unquote, encounters. Indian expansionism, this watchdog of imperialism in South Asia, continues to pursue a reactionary policy of drowning in blood the liberation struggle of different nations and nationalities. The Indian ruling classes have imposed a bloody war to stop the struggle of the Assam, Nagaland, Mizoram and other peoples for liberation. Under the pretext of fighting, quote, Pakistan infiltrators, unquote, they let loose a rain of killing against the people of Kashmir. Looting, raping and killing are carried out by the reactionary army. India is revealed as a prison house of nations. The Sri Lankan reactionary ruling classes are continuing their savage and bloodthirsty military operations against the just struggle of the Tamil people and other revolutionary and democratic forces of the country. Despite the ruling class reign of terror, the heroic struggle of the Tamil people for self-determination has surged ahead. In recent months, the reactionary state machinery in Bangladesh has been conducting a new wave of repression, replete with arrests, torture, extortion of money, and the murder of revolutionaries, opponents and masses in that country under the pretext of so-called suppression of quote-unquote terrorism. The ultimate purpose of this repression is to uproot the revolutionary movement and solidify the rule of the reactionary classes. But no amount of repression can stop the people's revolutionary struggle. The ruling classes of Pakistan and their succession of autocratic regimes have been widely and justly notorious for their reactionary nature and their suppression of the peoples of that country. Recently they have again resorted to open military rule. In a word, the whole of the South Asia region has become a torture chamber for the masses. The heroic peoples of this important region of the world have been conducting powerful armed and mass struggles, including the Maoist People's War in Nepal. The Regional Conference of South Asian parties and organizations united in RIM condemn all the reactionary repression against the masses and call upon the revolutionary people of the region to step up their struggle for liberation and make South Asia a graveyard for the reactionaries and their imperialist masters. The reactionaries in this region are ridden with innumerable conflicts between themselves. In spite of that, they are united and collaborate with one another against the masses. People of the South Asia region, get united, fight shoulder to shoulder with your sisters and brothers to advance the cause of your liberation. You are not alone. The people of the whole world are with you. Resolution on the People's War in Nepal. On 13th of February 1996, the People's War in Nepal was initiated under the leadership of the Communist Party of Nepal, Maoist, on the basis of Marxist-Leninist Maoism. This glorious People's War has turned a backward Nepal into an advanced outpost of proletarian revolutionary struggle. The leaders of the People's War of Nepal, the CPN Maoist led by Comrade Prachanda, is a participant in the revolutionary internationalist movement, which further increases our responsibility and determination to learn from and defend it. Since its initiation, the People's War in Nepal has been advancing through leaps and bounds. It has begun the process of establishing the people's power by overthrowing the reactionary rule of imperialism, feudalism and bureaucratic capitalism. The ongoing People's War in Nepal is a glorious event not only in South Asia, but also for the whole international communist movement. Coming after the defeat of the revolution in China and following on the achievements of the People's War in Peru, the People's War in Nepal is a thunderous call to the people of the East and another blow to the slanders of the reactionaries that, quote, Marxism is dead, unquote. To destroy the People's War and the newly emerging people's power in Nepal, imperialism, Indian expansionism and the Nepalese reactionary ruling classes are wildly attacking it in every way. But our sisters and brothers in Nepal are resisting this brutal oppression, exposing the deception of the revisionists and opportunists, making tremendous sacrifices and facing martyrdom on a large scale to advance the cause of liberation. The Regional Conference of the South Asian parties and organizations of the revolutionary internationalist movement is calling on all Maoist, anti-imperialist, democratic and progressive forces to rally behind the People's War in Nepal and develop a powerful movement in solidarity with the People's War in Nepal. Signed by the Ceylon Communist Party, Maoist, the Communist Party of Bangladesh, Marxist-Leninist, BSD-ML, the Communist Party of India, Marxist-Leninist Naxalbari, in short the CPI-ML Naxalbari, the Communist Party of Nepal Maoist, the Proletarian Party of Burma Bangla PBSP Bangladesh, Revolutionary Communist Center of India Maoist RCCIM, and the Revolutionary Communist Center of India Marxist-Leninist Maoist RCCI-MLM. A World Twin, Issue 27 from 2001. Interview with Comrade Prachanda. Below is a picture of revolutionary guerrillas guarding red people's power on the roof of the world in Rolpa district, western Nepal, and a picture of Comrade Prachanda. We are pleased to present here an interview with Chairman Prachanda, a leader of the Communist Party of Nepal Maoist and the People's War in Nepal. The interview took place on 28th of May 2001. Chairman Prachanda, we would like to thank you for according an interview to our journal. Our readership has been following the advances in the People's War since the beginning with the greatest interest and enthusiasm. How do you explain the spectacular success in advancing the People's War and arousing the masses in only 5 years? Response. First of all, I feel honored and express my heartfelt gratitude towards A World to Win, AWTW, which is well established as an important and leading ideological weapon of the international proletariat, for providing me with this opportunity for an interview. With deep appreciation of the genuinely internationalist support of A World to Win, the Committee of RIM and the Revolutionary Internationalist Movement, of which our party itself is a participant, for the initiation, defense and development of the Nepalese People's War, a contingent of the International Proletarian Army, I wish you continuous progress in your endeavor. There are definite subjective and objective factors behind the current height of success attained by the Nepalese People's War during the short period of 5 years. Marxism-Leninism, Maoism and objective reality have taught us that in the present era of imperialism and proletarian revolution, there exists a universal objective basis in general for the initiation, defense and development of people's war in the oppressed and underdeveloped countries of the Third World. The main problem in implementing the strategy of protracted people's war in such countries is, in our opinion, the problem of subjective preparations. The principal aspect of subjective preparation is the question of the development of a militant communist party of a new type, based on Marxism-Leninism, Maoism. The rapid development of people's war is inevitable today after this leadership problem is solved through intense struggle against alien tendencies in the proletarian movement, mainly right revisionism. For the masses there is no alternative to rebellion and revolution, given the objective background of exploitation, repression and poverty prevalent in the semi-feudal and semi-colonial countries in the Third World. In Nepal, our first effort was to correctly grasp the science of Marxism-Leninism, Maoism. For this, we strove to link ourselves with the arduous and challenging ideological struggle waged by the genuine communist revolutionaries of the world against the Chinese counter-revolution after the death of Comrade Mao Zedong. Taking the synthesis of the great proletarian cultural revolution, the highest expression of conscious class struggle, as our starting point, we delved into a serious study. We made a particularly fervent study of the ideological struggle that erupted in the process of the development of the Communist Party of Peru, the Revolutionary Communist Party USA, and in other countries. Through continuous ideological interaction with the Committee of the Revolutionary Internationalist Movement, we tried to acquaint ourselves with the principal tendencies in the world today and to attain the highest collective understanding of the international proletariat. Also, we made an attempt to draw lessons from the positive and negative aspects of the revolutionary and national movements of different countries, including India, the Philippines, Turkey, Iran, Sri Lanka, and others. In short, driven by a hunger for knowledge, we took pains to arm the party ideologically, to whatever extent possible, with the advanced consciousness of the proletariat. This process for ideological clarity was invariably linked with the class struggle of the Nepalese masses and the struggle against different types of ripe opportunism. From the starting point of the advanced consciousness of the international proletariat, we applied various forms of mass line to develop the understanding and desire of the Nepalese people for freedom. According to the principle of uniting with the masses under all circumstances, the party applied different tactics, open and clandestine, legal and illegal, advancing and retreating, etc. We summed up the experiences of splitting and uniting in the communist movement. To expand our ties to the masses, we laid emphasis on developing different mass organizations, forums, and so forth. Throughout all this process, the party has been following the policy of strategic firmness and tactical flexibility with particular seriousness. In the end, after a serious investigation of the lessons of Marxism-Leninism, Maoism, and the international and national particularities of the day, the party concretized its theoretical commitment to the Great March towards Communism and proclaimed the People's War on 13th of February 1996 through a countrywide shock of rebellion. The People's War has attained the current height after completing 6 strategic plans with such basic policies as decentralized actions within a centralized plan and command, balance between political and military offensives against the enemy, political justification of military action and military justification of political action, utilization of the contradictions amongst the enemies to isolate the main enemy, organization and mobilization of the masses in the quickest and best possible way as exhorted by Comrade Mao, and so on. In our opinion, the real key to the fast development of the People's War is the fusion between the science of proletarian revolution and the needs and the fighting spirit of the Nepalese people. In other words, the principal and decisive factor of this development is the correct ideological and political line of the party. Question: in recent months we have heard reports about military operations of the People's Armed Forces on a whole new scale. Where do things stand now in the process of building a people's army? Response: the party has been striving to develop the people's army according to the universal principles of Marxism-Leninism, Maoism. Quote, without a people's army, the people have nothing, unquote. Quote, political power grows out of the barrel of a gun, unquote, and, quote, armed sea of masses, unquote, which are requirements for the revolution. The policy of the party has been to develop base areas and guerrilla zones throughout the whole country and to build the total armed forces with a main force, secondary force, and base in brackets or local force. In establishing our form of actions, the first, second, third, and fourth priorities have been accorded to ambush and mining, raid and commando attack, various types of sabotage, and selective annihilation, respectively. To ensure direct participation of the masses in armed activities, the party has been promoting armed mass actions and armed propaganda too, as part of military campaigns. Such campaigns have played an important role in ensuring the participation of the masses in the People's War. Following the principle of, quote, learning warfare through warfare, unquote, the People's Army is now in a position to conduct successful actions at the level of temporary battalion, in brackets several hundred soldiers. In terms of military formation, permanent and temporary companies have been built up under different regional commands in the country, and dozens of regular platoons and hundreds of regular squads are in action. As base forces, general masses have enrolled in the people's militias in the thousands. This process of enrollment in different military formations is advancing at quite a fast pace. The party has recently resolved to organize this large structure of the People's Armed Forces, which has been successful in capturing enemy district headquarters and many other barracks of the commando forces, under a more unified and centralized command. Accordingly, it has been resolved in principle to establish a central general headquarters and general staff, to name the 3 armed forces collectively as the People's Liberation Army, and to make a public pronouncement of this, to stress the development of mobile warfare, to centralize, decentralize, and transfer according to needs, etc., with the aim of converting every village into a trench against the enemy. Military activities have been shaking the country. Question: where do things stand in relation to building up new people's power? What kind of government exists in the base areas? Answer. Beginning just 1 year after the initiation of the People's War, the question of organization of local people's power has been on the party's agenda. It is since then that the situation of a power vacuum has occurred in many rural areas of western Nepal. In such areas, embryos of new people's power have sprouted in the form of united people's committees under the leadership of the party. After the latest military victories of the People's Army, the enemy has been confined to the district headquarters in the western region, as well as other districts of the country. Thus, vast rural sections of the country have become a form of liberated area. Of course, they are not fully liberated, as the enemy's last and main military force is yet to be defeated. Nevertheless, in the various districts in the main base area of western Nepal, elections to the local and district level people's government have already been completed. Such local people's governments are in the form of a united democratic government of anti-feudal and anti-imperialist patriotic, democratic and left forces. Whereas the local government has been directly elected by the masses, the representatives of the local people's power have elected the district people's governments. These governments, known as local United People's Committees and district United People's Committees, exercise in essence both the functions of policy formulation and execution related to the legislative, executive and judicial organs. To streamline the different functions under their jurisdiction, these people's governments under the leadership of the party are composed of different departments such as the Construction Department, Cooperative Department, Land Reform Department, Forest Conservation Department, Security Department, Education and Culture Department, Health Department, etc. The system of recall of elected representatives of the masses, if the need arises, has been implemented from the very beginning. At present, the local United People's Committees have been growing not only in the main base area of western Nepal, but also in the base areas under all the regional commands in the country. As necessitated by the new developments, the party has now resolved to constitute a united front organism that will play the role of a new democratic government organizing committee at the central level for the defense, consolidation, expansion and coordination of the local people's government. The important point to be noted here is that the party has been stressing the development of the united front, such as the united front of the peoples of different classes, castes, nationalities and regions oppressed by feudalism and imperialism according to the specific conditions of Nepalese society. While upholding the rights of the oppressed nationalities to self-determination, the party has put forward the program of autonomy for the peoples of various oppressed nationalities and regions. This policy and program reflects a revolutionary policy of, quote, unite and struggle, unquote, on a democratic basis against the enemy's policy of, quote, divide and rule, unquote. It is our party's firm conviction that the Central People's Government Organizing Committee will not only coordinate the local people's government, but also play an important role in the preparation of the future insurrection. Question. At different times, the party has spoken of the possibility of negotiations with the old state authorities. Could you please explain your thinking on this? Answer. I feel the question of negotiations with the old state power is a very sensitive question in the revolutionary movement. It is clear from the experience of revolution from past history to the present day that the reactionary ruling class has been utilizing the question of negotiations as a weapon to hoodwink the masses, to engineer a split in the revolutionary movement and to prepare the ground for large-scale massacre. Marxist-Leninist Maoism has taught us that whether to negotiate or not to negotiate with the old state power depends on the concrete analysis of concrete conditions. The principal decisive factor in this is the defense of the basic interests of the people and the revolution. Our guiding principles on the question of negotiations are the experiences and summation of the Brest-Litovsk Treaty under Lenin's leadership and the Chongqing negotiations under Mao's leadership. We consider the question of negotiation as a battlefront that has to be faced by the revolutionary movement under certain concrete conditions. We have launched a serious debate and study on the question of negotiations in the light of the negative experiences of the past and present, including that of Peru. On this question we have struggled on the one side against narrow dogmatism, and on the other, and principally, against rightist capitulationism, and strive to develop a Marxist-Leninist Maoist conception within the party and among the general masses. The RIM Committee statement (in brackets see A World to Win number 21) and other material fighting the right opportunist line in Peru have acted as important motivating factors in this process. We are most serious about the whole party and the masses not having any illusion about negotiations, even if the main leadership of the party were to fall into enemy hands. We feel that this question should be understood correctly in the context of the particular conditions of the current international balance of power between revolution and counter-revolution, and principally in the context of the concrete political situation in Nepal. It is self-evident that subjectively the power of revolution is weaker right now. To lead proletarian revolution to victory in a small and poor country like Nepal is definitely a challenging task. Making maximum use of the tactical flexibility of maneuvering to the right and left and advance and retreat is the inevitable necessity of the circumstances. The Nepalese People's War has been advancing at a fast pace due to the proper balance between strategic firmness and tactical flexibility, and between political offensive and military offensive. Today, the reactionary state in Nepal is reaching the extremity of its political crisis. The People's War is now at the center stage of national politics. Every parliamentary clique is going through an extreme crisis of its internal contradictions, and the number one agenda for everyone is the People's War. Due to their own crisis, the ruling classes have from the very beginning clamored about being in favor of negotiations and conspired to attract the urban middle strata to their side. In this situation, with a view to isolate the main enemy and to educate the middle strata, we clarified that we were not against negotiation per se, and were ready to fight at the negotiation table if definite conditions were fulfilled. This created another serious debate in national politics. Ultimately, the conspiracy behind the negotiations, hula bulu, was unmasked, and a large section of the masses was won over to the side of the People's War. This we summed up as Mao's policy of, quote, fighting tit for tat, unquote. Now we are marching forward, centering on the main slogan of consolidating and expanding the base areas and marching ahead in the direction of establishing the central people's government. The latest towering military actions are the result of the same slogan and plan. Along with this, we have called for the dissolution of the parliamentary system and constitution and for convening an all-section conference and formation of an interim government as immediate tactics. We have made it clear that if the old state is eager to negotiate on this political solution, we are ready for it. In the present context of Nepalese politics, this slogan has played a significant role in isolating the hardline faction of the ruling classes, educating the masses further against the parliamentary hypocrisy, and raising the People's War to a new height of development. It is important to grasp that if the party's policies and program for negotiations were to be realized, if the situation so demands, it would draw the victory of the People's War in Nepal closer. Lastly, we want to assert that there is no reason to be under any illusion or to be apprehensive about the talk of negotiations aimed at advancing the People's War and revolution to victory. We are confident that we are making a creative application of Marxism-Leninism Maoism against right capitulationism and sectarian dogmatism, with the aim of defeating the enemy on the negotiation front also, whilst assuming full initiative in our hands in a situation of continuous victory of the People's War. Question. Some of our readers have asked what the difference is between your negotiation policy and that of the right opportunist line in Peru. Answer. There can be no comparison whatsoever between our aforementioned conception of negotiation and the right opportunist line role in Peru. It has slightly amazed us that some of our friends abroad have such big illusions and gaps in understanding about the real situation in Nepal and the party's policy. In this context, we regret not having been able to elucidate the concrete political situation and the essence of the party's policies earlier. The right opportunist line in Peru has talked about negotiations with a view to liquidate the People's War, whereas we have talked about fight on the negotiations front as well with the aim of advancing the People's War to victory. The right opportunist line in Peru has appeared in the form of capitulationism from inside prison, with an admixture of the enemy's conspiracy at a time of serious setback faced by the People's War after the capture of the main leadership by the enemy, whereas we are talking about negotiations with full initiative in our own hands with the aim of destroying the enemy when the People's War is advancing on a fast and victorious march. Whereas the right opportunist line in Peru has betrayed the revolutionary gains and revolutionary spirit of the masses, our talk of negotiation has been providing political training to the masses to participate more extensively in the revolution against the enemy. Whereas the right opportunist line in Peru is the product of a defeated mentality, our talk of negotiation is a revolutionary tactic, advanced in a conscious and balanced manner after drawing lessons from the same negative experience in Peru. Hence, there is a difference of night and day between the two. I don't think I need to add anything more onto this. Question: how do you see the relationship between the new democratic revolution in Nepal and the struggle going on in other countries? Answer: the new democratic revolution in Nepal is an integral part of the world proletarian revolution. Hence, it has a close and inseparable relation with national liberation, democratic and socialist movements in other countries. The basic characteristics of the era of imperialism and proletarian revolution, the murderous colonization process of plundering the world through finance capital under the pseudonym of globalization and liberalization by imperialism, and the massive impact of the qualitative change in information technology, especially electronic technology, define the specific relations among the revolutionary movements in different countries. This situation has further enhanced the practical importance of the great theory of proletarian internationalism. The present condition of instant worldwide impact of any positive or negative event in any corner of the earth has been preparing the material ground for world communism at an astonishingly fast pace. This situation has also qualitatively enhanced the process of revolution in a particular country, exerting influence on the revolutionary movement in other countries. Hence it is necessary to make new advances in the conscious efforts of the proletarian revolutionaries to further world revolution on the basis of proletarian internationalism. We have made a deep appreciation in the context of the People's War in Nepal that its development cannot be conceived if it's divorced from the experiences led by the PCP, RCP, USA, RIM and revolutionaries in India, Turkey, Iran, Philippines and other countries since the death of Comrade Mao. The present rapid pace of development would have been inconceivable without the support of communist revolutionaries and freedom-loving people of different countries, and particularly the revolutionary internationalist movement during the period of the historic initiation of the People's War. That is why we have conceived the new democratic revolution in Nepal as a base area of world revolution, internationalist in content and national in form. We have seriously sought to develop close solidarity with the struggles in other countries, whatever their level of development might be, to learn from their experiences and to disseminate our experiences to them. The consciousness of this proletarian internationalist duty was responsible for highlighting with particular seriousness the Leninist conception of the fusion between the proletarian movement and the national liberation movement by the recent Second National Conference of our party. Question: what is the goal of your struggle? How does it differ from the struggle that nationalist forces are waging in other parts of South Asia, for example? Answer: it is open and clear that the ultimate aim of our movement is to contribute towards the attainment of glorious communism by ending all forms of exploitation of man by man from the face of the earth. Just prior to the historic initiation of the People's War, we had clarified our theoretical commitment that this war would be advanced as an integral part of the proletarian world revolution, and that weapons would not be discarded until the final construction of communism. Most importantly, it must be understood that only by marching forward under the guidance of Marxism-Leninism Maoism, the invincible universal ideology of the proletariat, the last and the most revolutionary class in history, can this golden future of humankind be attained. In South Asia, various nationalist forces, which are a product of the state of social development, are valiantly fighting for the right of self-determination. Such nationalist struggles are not able to grasp the particularities of the era of imperialism and proletarian revolution. It is their limitation not to grasp that it is historically impossible for any national liberation movement to achieve success without being a part of the world proletarian movement under the leadership of the proletariat. On the contrary, the failure to provide correct leadership to the national liberation aspirations of the people is a weakness of the political parties of the proletariat. The proletarian revolutionaries must do their utmost to overcome this weakness. The national movements on their own are not drags on the proletarian movements, but they are fraternal movements to be led on the basis of Marxist-Leninist Maoism. It is also clear that unless they are led by the political parties of the proletariat, such nationalist movements would ultimately be nothing but a tool of one or another of the imperialist cliques. If not a part of proletarian revolution, then surely a part of imperialism. Such is the historical destiny of national movements. In Nepal, we have been stressing the question of national liberation ever since the time of the historic initiation of the People's War, according to the Leninist principle of the fusion of the national liberation movement with the proletarian movement. The idea behind the concept of a, quote, new Soviet Federation at the South Asian level, unquote, as advanced by our party's second national conference, is the strategic objective of providing proletarian leadership to the national liberation aspirations of the peoples of this region. This is important to note. Question. Many observers have noted the massive participation of women in the revolutionary struggle in Nepal. What is the significance of this? The important key to the intense development and the success of the People's War in Nepal is definitely the massive participation of women. The reactionaries and the revisionists are today, quote, astonished, unquote, by the massive participation of women and the records of sacrifice, devotion and dedication set by them in the People's War. As the first heroic events of its kind in Nepalese history, as a sort of great inspiration for the women of the world, the women guerrillas have broken open the prisons of the old state. In the vast rural areas, the working women have heroically faced untold savageries and atrocities of mass rape by the enemies. Even while their eyes were gouged and their bodies set ablaze by their enemy in the most brutal manner, the women have stood firm in their conviction for liberation. Objectively, the women have left the men behind from the point of view of sacrifice, devotion and dedication to the People's War. Today, thousands of women have come out of the confines of their kitchens to graduate into People's Warriors. Thousands of women have borne untold misery to assist the People's War. The party has now made organized efforts and plans to develop women communist leaders as a guarantee of the success of the revolution. We feel that the motive factors behind such massive participation of women in the movement is the correct policy of the party in providing an outlet for the spirit of rebellion created by the material conditions of Nepalese society. Because of its class character, the bourgeoisie never places confidence in the ability of women. On the contrary, due to its class character, the proletariat acknowledges the vast potential inherent in women. Hence, it is the proletariat alone that can genuinely lead the women to liberation. Our party has, from the very beginning, upheld the woman question as one of the decisive questions likely to decide the fate of the revolution. With the organization of women alongside men in the guerrilla army, the women for the first time felt liberated from hundreds of years of feudal patriarchy and have taken their destiny into their own hands. Now the party has formulated a special organization and plans for the development of leadership quality in women in the light of 5 years of experience. The party is in the midst of a long-term plan to develop women leaders on par with men in the party committees from the local to central level, in the different levels of people's power and in the people's army, from amongst the women subjected to double exploitation and oppression in both class and gender terms. It is our firm belief that the question of bringing forward communist successes from among the women in large numbers is important, not only for the success of the revolution, but for preventing the future danger of counter-revolution. Nepalese society is constituted as an admixture of Aryan and non-Aryan ethnic communities. From the point of view of intra-family oppression, the women of Aryan communities are subjected to intense atrocities of Hindu feudal patriarchy, whereas women from oppressed Mongolian and other nationalities suffer relatively less from patriarchy. As our movement was more concentrated in the non-Aryan belt of western Nepal, it was culturally more conducive to the participation of women. In the Aryan community, as there was more exploitation and greater atrocities against women, the People's War provided a concrete method for women's liberation, and there has been increasing participation of women from this community as well. Thus, women's participation from the two different communities accelerated. Question. Recently your party held its second national conference. Brackets, see excerpts of conference resolutions in this issue. End of brackets. Could you highlight the main achievements of this conference? Answer. By breaking through the enemy's conspiracy and several suppression encirclements, we have been historically successful in concluding our party's second national conference. The historic success of this conference has itself become a powerful blow against the enemy. The historic aspect of this conference is inherent in its far-reaching important resolutions, which the party has summed up as epoch-making. The main subject of the conference was the ideological synthesis based on the past 5 years' experiences of the People's War and chalking out the future directions of the People's War. The conference has been totally successful in fulfilling its aim by unanimously adopting its ideological synthesis in the form of, quote, Prachanda path, unquote, through the document The Great Leap Forward, Inevitable Necessity of History. The document has presented the party's set of ideas in the form of a summation of the international communist movement, an analysis of the specificity of the present international situation and the lessons to be learned from it, a resolution on South Asia, a general summation of Nepalese history, a new review of the history of the Nepalese communist movement, a new evaluation of the party's history, a summation of the 3 instruments of the revolution, a discussion of mass line, and a resolution on great achievement, and at the end an outline of a future plan was presented. The document, which was unanimously adopted through exercising a high-level proletarian democratic and lively debate, has unified the party on a new basis. That is why the party has summed up the conference as the Conference of Unity and Victory. After the resolutions of the conference were made public, especially the resolution on, quote, Prachanda path, unquote, it has created a big uproar within the reactionary and revisionist camp, while it has created a wave of excitement among the revolutionary masses. The military victories achieved in the following period and the successful mass meetings and demonstrations involving hundreds of thousands of people represent the transformation of the resolutions of the conference into a material force. Question. How has the party itself changed since the People's War began? Answer. As has been said by Comrade Mao, People's War is not only an art of fighting against the enemy, but it is also a means of cleansing oneself from within. We have been making this clear right from the very beginning. 5 years' experience has verified this in practice. First of all, the initiation of the People's War has made a qualitative transformation in the party's underground structure and its working style. Secondly, along with the development of the People's War, the party has been able to concentrate on the basic classes, and there have been important changes in the class composition of the party cadres. Thirdly, the People's War has liberated innumerable party cadres from the old reformist legacy, and this has given a new lease of life to the party, and is continuing to do so. Fourthly, the People's War has come out victorious against the Alok tendency, including sectarian and anarchist deviations, brackets, referring to the party's fight against the former leader, Alok, who degenerated, end of brackets, and through this it has created an environment for new unity on a new basis. Fifthly, the People's War has prepared the material basis for successfully implementing the party's rectification campaign. Sixthly, the People's War has established the party as the sole revolutionary party among the masses in the whole country. Seventhly, The People's War has raised the party to the present height of ideological synthesis. In this way, the People's War has contributed and is continuing to contribute in multifaceted ways in the process of ideological and material proletarianization. Question. Your conference paid considerable attention to some questions of the history of the international communist movement. Why did you feel such study is necessary? What lessons does it hold for the future? Answer. Yes. Our party's second national conference has paid special attention to learn from the history of the international communist movement. Having reached the pinnacle of historic victory in the first fight for state power, why did our class have to face such a big setback in the world? This question by itself is a very important question. Certainly we have been saying that it is the result of the loss of the ups and downs of the class struggle, the treacherous betrayal of the revisionists and the conspiracy of the imperialists. However, this explanation is not enough to convey the total truth, and this will not be able to generate confidence among the masses for the revolution. The principal factor in the development of any object or process will always be the internal. From this point of view, the sensitive question is to find out where our class revolutionary representatives in the past failed to pay attention or what their weaknesses were on the ideological questions. It is by using the telescope and microscope of Marxist-Leninism Maoism that we can find this out. We have focused our attention on this subject, after 5 years of experience, for the success of the revolution and keeping in mind the necessity of shielding against the danger of future counter-revolution. In this process, we have taken the experience of the great proletarian cultural revolution as the starting point of our study. This way, in the process of study and discussion, our attention has been drawn towards the question of Comrade Mao's evaluation of the 30% errors of Comrade Stalin. We have tried to dig out even more deeply Comrade Mao's evaluation that, despite being a great and sincere Marxist-Leninism, Comrade Stalin had a fair share of metaphysics, subjectivism and dogmatism when it came to grasping dialectical materialist philosophy. By doing so, our party has opened the door for studying such questions as why Comrade Stalin's concept of party could not grasp the, quote, unity of opposites, unquote, and helped to lead to the birth of Hoxhaism, that he made several errors in grasping the nature and conduct of the class struggle under socialism, that he had given wrong instructions on many occasions in regards to the relationship between Soviet socialism and world revolution, that he had made the mistake of generalizing the Soviet need of forming a united front during the Second World War, that he laid one-sided emphasis on the growth of production and the development of the productive forces as a guarantee for the success of socialism, that he had some problems in grasping the Leninist concept of fusing oppressed countries' national liberation movements with the proletarian movements, that he was not able to grasp the importance of the contribution of the Chinese Revolution and that of Comrade Mao, and so on. Throughout the experience of class struggle and the ideological struggle, we have come to see that many of the groups and old leaders of Nepal, who claim to be advocates of Mao Zedong thought, have been viewing Marxism from the Hoxhaite dogmato-revisionist angle. They view and perceive Comrade Stalin not through Mao's eyes but through Enver Hoxha's eyes. This created obstacles in the development of the Nepalese Revolution for decades, and even now one has to struggle against that tendency. We feel that the communist movements in almost all the countries of the world have been confronting this problem in small or big ways. In this situation, there should not be any hesitation on the part of the new generation of communist revolutionaries in learning from the errors of Comrade Stalin. This is because today the reactionary essences of Trotskyism, Khrushchevite revisionism, Eurocommunism, so-called Hoxhaism, so-called Ho Chi Minh centrism, so-called Juche of North Korea and other wrong trends have been unmasked. From at least now there is no danger of such revisionists taking advantage of our sincere effort to learn lessons from history. On the contrary, this effort of ours to learn lessons from history will help substantially in grasping Marxism and Maoism more firmly, in providing successful leadership to the revolution, and in preventing the danger of counter-revolution in the future. Question. The conference speaks of Prachanda path. Could you briefly explain this understanding? Answer. Through the application of Marxist-Leninist Maoism's universal truth to the Nepalese specificity, and mainly through the summation of the experience of 5 torrential years of People's War, the conference concluded that a definite set of ideas have been developed. That set of ideas has been named Prachanda path. The party has put forward this nomenclature because it represents the centralized expression of the collective leadership and Comrade Prachanda's quote, correct and continuous leadership, unquote. The party considers Prachanda path as an enrichment of Marxism-Leninism-Maoism. Giving it concrete definition, the conference has termed Prachanda path as a set of ideas that is more than a general party line, but which has not yet developed up to the level of thought. The party has defined Prachanda path in the Nepalese context as a new link of creative Marxism, opposed to both the right revisionists and sectarian dogmatists. The conference has correctly summed up the role of immortal martyrs of the People's War, the general masses, the revolutionary fighters, the entire party rank and file, and the central team of leaders and RIM, together with communist revolutionaries of the world, in developing Prachanda path as a specific set of ideas. The party is confident that the synthesis of Prachanda path will serve the world revolution by giving direction to the forward march of the Nepalese Revolution. Question: what has been the relationship between your party and the international communist movement? Answer: the relationship between our party and the international communist movement has been particularly deep. The very fact that since 1984, the year of the formation of RIM, our party has been an active member, confirms this relationship. It was through RIM that we got great inspiration and help from the lofty experiences of the People's War in Peru. In its essence, the Nepalese People's War has been a joint effort of our party and the international communist movement, because of the process of continuous debate and interaction throughout the whole process of preparation, initiation and development of the People's War. This reality reflects the specificity and grandeur of our relationship. Along with this, we have been maintaining close relationships with revolutionary parties in India, who have extended great help in different ways to the development of the People's War in Nepal. Our entire party and the masses have been giving great importance to this relationship with the international communist movement. We have been commenting that if the revolutionary People's War in Nepal faces a big setback, then it will not only reflect the failure of our party, but will also reflect the failure of the international communist movement to a significant extent. From this point of view, it is evident that our relationship with the international communist movement is somewhat different from such other relationships in the past. We are confident that, along with the development of the revolutionary movement under the guidance of the great ideology of Marxism-Leninism and proletarian internationalism, this relationship will serve the world revolution even more profoundly. How do you see the relationship between the revolution in Nepal and the rest of the South Asia region? Because of South Asia's economic, political, cultural and geographical concrete conditions, we feel it is necessary to carry on the revolutionary process of all the countries in this region in a coordinated manner. We have been stressing the importance of coordinating the revolutionary movements at the South Asian level in the context in which the region is growing into an important center of world revolution, and that the imperialists, especially the American imperialists, have been casting their evil eyes on this region and the Indian expansionist ruling classes, who dream of being a big bully of the region, are kneeling before the American imperialists. It is by going through this process of joint efforts that we have pointed towards the possibility of developing a quote, new Soviet Federation of the South Asian level, unquote, in the future. We have seriously considered the importance of advancing revolution in South Asia under a grand strategy. The Nepalese Revolution and our party have been maintaining a lively relationship with the revolutionary parties and movements in India, Bangladesh and Sri Lanka. In this respect, we feel that the Indian revolutionary parties and the Indian Revolution will have the most important role to play. Question: what suggestions would you offer to comrades in other countries who are striving to initiate or develop People's War? Answer: to all those comrades who are endeavoring to develop various war fronts within a single campaign of world proletarian revolution, we, from the war front in Nepal, would like to convey our well wishes that the comrades will be fully successful in applying the universal principles of Marxism and Maoism to the specific conditions of their own respective countries. However tortuous the road may be, the victory of the world proletarian revolution is certain. Thank you. On this page there's also a picture of a woman revolutionary fighter. A World to Win, issue 27 from 2001. Nepal. The future is bright, the road is tortuous. There are two pictures on this page showing youth, including many women, jump at the chance to be part of an organization that breaks traditions, chains, and fights class oppression. In the first half of 2001, the political situation in Nepal developed with dizzying speed. While it was the massacre of the royal family in June that caught the most world attention, at the center has been the increasing strength of the People's War in that country, the incorporation of ever broader sections of the masses, and the serious defeats inflicted on the reactionary armed forces, especially the militarized police forces that had been carrying out the main suppression against the revolution in Nepal. The advance of the People's War has been the main factor driving Nepal's ruling class into a profound political crisis. It is instructive to look at some of the news immediately prior to the royal family massacre in June 2001. In the first 2 weeks of May, the People's Armed Forces captured 100 rifles, and quite a few enemy were killed and captured. In May alone, 9 to 10 police posts were completely overrun. In the first week of April, 2 major engagements resulted in 70 enemy killed. The party had only formed its first military company 6 months previously. In brackets, a squad in the People's Armed Forces generally consists of 9 men and women. A platoon consists of 3 squads and a company of 3 platoons. The platoon is currently the main unit of the People's Army. End of bracket. The People's Forces now consist of thousands of organized soldiers, in addition to thousands more armed masses. Now there are several permanent companies. This means that the 100 or so soldiers in a company maneuver as a basic unit, not simply gathering and dispersing. Thus, the companies are able to deal with relatively large units of the enemy. Recently, the party had its first experience operating on a brigade level, 3 companies, but the brigades are not permanent formations at this time. The military advances of the People's Armed Forces laid the basis for organizing a new political power of the people. In May, the formation of people's governments was announced in huge mass meetings in western districts of the country that had been the stronghold of the People's War. See the back cover for a photograph of one such meeting. The militarized police, who in fact have been trained and equipped by the Royal Nepal Army, proved incapable of resisting the people's strength. The Western imperialists and neighboring India became increasingly alarmed of the growing possibility of a Maoist victory. The Prime Minister of revisionist China, Zhu Rongxi, also came to Nepal on 12th of May to protect Chinese interests amid an increasingly turbulent political situation. It was widely reported that the Maoist insurgency was high on his agenda. A leading US State Department official arrived in Kathmandu and began to issue orders. His main point was that the Maoist insurgency must be stopped, and he publicly barked orders to this effect to the then willing Nepalese Prime Minister Girishi Koirala. In the important Terai region of Nepal, the flat agricultural belt lying along the border of India that stretches from one end of the country to the other, the party's work has been achieving good results. Most of the country's grain is produced here, and it is home to 40% of the population. The class enemies had hoped in vain to make use of long-standing contradictions between Nepalese of so-called hill origin and those of so-called Indian origin, in brackets most of whom have been in Nepal for generations. End of bracket. In May, for the first time, a heavily armed police post in the Terai, with dozens of defenders, was overwhelmed by the People's Armed Forces. Most of the landlordism in Nepal is located in this area, and it is key for carrying forward the proletariat's policy of land to the tiller. The royal family itself is among the biggest landlords in this region. Engaging the RNA. It was clear that the only obstacle standing between the Maoist People's War and the capture of nationwide political power was the Royal Nepal Army, RNA, whose main forces had still not fully engaged in this fight. Indeed, the full mobilizing of the army was the main demand of the US and the Nepalese Prime Minister. But calling out the RNA is not as easy as the imperialists and other reactionaries would wish. The People's War had reached such a breadth and depth, and the People's Armed Forces had developed to such an important degree that, even to the reactionaries, it was by no means sure what the outcome would be. The so-called commandos of the military police were in fact disguised operatives of the Royal Army. Would the soldiers do better than the commandos they themselves had trained and equipped? Further, the Royal Army, and behind it the royal family, had been putting forward conditions to the whole Nepalese ruling class. On 20th April, Army Chief of Staff General Rana stated, quote, "But we must not forget that without clear policy goals and directions from His Majesty's government, and without strong support from all political parties, it is difficult to ensure the success of any national security or development program. Therefore, if the army is to be used in internal security and development programs, then there must be strong and long-term support for the common people and all political parties." End of quote. Translated, this means that the army would dictate its terms to the ruling class political parties. It was in this tumultuous situation that the world was stunned when a massacre took place at the palace, killing most of the royal family, including the king and the crown prince, in brackets, who was accused of killing his parents and family in an insane rage over a love affair, unquote. Very few people in Nepal accepted the rapidly shifting story of the government. The Communist Party of Nepal, Maoist, laid the responsibility for the massacre with US imperialism and the Indian secret services, and pointed to King Birendra's reluctance to order the Royal Nepalese Army to directly combat the People's War. The new king was quick to reveal his colors when the editors of a leading Kathmandu daily were arrested and initially charged with treason for having published an article by Baburam Bhattarai, a senior member of the political bureau of the CPNM. In this article, Comrade Bhattarai calls upon patriotic elements in the army to refuse allegiance to the new king and to make common cause with the people of Nepal. A press release issued by the CPNM concerning the massacre of the royal family is reprinted in this issue of this journal. Throughout the war, and increasingly so in the more recent period, the CPNM has struggled to make its voice heard throughout the whole society and to take a direct role in the political debate and struggle. The party refers to this as a policy of, quote, political intervention at the central level, unquote, which it considers a necessary complement to the armed struggle for power itself. The strength of the People's War has meant that the party's political propositions have been at the center stage of the country's political life. The party has not only put forward its basic program for a new democratic Nepal, but also proposed immediate solutions to the crisis the country is facing. Even before the massacre of the royal family, there were frequent debates in the ruling circles of Nepal, as well as widespread interest among urban intellectuals and some other sections of the masses regarding the CPNM's proposal for negotiations with the government under certain conditions. One formal meeting between the CPNM Central Committee representative and the Deputy Prime Minister had taken place in late 2000. Also before the royal family massacre, the political crisis of the regime was reaching extreme heights. Parliament was paralyzed, unable even to meet. The ruling class had been unable to solidify its ranks and unite in a focused attack on the People's War, despite insistent calls from many quarters for exactly such measures. It was already clear before June that the status quo ante, the previously existing balance of forces, could not be maintained, and new dramatic political reconfigurations were inevitable. It was in this context of heightened political crisis that the party put forward the slogan for a conference of all the institutions in Nepal to scrap the existing constitution, form an interim government, and discuss the political reorganization of the country. After the royal family massacre, the party analyzed that the, quote, traditional Nepalese monarchy has come to an end, unquote, and called for the resignation of Prime Minister Gishira and for all political forces to join in efforts to form a new interim government. In the immediate aftermath of the royal family massacre, the armed forces led by the Communist Party of Nepal, Maoist, further intensified the struggle. For example, separate raids were carried out on 6th of July on the police posts in 3 different districts, Lamjung, Nuwakot and Gulmi, killing 41 militarized policemen and injuring many others. People's guerrillas stripped all the camps and equipped themselves with all the arms and ammunition and blazed the posts into ash. Altogether, 9 Maoist fighters were martyred in those separate battles. While the military actions were shaking the country, the party carried out other forms of struggle as well. A very successful nationwide strike, or Band, was held on 12th of July. The struggle was heading to a crescendo when 70 policemen were captured by the Maoist-led armed forces in a daring attack on 12th of July at Holleri police post in Rolpa. After 2 hours of fighting, the guerrillas captured an inspector and 69 others from amongst the 72 stationed there. The guerrilla government, with the support of the new king Gyanendra, promised to quote-unquote rescue the captured policemen with the help of the Royal Nepal Army. Press releases were issued claiming that 150 Maoist fighters had been killed and that their defeat in the symbolic stronghold of Rolpa was imminent. The reality was quite a bit different. There had been no casualties on the people's side. At that moment, the soldiers of the Royal Nepalese Army were unwilling and or unable to defeat the Maoist armed forces, and the prisoners were released only after giving a pledge not to take up arms against the people. In this climate, Prime Minister Girija sharply criticized from within his own party for his inability to deliver on his promises to destroy the insurgency, and discredited among the masses, announced his resignation. He gave a farewell speech in which he singled out the Maoist as the greatest quote-unquote problem facing the nation. With the people's forces storming one stronghold after another and the reactionary armed forces unable to stop the tide, the new Prime Minister, Sher Bahadur Doiba, was chosen from within the ranks of the Nepal Congress Party, one of the main pillars of the reactionary ruling class. Within days of taking power, Doiba called a unilateral ceasefire and called for negotiations with the CPNM. Chairman Prachanda responded by instructing the party's armed forces to hold off on any offensive actions but remain on the alert. On 29th of July, the state released 15 Maoist prisoners and a few days later 10 more and hinted they might release others. The USA and India. The bulk of the Nepalese ruling class seems to have lined up behind Doiba's call for a ceasefire and negotiations. Even the newly appointed United States Assistant Secretary of State for South Asia, Christina Rocca, whose predecessor had pushed for calling out the Royal Army, quickly rushed to Nepal to express support for the new governor's policy. It was clear that the ruling class options were quickly evaporating and that the rulers and their imperialist advisers felt that, at least for a while, military and political considerations made negotiations an unavoidable step. But it was also clear that negotiations would be just one more arena of combat. Articles in the ruling class press in Nepal predicted prolonged and fierce discussions before any serious negotiations could be held. A reporter from the Nepali Times asked Baburam Bhattarai, quote, "Is your armed struggle going to be a continuous strategy, or do you see the real possibility of that ending for, say, a negotiated settlement?" Unquote. He responded sharply, quote, "Whether the armed struggle will be waged till the very end or not depends not on our pious wishes, but on the objective and subjective conditions of the revolution, particularly on the policy of the ruling classes. Our openly stated goal is total state power for the oppressed masses. Nothing more, nothing less. Will the reactionary ruling classes hand over state power through a so-called negotiated settlement? You should ask them." Unquote. Indeed, while the revolutionary process has been shown to be rich and complex, the basic task remains the same as it was when the CPN Maoist boldly initiated the People's War on 13th of February 1996. The capturing of political power by the proletariat in alliance with the whole people, especially the poor peasantry. As Mao put it, quote, "The seizure of power by armed force, the settlement of the issue by war, is the central task and the highest form of revolution." Unquote. It has also been proven all over the world time and time again that the ruling class will never step down from the stage of history voluntarily. On the contrary, despite whatever tactics the ruling class might adopt at one time or another, the closer they feel to their doom, the more ferociously they will fight to hang on to their privileges as exploiters. While the divisions in the ruling class are sharpened by the blows of the revolutionary people, fear of revolution will also tend to unite them against the people. Furthermore, Nepal cannot be seen outside of its international context. The People's War in Nepal is advancing amidst an upswing in the revolution in nearby India, the centerpiece of the semi-feudal, semi-colonial setup in the whole region. India has long considered Nepal its so-called protectorate. It is not a question of whether or not India will intervene, but only how and in what forms. India is intensively reinforcing its entire lengthy border with Nepal under the thin pretext of preventing the entry of so-called Pakistani infiltrators. Permanent paramilitary posts, each containing 30 to 40 personnel, are being established at a distance of 3 to 5 kilometers apart. But the Indian ruling class, although a formidable enemy, is not all-powerful. Indian expansionism is widely opposed by the Nepalese people. The communist revolutionaries in India are making common cause with the comrades of Nepal, and Maoist-led insurgencies are advancing in Andhra, Bihar, and Dandakaranya in India. The Indian ruling classes, which have serious difficulties maintaining the rule over such areas as Kashmir, Assam and northeast India, in brackets the scene of massive movements demanding an end to national oppression by the central Indian state, end of bracket, would find it no easy matter to trample on Nepal. Steering revolution to victory. The Communist Party of Nepal Maoist is keenly aware of its responsibilities to the revolution on an international and regional scale. The CPNM sees regional cooperation not only as necessary for seizing power, but also from the longer-term viewpoint of holding on to power in the face of imperialist and reactionary encirclement, building a socialist economy and transforming all of society. In this light, they are calling for the creation of a Soviet Federation of South Asia. This bold orientation is also certain to meet with increased attention by the class enemies in the region and internationally. No doubt the revolutionaries of the region will be carefully considering this proposal and the orientation that lies behind it. The recent meeting of Marxist-Leninist Maoist parties and organizations of the South Asia region showed a resolve to strengthen the cooperation among the proletarian revolutionary forces of the region. See their statement reprinted in this issue. China, which also shares a long border with Nepal, is closely monitoring events. While revisionist China is thoroughly integrated into the imperialist world order, its own reactionary state interests put it in conflict with India. At the same time, the Chinese revisionist rulers, who overthrew the revolution in their own country, fear and hate Maoism reappearing like a phoenix on their own border. In short, there are many sharply contradictory phenomena, both inside Nepal and in the regional and international context, that give rise to a complex and dynamic revolutionary process. This rich experience has also generated vibrant discussion inside the party. Throughout the war, the CPNM leadership has paid attention to unfolding two-line struggle. Throughout this whole process, the far-sighted leadership of Comrade Prachanda has been affirmed. At the recent Second National Conference, excerpts of the conference document are reprinted in this issue. the party consolidated its understanding that the formulation of a, quote, set of ideas, unquote, that it calls, quote, Prachanda path, unquote, was an historic accomplishment of the Nepalese Revolution. Comrade Prachanda was elected chairman of the party. In an interview with A World to Win, Chairman Prachanda explains the thinking of the party on a number of vital questions. Communist revolutionaries throughout the world are following the developments in Nepal with the utmost interest. Surely it is time that our international movement made some real leaps in building proletarian political power, and the advances in Nepal are filling comrades all over the world with enthusiasm and underscoring the power and vitality of Marxism-Leninism Maoism. Furthermore, it is clear that the CPNM is grappling with a series of difficult and complicated questions that come with the responsibility of directly leading millions of people and steering the revolution to victory. For most Maoist parties and organizations, these are new problems with which the movement still has little recent practice. Through the close interaction between the CPNM and the rest of the international communist movement, especially RIM, we can expect that the whole movement will deepen its understanding as it learns about and struggles over the new experiences coming out of Nepal. It is, of course, impossible to predict the next developments in the unfolding People's War. Reaction in Nepal, India and among the world imperialists is one of increasing alarm at the rapid growth of Maoist-led revolution, and these enemies will use any and all types of covert action and conspiracy, military intervention, political and economic bullying and other means to try to prevent the emergence of proletarian political power on a nationwide level. The wounded and cornered beast will certainly lash out, but it is just as certain that the revolutionary struggle will press ahead despite whatever twists and turns it must go through toward the unfolding bright future. A World to Win, issue 27 from 2001. Document of the Nepalese Revolution from the Great Leap Forward, Inevitable Necessity of History. International Communist Movement and its Historical Lessons. The following excerpts are from the document of the Second National Conference of the Communist Party of Nepal, Maoist. They are reprinted from Himalayan Thunder, May 2001, Quarterly Bulletin of the CPNM, and slightly edited for publication. Born together with capitalism, the proletariat is the last revolutionary and international class of history. In Europe, its emergence and struggle against capitalism paved the way for the propounding of Marxism. Of extraordinary talent, Karl Marx, along with his very intimate friend Friedrich Engels, discovered the world outlook of the proletariat, dialectical and historical materialism. Known as Marxism, this scientific discovery was nothing but in essence a supreme synthesis of the experience and knowledge of mankind achieved in thousands of years. This science, synthesized with the revolutionary objective of transforming the world, not merely explained it, but brought an unprecedented revolution in the thinking of mankind, and provided a scientific device to understand and transform the world, and to fight against all kinds of dogmas, superstitions, and evils of society. Marxism proved irrefutably how a unique production relationship is maintained between some people and other people, with the development of the productive forces in the process of production and reproduction for the fulfillment of material needs, and how the total development of history after the stage of primitive communism is the history of class struggle, as determined by definite scientific laws. This is the allegation of historical materialism about history as a whole. Exposing the real cause of capitalist exploitation and the accumulation of capital in the hands of a handful of capitalists in society, Marx put forward the great theory of surplus value. Also, Marxism made it clear how capitalism has created a vicious cycle of exploitation by turning human labor into a non-living thing in order to make more profits, and at the same time how it is developing huge battalions of the modern proletarian class and is ultimately digging its own grave. Considering the unprecedented development of the productive forces and the contradiction between the socialization of the production process and the private appropriation of production, Marxism presented, bearing the responsibility for social revolution on the shoulders of the proletariat, a scientific ideal of golden communist society by demolishing classes and states and ending all kinds of exploitation of man by man. Marx and Engels laid the foundation of basic principles relating to the strategy of the proletariat to pursue to achieve the great ideals of communist society. In total, they presented fundamental views on the dictatorship of the proletariat and the socialist state as an inevitable need for the transitional period from capitalism to communism, the need of violent revolution, the need of the destruction of the old capitalist state, and the concept of the development of armed masses. Throughout his whole life, Engels fought fiercely against bourgeois trends appearing in the workers' movement to establish this scientific view. Against the concept of bourgeois nationalism developed for the security and needs of the market, Marxism upheld the banner of proletarian internationalism, loudly chanting the slogan, quote, "Workers of all countries unite," unquote. The first Communist International was founded at the initiative and under the leadership of Marx and Engels. It spread the scientific ideas of the Communist Manifesto among the workers and simultaneously fought vigorously against the various opportunist trends appearing in the international communist movement. It is in this context that in Paris, France, the proletariat for the first time in history seized the state through armed revolt. Renowned as the so-called Paris Commune all over the world, the historical revolt not only justified the basic principles of Marxism, but also helped Marx and Engels to refine these with the synthesis of experience. Though lasting for a short period of only 72 days due to its inherent mistakes, Marx and Engels declared that its experiences would live forever. It is particularly remarkable that the views of Marx and Engels on the Paris Commune have been serving as historical inspiration even today to identify and fight against revisionism and opportunism in the communist movement. Due to the defeat of the Paris Commune and the conspiracy of opportunists within, the first Communist International was dissolved. However, after the death of Marx and as per the needs of the new situation, the Second Communist International was formed under the leadership of Engels in 1889, which played a significant role in disseminating Marxism in the primary stage. But after Engels' death, the leaders of the Second International, mainly Karl Kautsky, knelt before bourgeois parliamentarism and betrayed the revolutionary principles of Marxism. In the course of the hard struggle against reformism and parliamentarianism, a Bolshevik party and revolutionary struggle of a new type developed under the leadership of Lenin, and the socialist revolution was completed in Russia in 1917. During the life and death struggle against revisionism for the defense of its scientific and revolutionary teachings, Marxism developed into Marxism-Leninism. Lenin highly stressed that there can be no struggle against reaction unless it is linked with that against opportunism. He elevated the philosophy of dialectical materialism to a new height. The fact that the principle of the unity and struggle of opposites is the only fundamental principle of dialectics was further explained. By analyzing and researching the characteristics of imperialism, Lenin contributed qualitatively in the field of political economy and defined the new era as the, quote, era of imperialism and proletarian revolution, unquote, which made a great contribution in devising the strategy and tactics of revolution. His analyses, which were well justified by later events, are equally correct even today. Lenin not only enriched Marxism on the total aspects of scientific socialism, including the concept of a new party, the strategy of socialist revolution, the struggle against revisionism, uniting the peasants for revolution in the backward countries, and the significance of full democratic revolution, the proletarian view on the right of nations to self-determination, the need for proletarian revolution to lead the national liberation movement in the eastern countries, and regarding the development and struggle of the workers and masses in the capitalist countries, which developed in the imperialist period, but also elevated it to a new height of development. The success of the Great October Socialist Revolution created unprecedented waves in the world. The masses, oppressed for centuries, felt that they had found a new way to real liberation.
fiercely resisting the outlook of the imperialists and reactionaries. The Third International was formed at the initiative of and under the leadership of Lenin in 1919 in order to forge ahead the world revolution in an organized way. Taking the Soviet socialist state, founded in a very large part of the earth, as a base area, he gave emphasis to advancing the world revolution. The revolution of Germany among the developed countries and the issue of the same in countries like India and China among the underdeveloped countries were seriously thought over. Declaring that the proletarian revolution in backward countries with a majority of peasants is, quote, very hard and great, unquote, he emphasized applying the general principles of communism in accordance with the concrete situation of the country concerned. Eventually, a concept of, quote, national democratic revolution, unquote, was put forward requiring fighting against colonial and semi-colonial exploitation too in such countries. However, Lenin emphasized that the communist revolutionaries of the countries concerned must work out and develop their strategies for revolution themselves. At this juncture, particular attention must be paid to the stress given by the Comintern led by Lenin on the significance of the creative application of the general principles of proletarian internationalism and Marxism in accordance with the national characteristics of such countries. At a time when struggle is still needed in the international communist movement against the trend which, even today, represents on the one hand sectarian nationalism on the pretext of national characteristics, and on the other Trotskyism that undermines national characteristics on the pretext of internationalism, the significance of this is evident. After the death of Lenin, Stalin led the international communist movement. He served the proletarian movement by undertaking historic tasks, such as defeating the right liquidationism that emerged in the form of the so-called permanent revolution of Zinoviev, Kamenev and mainly Trotsky, establishing Leninism, strengthening the Soviet Union by collective farming and planned economic development, knocking Hitler fascism to the ground in the Second World War, synthesizing the experience of Soviet economic development, and leading the whole international communist movement for about 3 decades. Nevertheless, the fact that many serious weaknesses prevailed in Stalin and eventually caused some serious problems should not go unheeded. While doing so, our starting point should be, of course, the evaluation of Stalin made by Mao, in which he has divided Stalin's thoughts and works into 2 aspects, and declared 70% of them correct and 30% wrong. Advancing on the ground of the general guideline about a revolution in the colonial and semi-colonial countries of the pre-capitalist stage as put forward by Lenin during the initial period of the Third International and greatly influencing the international power balance, the new democratic revolution was completed successfully in China. This successful revolution in a huge area with the largest population in the world, through decades of struggle, presented a new model for revolution in the semi-feudal and semi-colonial countries of the pre-capitalist stage. As Lenin had called for, the Communist Party of China led by Mao undertook the, quote, great and difficult, unquote, task of revolution in an eastern country by creatively applying the universal principles of Marxism-Leninism in their own specificities. In this context, the Communist Party of China led by Mao enriched and developed the Marxist science. The theory and knowledge of contradiction in philosophy, the analysis of bureaucrat capitalism in political economy, the development of the strategy of our new democratic revolution, the universal principle of people's war, and the concrete concept of the party, army and united front clearly shows the enrichment of Marxism-Leninism. During the process of revolution, Mao had to fight hard against right and so-called left opportunism of various kinds and against elements who wanted to mechanically copy foreign experience, such as Li Lisan, Wang Wing, Chiang Kuo-tao, etc. When deeply cogitated, Mao's struggle against Li Lisan, Wang Ming, etc. seems in essence to be related to the struggle against much of the mechanical materialist thinking and working style of Stalin and the Comintern, though Mao never disclosed this. Mao had called upon the people to be alert against the threat of mechanical, materialist and metaphysical thinking that existed in the Communist Party of China and the international communist movement, not only through his policy of unity and struggle, worked out in the case of the United Front, but also through his great works like On Contradiction, On Practice, Reform Your Study, Rectify the Style of Work, On New Democracy, etc. In the international communist movement, Mao defined the party as a unity of opposites, and not as a monolithic and homogeneous unity, and he clarified the fact that two-line struggle inside the party is, indeed, always the motivating force for the party's life. In addition, clarifying the interrelation between class struggle in society and two-line struggle in the party, he presented a scientific explanation of the fact that as long as classes are there, the party exists, and as long as the party exists, ideological struggle prevails. He declared the concept of monolithic unity to be anti-dialectical, and flatly rejected it. His view on the party added a new dimension to the Leninist view of the militant party of a new type. According to Mao, a struggle between right and wrong ideas always runs inside the party, and at a certain stage, wrong ideas appear as revisionism, turning this into a hostile struggle with the revolutionaries. If non-proletarian ideas prevail in the whole party changes its color. Therefore, the revolutionaries should be always continuously revolutionizing the party through two-line struggle. Thus, the Chinese Revolution, grounded in Marxist-Leninist thought, goaded millions of workers and peasants on their way to be the masters of their own destiny. The Communist Party of China, led by Mao, put forward a program for socialist revolution right after the success of the new democratic revolution under the leadership of the proletariat. In this historical process of socialist revolution, the contradictions between the revolutionaries and the people who had been influenced by the bourgeois character of the new democratic revolution and joined the revolution intensified. Right at that period, Stalin died in the Soviet Union. Khrushchevite revisionism seized the leadership in the 20th Congress in a counter-revolutionary coup in the Soviet Union, and capitalism was restored. The Khrushchevite clique was successful in overturning socialism and the dictatorship of the proletariat, using the pretext of struggle against the personality cult of Stalin. This event shocked the revolutionaries all over the world. Terrorizing with nuclear arms, the clique rejected the decisive role of the people in the making of history. The renegade Khrushchevite clique advocated class conciliation instead of class struggle in the name of the, quote, three peacefuls, unquote. Khrushchev cloaked his blatant advocacy of bourgeois parliamentarianism with possibilities rising from the changed world situation. Encouraged by the restoration of capitalism in Russia, the Chinese rightists intensified their attack on the proletarian revolutionaries in the party. The Peng Tuihai event is a concrete example of this. In the face of this complex situation, Mao seriously thought over the class struggle under socialism and upheld the banner of struggle against Khrushchevite modern revisionism outside the country and right opportunism inside the party. During this fierce struggle, Mao put forward with a scientific analysis of the class struggle in socialism a concept of continuous revolution under the dictatorship of the proletariat as the principle to prevent the restoration of capitalism, and he laid the great proletarian cultural revolution, which is considered an unprecedented mass revolution in the whole history of mankind. With this earth-shaking revolution, Mao armed the proletarian class with a new weapon to prevent the restoration of capitalism in socialist society. This great contribution established Mao as the propounder of a new third and higher stage of Marxism, i.e. Marxism-Leninism, Maoism. This great revolution prevented the restoration of capitalism in China for 10 years. Notwithstanding the success of the capitalist roaders in restoring capitalism in China through counter-revolutionary plots, due to various national and international reasons after Mao's death, the significance of the principle he developed has not declined at all, but instead has grown as a beacon for future revolutions. What is notable here is that Mao, after the Khrushchevite clique succeeded in restoring capitalism in the Soviet Union without any serious resistance, fought on the one hand to safeguard the achievements of the world's first socialist state, and on the other persevered seriously in studying the weaknesses that caused such an irreparable loss. It is in this context that we must understand his defense of Stalin against the attack of the Khrushchevite clique, and Mao's explanation of his various mistakes and weaknesses. Mao's evaluation of Stalin stands apart against both rightist revisionism, which negates him completely, and against sectarian dogmatist revisionism, which accepts even his mistakes and weaknesses. In the international communist movement, the former trend is led by Trotsky, Tito, Khrushchev, etc., while the latter trend is led by Enver Hoxha, etc. Another important point to note is that Eurocommunism, on the pretext of opposing Stalin's concept of monolithic unity and bureaucracy, began opposing the integrated dialectical materialist science of Marxism from a bourgeois anarchist pluralist angle. When the debate was going on in the international communist movement, and Khrushchev, the ringleader of modern revisionism, along with imperialism, was simultaneously defaming Stalin from a counter-revolutionary angle, it was but necessary to defend Stalin, emphasizing his essentially correct and positive aspects. Doing so did not mean defending him alone, but also the whole communist movement, socialism, and overall Marxism-Leninism itself. But today things have changed greatly. Khrushchevite revisionism, later turning into social imperialism, has fallen completely with the dissolving of the Soviet Union. In China, the Chinese Khrushchevites have usurped power through a counter-revolutionary coup and restored capitalism after Comrade Mao's death. Today there is not even a single socialist state in the world. At this moment, revolutionaries all over the world are free, without any political pressure, to draw the essence of historical experience, and a great responsibility has been laid on their shoulders, to fulfill which they must work hard, no doubt. In this context we must go into depth on what has been mentioned in the very beginning of the letter entitled, quote, "On the Question of Stalin," unquote, during the great debate launched by the Communist Party of China led by Mao against Khrushchevite revisionism. It states, quote, "The question of Stalin is one of worldwide importance, which has had repercussions among all classes in every country, and which is still a subject of much discussion today, with different classes and their political parties and groups taking different views. It is likely that no final verdict can be reached on this question in the present century," unquote. The century, as stated by the Communist Party of China, led by Mao, has ended, and the 21st century has already started. We must focus our attention on defending Stalin's 70% positive contributions and drawing lessons from his 30% errors. As stated elsewhere in the same article, quote, "It would be beneficial if the errors of Stalin, which were only secondary, are taken as historical lessons so that the communists might take warning and avoid repeating those errors or commit fewer errors," unquote. Another important point is that his errors contain two aspects: the errors committed inevitably due to lack of experience of the dictatorship of the proletariat, and the errors caused by ideological mistakes. It was not possible to prevent the former errors, but the latter ones could have been. Listing the errors of Stalin, it is stated in the same article of the Great Debate, quote, "In his way of thinking, Stalin departed from dialectical materialism and fell into metaphysics and subjectivism on certain questions, and consequently he was sometimes divorced from reality and from the masses. In struggles inside as well as outside the party on certain occasions and on certain questions, he confused two types of contradictions that are different in nature: contradictions between ourselves and the enemy, and contradictions among the people, and also confused the different methods needed in handling them. In the work led by Stalin of suppressing the counter-revolution, many counter-revolutionaries deserving punishment were duly punished, but at the same time there were innocent people who were wrongly convicted, and in 1937 and 1938 there occurred the error of enlarging the scope of the suppression of counter-revolutionaries. In the matter of party and government organization, he did not fully apply proletarian democratic centralism and, to some extent, violated it. In handling relations with fraternal parties and countries, he made some mistakes. He also gave some bad counsel in the international communist movement. These mistakes caused some losses to the Soviet Union and the international communist movement." Unquote. In the context of the experiences of the great proletarian cultural revolution, Maoism and the contemporary international communist movement, what is evident today is the fact that although he was a great Marxist-Leninist, Stalin's ideological mistakes have substantially influenced the world communist movement subjectively. Categorically speaking, he had some weaknesses in his thinking and understanding in dealing with the fundamental principle of dialectics, the unity and struggle of opposites. Taking the Communist Party as a monolithic unity, instead of a unity of opposites, led him to errors in identifying the nature of and ways of dealing with two-line struggle inside the party. As a result, it was declared on the grounds of rapid economic growth through the elimination of private ownership, collective farming and industrialization, that there was no hostile class contradiction in Soviet society, which violated basic principles of Marxism-Leninism. Such analysis made Stalin think one-sidedly that a threat to Soviet society could occur only from external intervention and conspiracy. The emphasis on the possibility of counter-revolution from external intervention and conspiracy, instead of paying adequate attention to how new capitalists are produced within the Communist Party itself and Soviet society and how to control them, violated at times Lenin's basic postulates on the relationship between the formation in one country of socialism and the development of the world revolution during the primary period of the Comintern. Though there was no ill intention at all, the emphasis on safeguarding Soviet society from external threat virtually undermined internationalism and exaggerated Russian nationalism, which created a lot of confusion about the understanding and advancing the world revolution and the functioning of the Comintern. It is to be remembered that Lenin, while forming the Comintern, stressed the concept of the world revolution and a world communist party and that everything would be subsumed under it. But under the leadership of Stalin, the world revolution was considered as a part of Soviet society, instead of vice versa. This is what has been pointed out by Mao as Stalin's wrong advice on the international communist movement. Stalin took collective farming, industrialization and the rapid development of production and the productive forces due to centralized planning in the economic field as sufficient grounds for the guarantee of socialism's success, and kept on stressing it one-sidedly. It undermined the importance of resolving the differences prevailing in society and revolutionizing the production relations. This helped in developing a new bourgeois class, which was represented later by the counter-revolutionary Khrushchevite clique inside the party, and which established the dictatorship of the bourgeoisie by overturning that of the proletariat. Drawing lessons from the errors of Stalin due to historical limitations and ideological weaknesses, Mao studied seriously economic policy and pointed out its positive and negative aspects to elevate the Marxist-Leninist principles regarding the class struggle in a socialist society to a new height in order to prevent the restoration of capitalism. And he presented a new model of socialist economy that required one to be read and expert, to walk on two legs, etc. Collective ownership of production alone does not guarantee the success of socialism, because many kinds of differences such as mental and manual labor, city and village, and the capitalist stage of the production of commodities still exist in society and continue to provide material ground for the growth of a new capitalist class. Therefore, Mao made it clear that characteristics of both communism and capitalism exist in socialism, and that there remains the danger of capitalist restoration. He aptly presented the scientific truth that the march towards communism is possible by regulating capitalism through the process of continuous revolution after the proletariat seizes political state power. There's a picture on this page of local militia and villagers escorting guerrillas out of a village in Rumo district, western Nepal. On the basis of this principle, he led the people to exercise the right to rebel against the capitalist rulers of the party, who advocated the Khrushchevite line that advocated that it was good to be rich. He drew a clear demarcation line between the Marxist revolutionaries and the revisionists with the principle of 3 do's and don'ts. Quote, practice Marxism, not revisionism. Unite, don't split. Be open and above board, don't conspire and intrigue. Unquote. With the slogan, quote, bombard the bourgeois headquarters, unquote, he called upon the people to invade the revisionists' fortress. During the Great Proletarian Cultural Revolution, through the struggle against renegades Liu Shaoqi, Lin Piao and Deng Xiaoping, he further developed the dialectical method of achieving new unity on a new basis in the party through a process of unity, struggle, transformation, and emphasized the need to form party committees according to the principle of 3 in 1, with old people, adults and youths, in order to transfuse new blood into the party. However, it was not possible to sweep away all the rightists who had reached higher echelons in the party and government, because of several negative effects of the international communist movement and the historical limitations of the class struggle, and since it had been virtually late in exposing them. But it has enhanced the importance of the principle developed. Some people do not realize the complexity of the Cultural Revolution period and blame Mao for a number of compromises in the latter period, which is completely wrong. He had been promoting the rise of revolutionaries, including Chiang Ching and Chiang Chung-chao, as a revolutionary core in the party. He was in fact leading the so-called Gang of Four and was the most far-sighted. In this regard, an important question may be raised. Why didn't he take any initiative towards building a new communist international, though he had the experience of waging the historic struggle against Khrushchevite revisionism and conducting the great proletarian cultural revolution? In reply, several negative experiences of the Comintern in the latest period might be put forward, but that simply cannot be the major factor. As a matter of fact, Mao had been ideologically leading the international communist movement by waging struggle against Khrushchevite revisionism, and by leading the great proletarian cultural revolution, and by supporting, cooperating with, and disseminating national liberation, new democratic and socialist revolutions all over the world. But objectively, there were some serious practical difficulties in giving these an organized form. Among the visible ones were the dogmatic, revisionist, centrist and chauvinist communist parties of Albania, Vietnam and North Korea, etc., who rejected the universal contributions of Mao, and it was not possible to form the Communist International by ignoring all of them at that time. But today the situation has changed greatly. There is not even a single socialist state in the world. Genuine revolutionaries have upheld Maoism as a higher stage of Marxist-Leninism. A new wave of revolution is appearing on the horizon. Now, Marxism-Leninism Maoism is there as an ideological foundation for the creation of a new communist international. All the communist revolutionaries need to march forward seriously, so as to give it an organized form through class and ideological struggle. Today, the revolutionary internationalist movement has already emerged as an embryo of it. Everybody has to attempt to refine and develop it. Special attention must be paid to conduct discussions and interactions with revolutionaries outside RIM and unite them in the movement. While doing so, the communist revolutionaries should seriously look into the experiences of the Comintern and try to resolve the issues of evaluating the 7th Congress of the Comintern, the Second World War and the dissolving of the Comintern, the suggestions given to the communist parties of several countries to form a government with the anti-fascist bourgeoisie, and Lenin's criticism of Millerandism, the position of the communist parties of Greece, Italy, France, Spain, India, China, etc., and Stalin's role, etc. These questions lie in front of the international communist movement as challenges. Maoism has already provided the scientific basis for the answers to these questions. Therefore, the communist revolutionaries of the world need to accelerate their initiative to learn from the positive and negative experiences of the past by applying Maoism. A World to Win, issue 27 from 2001. Some fundamental characteristics of the international situation.
The analysis of the basic characteristics of imperialism made by Lenin just before the Great Russian October Revolution is still correct. Accordingly, the world is in the era of imperialism and proletarian revolution even today. In today's world, there are four kinds of basic contradictions: the contradiction between the bourgeoisie and the proletariat, the inter-imperialist contradiction for profit and plunder, the contradiction between imperialism and the oppressed countries and people, and the contradiction between the capitalist system and socialist system. Among them, the fourth is not at the surface now, but as per the past experience and for future guarantee, we must take it into account continuously. The socialist revolution comes out of the first contradiction, and that is its solution. The second contradiction leads to world war for redivision of the world, but has not been permanently resolved. As Mao has said, the proletariat should attempt to prevent world war as far as possible, but if unsuccessful, they should carry out the policy to turn the world war into world revolution. The third contradiction leads to the national liberation movements, and the contradiction ends with their success. Among these, the contradiction between imperialism and the oppressed countries and people is the principal world contradiction today. The party should be clear about some important ideological and political questions as regards deciding about the principal world contradiction, because a wrong trend to undermine and neglect the historical significance of national liberation movements and label them sectarian nationalism has been prevailing in the international communist movement. Moreover, Trotskyist and chiefly Khrushchevite revisionism has influenced it to a great extent. The first thing to note here is that in the course of the development of the era of imperialism and proletarian revolution, the founding of Russian socialism and the formation of the Comintern in order to advance the world revolution and formulate its strategies, Lenin stated that the proletarian revolution and national liberation movements should fuse into each other, and that this fusion would be a historically important task. Imperialism has been blocking socialist revolution by creating an aristocratic class, even within the working class, with a portion of their unaccountable profits extracted through merciless exploitation and plunder of the masses of the colonial and semi-colonial countries of the world. Therefore, Lenin, paying due attention to the importance of incorporating national liberation movements within the proletarian movement, forwarded the slogan, quote, "Workers and oppressed people of the world unite," unquote. He concentrated maximum attention on the national liberation movements of the oppressed countries, including India and China. On the basis of this analysis of Lenin, Mao developed in the world proletarian movement a total concept of the significance and the question of the leadership of the national liberation movements. Imperialism has been maximizing the exploitation, oppression and political suppression of the people of the oppressed countries by using their reactionary ruling classes. It has been making the people poorer and poorer by making use of the economy of the oppressed countries as its own integral part and by drawing excessive profits through cheap labor and raw materials. That is exactly what has made the situation mature for a new democratic revolution in Asia, Africa and Latin America. This is why Mao declared these regions storm centers of world revolution and asserted revolution as being the basic trend of the world. He proclaimed the contradiction between imperialism and the oppressed nations as the principal contradiction of the world. Grasping the historical truth that the national liberation movements had become an integral part of the world proletarian movement, Mao developed the strategic method of establishing proletarian leadership over them. Despite important changes in forms, Mao's analysis stands correct in essence even today. During the Cold War, Russian social imperialism and US imperialism spent huge amounts of money on arms for the expansion of their influence and eventually turned into superpowers. They imposed various kinds of regional wars on the oppressed countries, and another world war appeared very close. But Russian social imperialism could not maintain its old form due to the imperialist crisis and collapsed politically and economically. Ironically, Western imperialism propagated this collapse as the collapse of communism and celebrated joyously its unipolar hegemony. This event definitely gave US imperialism more opportunity for direct plunder, exploitation and intervention in the so-called Third World and the entire world. This accelerated the unhindered mobilization of financial capital on a world scale. This is what has been hailed by imperialism as, quote, globalization, unquote. Through this so-called globalization, imperialism has entrapped the whole economy of the oppressed countries and has been dictating and pressuring the ruling reactionary classes of these countries to pursue the policy of liberalization in order to speed up the flow of capital. Through the economic giants like the World Bank, the International Monetary Fund, etc., imperialism has created an environment to play the role of director and controller of the economic affairs of the oppressed countries. Mainly US imperialism grew more and more encouraged to grab unlimited profits by mixing up the unprecedented progress in science and technology, including electronics, with the cheap labor of the Third World. After all, what ultimate objective result has the imperialist campaign of so-called unipolar world, so-called globalization and so-called liberalization brought? The experience of the last 10 years has already shown the truth. That is the intensification of the contradictions between different classes and between the rich and poor countries. Even according to the data prepared by the imperialists, in brackets, which is manipulated to best suit the interests of the authority concerned, end of bracket, the rich countries, with only 25% of the population of the world, own 80% of the world's wealth. Today, 2.5 billion people are extremely poor and 1 billion people are living an extremely miserable life below the absolute poverty line. 80 million people of the Third World are forced to leave their country for their livelihood every year. More than 20 million children are forced into labor. The class contradiction is intensifying even in the imperialist countries. Even in the US, the number one hoodlum of the world, more than 20 million people are suffering from absolute poverty. Racial discrimination, inequality, unemployment, homelessness, social insecurity, women's oppression, etc. are growing day by day. They cause the resentment of the people from time to time, to suppress which the ruling classes are compelled to use special military force and devise new strategies. In Western Europe, unemployment has been institutionalized and people resort to street struggles because of shortages and inflation. Suppression, terror, religious and communal riots against the people's resentment and against the national liberation movements and socialist movement which are developing everywhere in the Third World countries have been the daily routine of the imperialists and reactionaries. The fact that their political cover, bearing the signboard of parliamentary democracy, has been torn to pieces has been splendidly brought about by the recently conducted drama of the US presidential election. If a country advocates even a little economic and political freedom, the imperialists take no time in imposing economic sanctions against them, resorting to political pressure, military intervention and genocide. Their intervention in Iraq, Yugoslavia, Palestine and Mexico, along with other Asian, African and Latin American countries, verifies this. Imperialism has built a gigantic mechanism of military force and strategy in order to maintain the so-called New World Order. US imperialism has developed a military strategy, quote, to keep up, unquote, its global economic plunder and hegemony. According to the data of their defense budget, US imperialism has allocated $262 billion to defense alone, which is almost half of that of the world. When the defense budget of its alliance partners, like the NATO countries Japan, Israel and South Korea, are also included, it exceeds 80% of the world's total. Today, the US has become the main headquarters for arms smuggling. US imperialism has, through its military-industrial complex, been successfully looting the world and fooling their people by parting with a small portion of its loot. It has put on alert a huge military force in the Gulf and in the Korean peninsula to fight against Iran, Iraq, Libya, Syria, North Korea and Cuba, whose total defense budget amounts to $15 billion only. As Lenin has stated about imperialism, The US has been giving priority to its military force to continue its political and military hegemony over its allies and is intensifying its activities with its global military hegemony in countries like India and China in order to capture the huge store of cheap labor and raw materials. On top of this, its strategic alliance with Indian expansionism has been rapidly growing, and dark clouds of massive plunder and genocide in South Asia are looming larger. The opening of an FBI branch in Delhi is its evidence. These facts show the importance of Mao's concept of three worlds in the immediate tactical sense. However, facts have also indicated that objectively the imperialists, mainly Yankee imperialism, have been getting fully engulfed in the contradictions with the oppressed countries and people. Though there is no contention between the superpowers at present, following the end of the Cold War, the so-called unipolar dream is what can never come true, as shown by open and disguised clashes and conflicts of economic and political interests between the US, the European Community, Japan and Russia. With this crisis, the possibility of revolt by millions of masses is intensifying day by day. We must seriously pay attention to the following distinct situation created by imperialism with the evil intention of grabbing profits in the present world. Firstly, it has guaranteed the acceleration of the people's consciousness to move from the world of necessity to that of freedom, by linking high technology with the cheap labor of the huge population of the masses. Secondly, with globalization to grab profits, unprecedented development in the field of information technology, mainly electronics, has narrowed down the world just to a small rural unit. Therefore, it is very likely that an event in any place will have a great positive or negative impact on the world as a whole and vice versa. Thirdly, the worldwide system of imperialism producing and distributing arms has been indirectly playing a role for the technical preparation of people's war on a world scale. Fourthly, the unlimited production and globalization of its social process has strangely built a material basis in a rapid way for the communist principle of work according to ability and distribution according to need. Fifthly, and mainly, imperialism, by intensifying the class struggle, principally the contradiction between imperialism and the oppressed countries and people, to the maximum, has been preparing a revolutionary objective situation for 80% of the people of the world. Through the internal contradiction of the imperialists, unequal development and distribution as per the inherent character of capitalism, the development of this objective situation will lead to revolution in any country in Asia, Africa and Latin America, and its international importance is just evident. It magnificently justifies Mao's analysis that Asia, Africa and Latin America shall be the storm centers of revolution. These characteristics clearly indicate that the 21st century shall be the century of people's wars and the triumph of the world socialist system. Apart from this, it also shows that there has been a significant change in the prevailing concept of the model of revolution since 1980. Today, the fusion of the strategies of armed insurrection and protracted people's war into one another has been essential. Without so doing, a genuine revolution seems almost impossible in any country. The historical need today is to advance the world revolution through the means of people's war in accordance with the particular characteristics of each country by developing genuine communist parties on the basis of Marxist-Leninist Maoism to lead the masses in different countries. This historical responsibility cannot be borne until the universality of Mao's contributions for world revolution is upheld and Marxist-Leninism Maoism is established as its ideological commander. The new situation has been preparing the ideological and material ground for the formation of a new communist international to advance the world revolution by learning lessons from past experiences. RIM, the revolutionary internationalist movement, constituted on the principles of Marxism-Leninism Maoism to coordinate the revolutionary movements of various countries and to advance the world revolution, is a significant step in this direction. It has been developing through the experiences of the revolutionary movements and ideological struggles of various countries. Serious challenges are posed before RIM for the development of a new international, like developing an integrated understanding through scientific synthesis of the world communist movement, mainly the Comintern, the Second World War and Stalin's role, struggling against the ultra-internationalist Trotskyist deviation that minimizes the national liberation movement, on the one hand and the ultranationalist deviation that undermines proletarian internationalism on the other, cooperating to develop the genuine Maoist parties in various countries, and uniting with all existing revolutionary parties through struggles, etc. Facing these challenges successfully, all genuine proletarian revolutionaries need to accelerate their initiatives for the development of a new international. What is most important is to correctly grasp the nature of the contradiction between imperialism and the oppressed countries and people, and to establish proletarian internationalism as the leader of the national liberation movements. A world revolution isolated from the struggle to establish the worldwide significance of revolution developed in any backward country of Asia, Africa and Latin America is just impossible. Finally, it is crystal clear from analyzing the world situation that the world order of the imperialists is the rotten, barbarian and terrorizing system that is but a curse for the whole of mankind. The material conditions for the establishment of the great ideals of communism, with the complete elimination of exploitation and oppression of man by man, has been growing more and more mature, and the political parties of the proletariat need to take initiatives from new heights in order to courageously advance the world revolution. The 21st century shall be the century of world revolution. Marxism-Leninism Maoism shall be its ideological leader. On the situation in South Asia. South Asia, which has 20% of the world's population, has suffered greatly from poverty, scarcity, illiteracy and unemployment due to the feudal and imperialist suppression. The people of this region have for years been dedicated and made a series of sacrifices in the national liberation and democratic movements for their progress and liberation. It should be comprehended that both feudal and imperialist suppression and the just struggle of the people against it are reaching a climax and are heading towards the decisive collision. The more the revolutionary struggle of the people intensifies, the more the reactionary ruling classes of Nepal, India, Sri Lanka, Pakistan and Bangladesh kneel down before imperialism, increase the exploitation and suppression of the people and heighten state terror. The ruling classes of each country of this region are facing severe contradictions with the needs and aspirations of the masses. Armed national liberation movements, democratic movements and people's war are shaking the whole region. The advancing Maoist revolutionary movement, by posing grave challenges to the reactionary classes and presenting a concrete alternative for the masses, is another positive aspect of this region. The Indian monopoly capitalist ruling class, the true successor of British imperialism, has been pursuing the expansionist policy of pressure, intervention and sabotage against the national aspirations of the people and neighboring countries. It has been endeavoring to quell with guns and state terror the aspirations of the people of Kashmir and the northeastern states and the new democratic movements in Andhra and Bihar, and intensifying the pressure, sabotage and provocative activities under the strategy of making Nepal, Bhutan, Bangladesh and Sri Lanka as new Sikkim, in brackets referring to India's annexation of Sikkim, end of bracket, with an intention to isolate Pakistan after the end of the Cold War and fulfill its desire for regional hegemony. The Indian ruling class has knelt down before US imperialism and has opened the door for them for the merciless exploitation of the people of this region under the pretext of liberalization. The Indian ruling class has been abetting the imperialist master plan to encircle China and make it capitulate completely by taking India in its grip. It has been blatantly making interventions in the international affairs of neighboring countries in order to enthrone its agents and advance the process of Sikkimization. It has been harboring plots to link the People's War in Nepal, which has been going on for 5 years, with Pakistan, China and smugglers, and thereby confused the Indian people. It has been the characteristic of the Indian ruling class to conspire to use the common aspirations of national democratic revolution against the semi-feudal and semi-colonial conditions, the distinct nature of its geopolitical position and the economic, political, religious and cultural relations established among the people historically, to fulfill its regional hegemonistic aspirations. The Indian ruling class and its aspirations have been working behind the similar policies and suppressive and terrorist intrigues practiced by the ruling classes of all the countries of the region. This distinct condition provides a unique nature to the need, possibility and importance of unity in the just struggle of the people of all countries of this region. Theoretically, the possibility of the direct fusion of the national liberation movement and the proletarian movement, as stated by Lenin, can also be witnessed here. Due to the uniqueness of the economic, political, cultural and geographical conditions and the unchallenged hold of Indian monopoly capitalism, it will be very difficult for any single country of this region to successfully complete the new national democratic revolution, and even if it succeeds following the distinct contradictions, it will be almost impossible for it to survive. The revolutionaries need to seriously concentrate on the fact that a particular country or a particular territory of a country shall be liberated through the force of the common and joint struggle of the people of this region, following the unequal stage of development, and that it can play only a particular role of the base area for the revolution in the whole region. This page shows a picture of militia women in Rolpa district, western Nepal. Right here, all the revolutionaries of the region should pay attention to Lenin's efforts to generalize the Great Russian October Revolution of 1917, the founding of the Soviet Union, and to their experience. It is clear that real liberation is impossible unless it becomes a part of or serves the world revolution on the basis of proletarian internationalism. This is the peculiarity of the era of imperialism and proletarian revolution. The workers have no country, and the slogan, quote, "Workers of the world unite," unquote, has always made the proletarian revolutionaries cautious about their international responsibility. The challenge of applying the universal principles of Marxism-Leninism, Maoism to the particularity of the national liberation and democratic movements of this region, under the guidance of the great idea and aspiration of proletarian internationalism, remains formidable. The unification of the struggles for the right of nations to self-determination and the proletarian movement alone can meet this challenge. To grasp this properly, we should seriously ponder the concept of the national democratic revolution put forward by Lenin after the founding of the Soviet Union and in the initial period of the Comintern, and the concept of new democratic revolution put forward by Mao. When we think over this, because of the distinct conditions of this region, it becomes clear that it is inevitable for the communist revolutionaries to devise an integrated strategy against the Indian ruling classes of the monopoly bourgeoisie and their agents in the various countries. This inevitability has knocked on the door of the necessity of turning the region into a new Soviet federation of the 21st century. Therefore, the Maoist revolutionaries in the various countries of this region are required to debate from this height and to work out a unified understanding, an integrated strategy, an organizational structure of a distinct kind, and long-term and short-term plans of struggle. Apart from the economic, political, cultural and geographical peculiarities, from the perspective of the growth of the communist movement, the region-wide influence of the Naxalbari movement, led by Charu Majumdar, against modern revisionism, fraternal relations and the exchange of ideas and technical cooperation growing among the Maoist revolutionaries and common programs at the people's level, etc., have been preparing the concrete basis for the fulfillment of this historical need. It is clear that the more the revolutionary struggle develops, the more the counter-revolutionary conspiracy intensifies, and therefore there is need to develop integrated efforts among the revolutionaries. The process of applying the universal principles of Marxism-Leninism Maoism to the regional peculiarity will play an effective role in waging struggle against the conspiracy of US imperialism in this region, mainly in India. Thus, the unified initiative of this region, as an integral part of the world revolution, will make an important contribution to the world revolution. Hence, the cooperation of mainly RIM and other revolutionary internationalist forces is essential in order to advance this process in a natural and scientific way. However, the important thing is the responsible initiative of the revolutionaries of the region themselves. The road is difficult and challenging, but the future is bright. The victory of proletarian internationalism and that of the masses of the people is guaranteed. A World to Win, issue 27 from 2001. Prachanda Path, a great achievement. This was also excerpted from the document of the Second National Conference of the Communist Party of Nepal, Maoist, and was edited for publication from a translation by a supporter. As an inseparable organ of the international proletariat, the party decided the line of the Nepalese Revolution in the midst of class struggle and two-line struggle, based on the universal principles of Marxism-Leninism Maoism. This was the first important achievement of the Nepalese Revolution in the direction of the formation of ideas. A new historical epoch was initiated on 13th of February 1996 with the historic initiation of the People's War, guided by this same line with the great aim and determination of reaching communism through new democratic, socialist and cultural revolutions. Under the leadership of the party, this historic attempt in itself was another great qualitative leap in the direction of defending and applying Marxism-Leninism Maoism and revealing the specific laws of the Nepalese Revolution. Today, the synthesis of the experience of 5 stormy years of People's War has developed into a set of ideas guiding the Nepalese Revolution, which is based on Marxism-Leninism Maoism. This has been a great achievement of 5 years of the People's War. This outstanding achievement stands on an immense foundation, the long history of untold grief, pain, bravery, courage, sacrifice and deep reflection by the millions of masses and revolutionary fighters. This achievement has been acquired at the cost of blood that has flowed into the soil, the blood of thousands of the best sons and daughters of the Nepalese people. This great achievement has been attained through the consistent contribution of the whole party and the leftist, progressive, patriotic and democratic forces along with RIM and all the communist revolutionaries of the world. Throughout this process, the party has resisted the reactionary regime's campaign of massacre, it has exposed revisionist treason and lies, as well as deviations inside the party itself, and it has led all these struggles successfully adhering to Marxism-Leninism Maoism. Because of this successful leadership, today not only the party's set of ideas, but also a team of worthy leaders at the central level and a radiant section of thousands of cadre, our revolutionary heirs, have been developing. Because of the correct and consistent leadership of General Secretary Comrade Prachanda, a strong proletarian headquarters has been developed as a center of gravity of the party, bringing party unity up to the height of this ideological synthesis. So by the so-called Prachanda path, the party means the set of ideas that has developed as a form of centralized expression of the collective leadership. Developed in the context of prolonged discussion inside and outside the party and the international communist movement, most importantly a high level of theoretical interaction with the RIM committee, Prachanda path, by enriching Marxism-Leninism Maoism, expresses the set of ideas of the Nepalese people. This set of ideas, emerging in the form of Prachanda path, will guide the basic line in the forward march of the Nepalese Revolution. Marxism-Leninism Maoism is the science of social revolution of the proletariat. As a science, it serves the development of the class struggle to change the world, and the synthesis of the experiences of the party is Prachanda path, the application of the universal principles of Marxism-Leninism Maoism to the practice of the Nepalese Revolution. This synthesis of Nepalese experience is based upon the indivisible dialectical relationship between international essence and national expression, universality and particularity, the whole and the part, the general and the particular, and it objectively serves the world proletarian revolution and proletarian internationalism. This synthesis of experience has been acquired through the process of, quote, practice, knowledge, again practice, again knowledge, unquote, based on the dialectical materialist theory of knowledge. Marxism-Leninism Maoism has taught us that this is a never-ending cycle. Through the practice of class struggle and ideological struggle, the party has developed the party line as initial knowledge, applying that knowledge again to change the world, which results in new knowledge in the form of the present synthesis. It is clear that this process is not going to end and be completed here. It is bound to continue all the way through the process of again practice and again knowledge. To understand and guide the dialectical laws of the motion of progress in a correct way, communist revolutionaries should continuously try to be expert in applying the universal principles of Marxism, Leninism, Maoism.